So, here's what's going on. If you don't know, hi everybody. I don't know. Renegade here for a video, new video. Cut this out, future me. If it turns out that we're very close to being done with this and it's not long enough to turn to a video, thumbs up. But if it is, then don't cut this out. So, this is a thing where we chose to partner with Rin initially when we were going through the game. And then I went back and I was curious about the difference in the choice now that I've beaten this pathway. So I went back and I chose the other choice. And it's been going and going. And it's very different. And it's unusual that it's different. It's not leading to a bad end since we filled the Taiga Dojo. So let's see where this goes. Let's see where this rabbit hole goes. Telephone Murder Fuji. What a great name.
わかった。俺の負けだ。諦めたから一緒に学校まで行こう。そうすればお前だって学校が安全だってわかるだろうしさ。
Geez, alright, you win. I give up, so let's go to school together. Should understand that the school is a safe place if you go there. Gosh, baka, idiot. Why did I go to Loth? That's not what I meant to do. I meant to go to history, actually. I'm a servant. I cannot allow my master to be in danger. Right, so Saber is following me to school. She never, ever came to school in the pathway where we partnered with Rin. It never happened. She never went to school. Fuji called me on the phone. She asked me to come to the archery club. I don't believe Shirou ever went to the archery club either, despite the fact that he was, I think, a former member, if I'm remembering correctly. He was a former member that left just shortly before the start of the game, left the club because of his relationship with Shinji, I think. That sounds correct. But anyways, he left the club, and but they secretly had a plan all along to get him back in, Ayako and stuff. They wanted to get him back in, which we learned from Rin's perspective, and they never really went anywhere with that in the initial playthrough. I mean, we went somewhere with that in the sense that Shirou sort of tried to make a bow to use in the Berserker fight, but that is so freaking minor. Maybe we'll go more in that direction when we go on the assumed Rin pathway that exists, because on the Rin pathway, theoretically by extension, is going to be slightly the Archer pathway. And if it is, then that should mean we follow up on being an Archer? That is in my mind to some extent, which might mean that pathway, the Rin pathway, also has more Ayako in it. That is a thing that is sort of in my mind, which I wouldn't mind because I want more Ayako. I'm starting to doubt she has any kind of pathway, but I like Ayako, so I'd like to see some more Ayako. So, you know, I mean, Rin's okay, but really I prefer Ayako. That's not a joke, that's the truth. But anyways, yeah, so it seems like Saber's actually going to go to the school and maybe meet some of the characters there, which never happened, which is weird. And we're having this conversation about how, you know, Saber wants to come with me, and Shirou's like, no, you can't because it would be suspicious. And then Saber's like, well, yeah, but I also have to protect you, and I can't be a spirit. And Shirou's like, yeah, but you can't be interrupting my day-to-day life. And Masters wouldn't fight because he's ignoring the truth like a little dingus, you know. I don't want to say my P's and Q's here, but he's being a little dingus. And he was a little dingus in the other pathway too, and yet she accepted it without much of a fuss because I think Rin was present and that altered the power dynamic such that Saber probably thought, oh, well, that's probably what it was. Rin was going to be with us because we were partnered, so Rin would have been at school with us, so that's why Saber probably backed down. But now that we've decided not to partner with Rin, there's been given no good excuse for why Saber shouldn't be coming with us all the time. That might be exactly the reasoning. I kind of sped through rereading some of the Rin side to familiarize myself, but if that was ever brought up, it was sped through. At the very least, it probably crossed Saber's head in her head if she never brought it up out loud, which is probably why she's following us here, so she's going to come with us to school. That's interesting. I give up. Let's go to school together. You should understand the school is a safe place if you go there.
それと、さっきは怒鳴って悪かった。
I'm sorry I'm sorry for yelling at you earlier. Mixing up words. Huh? And there's Saber getting all like, no, don't apologize. I know I'm not a full Shirosexual yet, but I'm getting there.
ほら、そうと決まったら口裏を合わせよう。セイバーは親父の親戚で、観光がてらに遊びに来たってことでいいか。
That's fun. let's make up a story for you. You're a relative of my father, and you came here to visit and sightsee. Is that all right? That's great, because he actually says this exact story that she's supposed to give later on in the normal pathway, where you meet up with Issei after your first meeting with Assassin. Oh, you know what the divergence is, huh? Now, wise fool. Well, don't tell me, of course. But anyways, he gave this thing. He told Saber to go with this story in the other pathway as well, but only with Issei after post-assassin meeting, which is much later in the pathway. So he should have just came up with this in the first place. I mean, like, Saber, he should have. The fact that he's smart enough to know this is an option, but didn't bring it up until she forced the issue by coming with him, really shows that he's trying to maybe, like, he's very reluctantly part of this Grail war and trying to ignore it, because probably the wish from the Grail is really tantalizing, but he knows he doesn't want it because what we know from the realization later on, but he also kind of does, and so that makes him very dually conflicted. And having Saber with him makes him feel like he's fully committed to the Grail War, which he doesn't want to be, because that implies that he's fully committed to a wish, which he's not, even though part of him is. But he's not able to fully turn it down until it's actually confronted in his face at the end of the pathway, is probably the idea. I walk up the hill with Saber.
はい。それでShirouの都合がいいのなら構いません。
Yes, I do not mind if that is convenient for you, especially because, that's not even entirely inaccurate, as we've said. She is related in a certain way to my father. When was it exactly? Wise, can you remind me, if you remember, when did she tell me that Kiritsugu was a bad man that was part of the war last time? When did that happen? What day was it? Was it after the Rider fight? After the Berserker fight? I don't remember. It definitely hasn't happened yet. So if you know, please tell me, because I'm too lazy to check, but I would like to know. Anyways, I do not mind if that's convenient for you.
よし、それじゃあ決まりだ。そうだな。どうせ遅かれ早かれ顔合わせはするんだから、今紹介しても同じだよな。
Alright, that's what we'll go with. Yeah, you would have met them sooner or later, so it doesn't matter if I introduce them to you now. After the Berserker fight. Okay. Interesting. I guess that makes sense from a narrative perspective. Alright. Interesting. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense that you'd learn it in that point of the narrative. But, you would have met them sooner or later. That's not even, like, true. Because, I mean, sure. Okay, first of all, saying you'll meet them sooner or later already shows that he's, in his head, a little bit of a sabersexual and thinking long-term, this servant could be my girlfriend. But on another angle, there's the fact that no way. There's no way. It's just doesn't happen. Like, sure, with Sakura and stuff, they end up meeting Saber. Does Sakura even meet Saber? Rinchu's are away. Does Saber meet Sakura? Maybe a little bit? I don't remember. But anyways, Taiga and stuff meets Saber, but people like Aiko at school don't. So you're assuming a lot, because she never comes to school, really, except for that one time to fight Shinji and Rider. But, I think everybody who would have met her, quote-unquote, is all passed out / dead at the time, so. Did anyone actually die? I think they were all just unconscious. Someone maybe died in the hospital, who knows? That's right. Saber's bound to meet Sakura and Fujine if she's staying at my place. I guess if you're talking about them, sure, but there's a bunch of other people too.
そうだ、セイバー。聞き忘れてたけど、その服どうしたんだ?
Oh yeah, I forgot to ask you, where'd you get those clothes? Fascinating! If you choose to partner with Rin, in the dojo you get a choice, and one of the choices is to ask her where she got her clothes. But by doing this, you never get said choice, and instead you just ask her straight out where she got the clothes without the choice. This feels like a bad end, but it shouldn't be, right? Unless it's bad end 15? No, weird. If it's just a separate branch that eventually links back with the other one, you'd think you'd get some other choices along the way, like how that one got its own choices, right? If we get a choice, that should sway my doubts, but if we don't, and that's gonna keep kerfuffling me. Right now I'm kerfuffled.
これはリンがくれたものです。レーターになれない以上、普段着は必要だろうと。
Rin gave these to me. She said I will need normal clothes since I cannot turn to spirit form. Weird that you got them from Rin when you hadn't really been partnered up at all. I guess to be fair, after the Berserker fight, you had like a night where I was passed out or whatever. So I suppose it's not that weird, come to think of it. But it's going to be weird for you to keep having those clothes, or I guess you could just keep washing the same set. You at least would want 2 sets, I think. 1 set to wear, and then 1 set to wear when you're washing the other set. I don't know. I guess you could wash them with your own spiritual juices. Is that a thing? I don't know. Dash. That's unexpected. I'm not surprised by Tosaka's kindness, but just that she'd have such feminine clothes. What? Rude. I mean, I thought your mask of Rin had already been broken, I guess, by the time of the Berserker fight, because she'd already sort of opened up to you. So I suppose you've already been like, oh yeah, Rin's actually a bitch deep down, but that just showed that she liked you, and you turned her away.
それじゃあ、あの鎧は今はうちに置いてあるのか
What about the armor? Is that back at the house? That would be very unwise for fighting purposes. Thankfully, that can be spiritualized. Spiritualized.
違います。あの鎧は私の魔力で編まれたものです。解除するということは消すということ。
No, that
戦
armor
闘時になればすぐにでも私の体を守るものです。
formed from my magical energy. I can remove it at will. It will immediately protect me during battle. Convenient that you can use the armor at will, but you can't remove yourself at will.
なんだあの武装はいつでも出したり消したりできるってことか
She can take it out at will. But then what happens when... But you can't be spiritualized, but your armor can. So what happens when your armor is off without those clothes? Dirty thoughts.
はい。ですから心配は無用です。ここで敵に襲われようと、シローは私が守護します。
Yes, you need not worry. I shall protect you even if an enemy attacks us here.
そっかそりゃ頼もしい
That's comforting. I mean, you wouldn't want to fight in general here, but I guess it is comforting. Just like a comforter that you would wear to bed, as if we were sleeping together, like we do in the future, once, before. Anyways, maybe because I've kept so quiet until now, my honest opinion slips up. Your honest opinion that she's with you? Because you think it's good that she's with you? Because the smart part of you knows that it's good that she's with you? But you didn't want to let the smart part influence you because you're like, no, Grail War, bad. Or is the smart part the one that's like... Or is it not the smart part, it's the dirty part, the part that wants her to be with you because you have the sex on the mind. And you're like, no, it's dirty if she comes with me because they'll think awkward things about our relationship. It could be that as well. There's the smart part and then there's the perv part. And sometimes they come together in harmony. Saber does not answer me and continues up the hill. Holy dingleberries. We reach the school gate. Oh, well, I guess I'll just pretend I'm showing a new student around school.
セイバーもし誰かに呼び止められたら何も言わずに首を振るんだぞ日本語はわかりませんって顔ができればベストだ
Saber, if anybody stops you, just shake your head. It'll be great if you can make an expression like you don't understand Japanese. It'd be even better, though. It'd be polite if you at least knew how to say, I don't speak Japanese in Japanese. Gosh, I learned how to say that a long time ago, and now I've forgotten how to say it. Hold on, let me look it up. Nihongo, I know that part. Nihongo wa hanasemasen? Nihongo wa hanasemasen. I can't speak Japanese. Hanase is to speak? So just masen? Or that's the polite version. I know the masen is the polite version. What's the actual word? Is it just hana? It has to end in an u, right? Hold on. Gotta look this up on Jisho. It's hanaseru. Okay, that makes sense. To be able to speak. Nihongo wa hanasemasen or Nihongo wa hanaseru. Alright, that works. Anyways, that's what you say. Simple as that. Someone asks you in Japanese, you just say Nihongo wa hanasemasen. Anyways. At least be polite enough to learn how to say that in Japanese when someone asks you something in Japanese. Shaking your head is rude as fuck. Thank you. Dash, 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 dash.
そういえば、なんだよ、怖い顔して。脅かしっこはなしだぞ。
Saber, what's with these severe expressions? Don't scare me like that. Ooh, is that the part of her that actually does want to be a real girl and converse with his friends? To be fair, if she's just a servant, she shouldn't have to speak to anyone. But she knows she doesn't want to be a servant. At least around Shirou she doesn't, because Shirou's the one treating her like she's a real girl. And then all of a sudden, Shirou's like, don't treat yourself like a real girl. Be just my sword who says nothing. Granted, I'm sure that's not what Shirou's thinking from his perspective. Shirou just didn't want her to be here at all and feels awkward about her speaking, only for them to be like, we're not sexing, but you know. Or you don't.
いえ、別に白を見ていたわけではありません。ただ、魔力の残滓が強いもので驚いていただけです。
She should sense the magical blood fort. Right. Shinji's blood fort. Huh? Oh no, I was not looking at you, Shiro. I was just surprised at how strong the lingering magical energy is here. You don't realize that that's a blood fort? Maybe all magical energy is the same to you, and you're like, yeah, this is weird, but I don't know what it is.
魔力の残滓？本当か？
Lingering magical energy, is that true? Yeah, I don't believe Rin would have told you about the blood fort yet. Did she? No, I don't know. Probably she didn't. Or did she? I doubt she told him yet. I don't remember. But based on how he's acting, I don't think she told him. Saber says so, but I don't feel anything. It's because you're a muggle, boy. Or at least you don't realize your magicalness until you get closer to Saber and have the dragon sex. Because he didn't start doing any of his crazy powers. He didn't start doing any of his sword birthing until post-dragon sex. Which is still crazy weird. It is super weird, even ignoring all the sheaf BS. It is super weird that after his magical circuit gets depleted is when he first does his real magic stuff, and it's even stronger than anything would normally be. Like, that's still super weird and is not explained purely by the sheath. Saber did state when she was talking to Rin in the shed that she ain't the best with sensing magic shit. Oh, okay. Well, she can sense something's wrong. I guess that makes sense, to an extent. She is only a sword user. Archer definitely could sense it, though. When Rin was there, they both in unison went, oh yeah, we sense it. Saber says so, but I don't feel anything. I guess it's good that Saber naturally reflects a lot of magical stuff if she's not great at sensing it. Well, I can't feel any magical energy unless it's really strong. I mean, it is pretty strong, but I guess it's not really strong. It's strong enough that a competent Magus should be able to sense it, but you're not competent. And Saber, she can sense it. She just doesn't realize what it is, I guess.
はい。と言っても、シロウには驚くべきことでもない。リンはシロウとは同学年なのでしょ？彼女ほどの魔術師が1年以上いる場所なのです。工房の一つも用意しているでしょうから、どう隠しても魔力は漏れる。
So Saber just thinks it's residue from Rin, but that's not true. I mean, some of it might be, but the blood fort is very much a thing. Yes, but it is not something to be surprised about. Rin is in the same grade as you, correct? This is a place where a great Magus has gone for over a year. I'm sure she has a workshop, so some magical energy will flow out no matter how well she may try to hide it. It seems the magical energy Saber feels is from Tosaka. Not just Tosaka.
あいつも結構同志なんだな。入る前からセイバーに魔力感知されるなんて。あいつ中にいるのか今。
Also, I don't even know if she is, because she has a thing to protect her magical energy, right? Wasn't she all about how, like, this is her turf, and she has a thing to protect her magical energy in case of the war? I know she didn't wear it because she wanted the other magic people to come to her, but I would think she's able to suppress it, so I don't even know if we'd sense her. I don't know. Hard to say if Saber could sense her, but... She's pretty stupid for getting her magical energy sensed even before we went inside. Wait, is she in there right now? Went to see the last Fate movie. It was good. Yeah, I know. I saw it too. Ha ha. No. Well, I hope you liked it. Well, you said it was good. But just because it's good doesn't mean you liked it. For example... Wait, give me a minute. I can think of things that I think of as bad that I like. But thinking of things that I think of as good that I don't like is hard. if you really gave me a few minutes to think about it, I could probably come up with something that I think is good that I don't like. But at the moment, nothing's coming to me. So, is she in there right now?
いいえ、リン本人はいないようです。彼女がいるのならもっと強く感じ取れるでしょう。この敷地には魔術師らしき人間はいない。
No, it does not seem she is in there. I should be able to feel the energy more strongly if she is. Nobody resembling a mag is currently on this property. It was a good supplement to the VN, but the cut of monologues and exposition makes things confusing. I'll take your word for it.
気になる違和感はありますが、とりあえず危険はありません。
There's a strange feeling, but there's no danger. You sure there's no danger? The blood fort is not immediate danger, but it's definitely danger.
だから危険なんてないって言っただろ。ほら、中に入るからちゃんとついてこいよ。
I told you there's no danger. All right, let's go in. You said it's a good supplement to the VN. That reminds me of the Steins Gate movie, where I don't want to go into the details in case of spoilers, but basically there's something that happens in the VN that does not get adapted into the anime due to time constraints, most likely. And anyways, when they have the movie, they reference the thing from the VN that was never brought up in the anime, so it's a little weird. It's like, wait, what? I think it still works. I think the implication is just it's a timeline you never saw in the anime. But I just still that is something that came to mind when you brought that up. But anyways, let's go in.
あれ、
Ayako!
何？もしかして食事は？
Emiya, what are you doing? Are you in charge of her meal? Ayako! We meet Ayako here! Ah! Shirou rarely ever talked to Ayako. I mean, I think it happened, but God, I don't remember when. Saber certainly never met Ayako. This is crazy and cool and I love it and it's weird and I don't get it, but I'm gonna keep riding this until it rides out. Best case scenario, this pathway doesn't converge or end until like 6 hours from now and we don't actually have to start the second pathway today, because that would give me a clean way to go full today without having to, with letting me dovetail and back into my post-game Danganronpa 3 recordings. But anyways, are you in charge of her meal? Dash. A person that knows you well comes in handy at a time like this. Shirou definitely ran into Ayako at least once during the Fate novel, but God, it might have just been the once. I don't remember when it was. It must have been early on. I don't think we ever ran into her post assassin fight. We saw Issei once post assassin fight, but I don't even think we saw Ayako after that. I think we saw Ayako once earlier on during the slow part. But like, gosh, I'm so glad we haven't seen Ayako in forever, and she's like one of my favorites. Anyways. Mitsuzuri Ayako, the captain of the archery club, even figured out why I was here just by seeing me. You in charge of her meal? Kinda.
お疲れ。お察しの通り、
Oh, Fuji.
飯を届けに来た。藤根は中にいるか？
I'm here to deliver her lunch as you guessed. Is Fujine here? I kind of forgot about that, and I was like, oh yeah, Shiro's just showing Saber around. I was thinking Ayako saw Saber, and it's like, oh, you're showing the new girl around the school. And didn't, anyways. Ayako got attacked, like, in an alley, and she was never mentioned again. I do not remember her getting attacked in an alley. Shit. When did that happen? Oh, that's right. And then Shirou was like, that'll do Ayako some good. She needs to learn how to be more girly. I think that I remember. Shirou being the sexist dick. I don't remember if he was talking about Ayako, but I do remember him saying something like that. And that's why he wanted Sakura to be okay. He wanted to walk home with Sakura, but then Sakura's like, no, my brother is a dick, and he doesn't want that. So Fuji walked home with Sakura instead, and I suppose that would have been after Ayako was attacked in the alley. But yeah, Ayako got attacked in an alley and was never brought up again. Does that mean she's a master who died off screen? Wouldn't want to think it, but it's not impossible. Well, do I not want to think it? I mean, depends, because I like her character, so I want to see more of her, so her being a master means she's probably important in another pathway. But, I don't know. Depends. I don't know. I don't know how likely it is. I don't think it's unlikely, but I don't think it's likely either. I think Ayako's in that limbo area where I could easily see her going either way as far as being a master.
いるいる。いやー、助かった。藤村先生ったら空腹でテンション高くて困ってたのよ。学食も休みだしさ、仕方ないんで買い出しに行こうかって考えあぐねてたところ。
Man, you saved us. We were worried because she was hungry and started getting edgy. The cafeteria's closed, so we were considering going somewhere to buy her food. Why is the cafeteria closed, huh? Does that have to do with the blood fort? Is this Shinji's fault? I know that it would actually make the whole joke from the beginning of the game that doesn't work because you're not supposed to know Fate Zero. It would make, because the whole joke of, you know, when Rin first meets Ayako in the game, it's like the way they're talking can be misconstrued as them talking about each other as masters, but they're talking about how they're rivals in love to get a boyfriend. And so that joke would have a full through line if it does turn out that Ayako is the last plot twist master or something. Granted, there has to be some shenanigans going on because Rin, you know, there was shenanigans with Shinji because he's not a real master and was kind of put in the war against his will, to my understanding, but he's not a proper magus, so something like that would have to be going on with Ayako as well, probably, or has to be some even further layered craziness, but it's certainly possible since Rin has clearly been wrong before, or rather in the future she will be wrong, and then she'll have been wrong before. Anyways, the fictional joke you imagined, it was a great joke, but it doesn't work if you're playing this game completely blind. Anyways.
そこまで深刻だったか。で、買い出しってまさか下の豊悦に一人でか。
Was it serious? Wait, were you thinking of going to Toyetsu by yourself? Toyoetsu? Where's Toyoetsu? Remember Sakura was just gonna hang out with her friends for a few days or something while I was, you know, doing the thing. Or at least maybe that's what I thought she was gonna do, and then even more than a week passed and she never came back, so... Toyoetsu? Is that for tofu? I just think so because it starts with to.
そこ以外にどこがあるっていうのよ。ただでさえ備品で金食ってるんだから、非常食に金は避けないでしょ。
Where else can I go? We're short on money already, so I can't be spending money on emergency food. As expected from Mitsuzuri, the woman who hates to waste money. I mean, don't most people who don't have much money hate to waste money? Oh. The real problem is when people with lots of money hate to waste money. If you have lots of money, spend the money to fuel the economy. By the way, Toyoetsu is the name of the supermarket in the shopping district. Oh, okay. Interesting. I assume there's tofu there, but I could be completely misconstruing that. That's a little racist, actually. In the archery club, anyone resting their arm and taking a break is sent on a grocery run as an exercise. It's a contradictory custom because even though it's an exercise to rest your arm, you have to carry back a lot of groceries. Well, you know what they say, that'll like train your muscles because when your muscles break, it makes them stronger or something. I want to say I something in Persona 3 told me that, what little I played of that game, but...
そりゃ災難だったな。ほら、弁当。遅くなったけど、藤姉に渡してやってくれ。
Or was it Persona 4 that told me that? They're blurring together. That's some misfortune. Here's the lunch. It's a bit late, but go ahead and give it to Fujine. Sword muscles. Hey, good. Yeah, you gotta train that sword arm. I hold out the bag.
お、豪華三段セット。いいね。久しぶりに見た。エミヤはこういう細いの上手なのよね。
Wow, a 3-layered boxed lunch. It's been a while since I've seen this. You're good at doing small intricate things. Oh, wow. The way Ayako just... I don't know. I guess it's just her personality in general based on the way she talked to Rin too. But I guess she's just good friends with Rin too. It feels like she's been really good friends with both of them for a long time, which is kind of funny because they don't really know each other before now, Rin and Shirou. It's just kind of interesting. It also would not surprise me. I mean, partially because main character syndrome, but also, you know... given her hunt for a boyfriend or whatever, it wouldn't surprise me if Ayako did have the hots for Shirou and is also just sort of playing the long game. Rin, I think, also was going for that long game. So if they're going for the long game with the same guy, that gets kind of awkward. But you know how it is. I don't know what she's happy about, but she smiles. Oh yeah, she's good at mass production. Mitsuzuri is usually in charge of dinner during our training camp, and she surprises us every time. Oh, so she's good at cooking lots in a short time, even if maybe the cooking isn't quite as refined as you are? Yours is? Quite as refined as you are. Training camp. The world of cooking is deep, considering how a curry with whole potatoes in it tastes good. I mean, that is pretty deep, given that I don't like potatoes. I'm not a huge fan of potatoes. By I'm not a huge fan, I mean, if someone puts them on my plate, I won't turn up my nose to them, but I would never ask for potatoes. Unless they're French fries. Yeah. Anyway, or potato chips. Mitsuzuri only looks inside the bag and doesn't take it. Why, you don't want any potato chips from the potato chip bag? Gosh, how dare you.
おい、嫌味はいいから受け取れ。なんか、藤姉が暴れてて大変なんじゃないのか?
Just take the bag. Isn't it a problem in there with Fujine going wild? No, she doesn't want to take the bag because this was all part of a trap to get you to re-sign up to the archery club, which we know from Rin's perspective, I think roughly that's what they're trying to do, but I don't know if we ever realized that from Shirou's perspective. Probably not, because it never succeeded, but that is exactly what's happening right now.
そうね。そう思うんなら、さっさと中に入って藤村先生に手渡してあげるべし。
If you think so, you should go in there and give the lunch to her, and quickly do it, that is.
だいたいね、入り口であんたを返したなんて言ったら、もっとへそ曲げるに決まってるじゃない。
First of
私
all,
は藤村先生にしごかれたくはないからね。
you should know she'd get mad if I
ここまで
turned
来
you
たら
away here.
観念して中に入りな。
I don't want to be chewed up by Fujimura Sensei, so go on in. She wants Shirou to be the proper delivery boy? Can't have any middlemen? I could see Fujimura getting mad like that, but I also think you're playing him. But also, you're probably not wrong, so it's good, because it's like you get to tell the truth while also lying. Those are the best lies. She points to the range using her chin. Ellipses. She's right, it can get scary later on if I don't at least go see her. I'm not here for archery practice, so I can go home as soon as I hand her the lunch. I give up and head to the archery range. Is Saber and Ayako not going to interact at all? Really? You're not going to interact at all?
けどな、三辻。お前も長いんだから、朝のうちに藤姉の弁当ぐらい確認しとけよ。顧問が生徒の昼飯を物欲しそうに見て回るなんてイメージ悪すぎるぞ。
I think Ayako would at least be like, so who's that with you? I mean, you know, especially if she's jelly. Maybe if she's not jelly at all. But like, that would surprise me if there's no jelly. Or she trusts Shirou enough to know not to be jelly because she knows him well enough to know that he's not that kind of guy. Or at least... He wouldn't that quickly jump onto a girl like that. He might have the pervy thoughts, but he would take a little while to warm up. That suggests that she knows him really, really, really well. But even that's debatable because they're just now entering their teenage years, so it's hard to know how a boy will deal with his hormones when they first start to sprout. Mitsuzuri, you should be checking if Fujina has her lunch or not, since you've been here long enough. It's bad if the teacher starts looking at her students' lunches. Oh, you mean checking if Fuji starts eating one of your lunches? She's gonna make up another excuse, I'm sure.
いや、それが私も今朝は疲れててさ。最近ちょっと忙しくて、あんまり余裕がないんだな。
I was a bit tired this morning. I've been busy
あんたに愚痴って
lately.
もしょうがないんだけど。
You're taking long breaks in between your sentences. I know there's normally breaks in between sentences, but yours are long. So I don't have much time to spare. Well, it does no good to be complaining to you. Been busy lately because of the archery, I'm sure. However, could it also secretly because you're a master? Double meaning? Ayako, I know he has commitment issues. Cough. Right, commitment to the archery club. Maybe he thought he was making too much progress, and that's the real reason Shirou backed down. I mean, yeah, also, him and Shinji got into a kerfuffle, but, like, fuck Shinji, right? That's Shinji's fucking fuckface fault. He should be the one to go fuck. Then she suddenly comes up to me and whispers into my ear, Giggity. Oh, okay. So, who is she? She's really beautiful. Do you know her? Oh, she doesn't want to ask publicly. Smart not to ask publicly. Because if she, that is to say, she doesn't want to ask it in front of Saber probably because she, interesting. She doesn't want to, because, she doesn't want to look jealous. In case she actually is a little jealous. She doesn't want to look jealous to the potential other love rival, doesn't want to show weakness. This also shows more of a, like, if there wasn't already more proof that these two are close, this shows more closeness that instead of going, oh, hello, who are you? She asks Shirou who she is, you know. The fact that she doesn't just openly ask and does it in private does suggest some jealousy, and yet a want to hide the jealousy. She also, it could just be general jealousy of, wow, she's hot, but there's probably also the Shirou like her? And she might be trying to gauge if he likes her based on how he answers this. Even though she knows he won't obviously answer that, she might know him well enough to know the answer to that question. Her voice is tense as she speaks. I haven't really gotten to psychoanalyze Ayako much because she hasn't come up for a long time, so a lot of new thoughts. It's tense. Dash. Yeah, you'd usually be surprised to see Saber. I mean, I thought she was fucking hot too. Rin also thinks she's pretty hot. She's just the most pretty girl in this VN, I guess. I mean, she's fine, but I don't think she's especially prettier than any of the other girls, really. All the more if she's coming into the archery range after me. Maybe it's the blonde. Maybe it's that whole blondes have more fun thing. So, is that an acquaintance of yours? Kinda. Yes, but also kinda?
説明すると複雑なんだが、そういうことにしておいてもらえると助かる。ついでにあいつが部室に入ってもみんなが騒がないように言い含めてくれるととんでもなく恩に着る。
For a little bit, I misinterpreted where the ellipses was, and I thought he was saying, it's kind of complicated. Let's just say she's... And he was going to say something else. She's an acquaintance of Kiritsugu's. Instead, all he said was, let's just say she is. If you can go ahead and tell everyone not to make a fuss about her when we go in, I'll be indebted to you.
Okay.
Okay.
事情は気になるけど、その交換条件は気に入った。エミヤ、後でチャラってのはなしだからね。
Alright. I'm curious, but I like that condition. Oh? Don't take it back later on, okay, Emiya? She calls him Emiya. She probably calls him Emiya because, unlike Rin, who's blunt, and once she actually starts getting close to Shirou and affirms the team agreement, she's able to full on go on Shirou, like, you're my Shirou, just like our archer is her archer. Whereas Aiko, this probably suggests that she does like Shirou. She clearly knows Shirou really well and is very good friends with him. I feel like the only reason she's not calling him Shirou is because she feels awkward about the romantic implications, because she does want there to be romantic implications, but she's awkward about it and doesn't actually know if she's ready to move to that step yet, so she's still calling him Emiya, even though they're totally close enough for her to call him Shirou. Don't take it back later, okay, Emiya? You can go ahead and tell everyone not to make him, I'll be indebted to you. Oh, because he said I'll be indebted to you. Oh. That's why she's, alright. She and Rin do have some similarities in that sense. I open the door. Saber silently follows after me and meets Azuri. We enter the archery range. The range is as loud as a battlefield since it's right after lunch.
藤村先生、見
咲さんがお腹痛くて死にそうだと言ってます。さっきの乾パンいつの時代のだったんですか？
Who the heck is that? Is that just a no-name? Is that one of the three girls? One of the three amigos? That were, yeah, there was the three amigos that, and one of them wanted to hang out with Rin. They don't actually show up in voices. I guess they're not that important. Might be one of them. Otherwise, it's got to be a rando. I don't recognize the voice. Fujimura-sensei. Misaki-san. Hold on, names. So someone is asking Fujimura and saying Misaki. Who's Misaki? It's got to be one of the three amigos. I think that's a three amigo name. Are they part of the archery club, or are they just here to ask Fujimura a question? Because it's the day off, so they shouldn't be here unless they're also part of a club. Are they part of the archery club? Misaki-san is saying she's gonna die of a stomachache. How old was that cracker? Nodding Fujimura. 10 years old.
そんなのただの腹痛よ。一緒に食べた先生は元気なんだから、美咲さんには昆布茶でも飲ませておきなさい。
Taiga, I'm sure, has a much more durable stomach, though, so you gotta be a little careful with her. I mean, unless she's directly responsible to you, like with Shirou and Sakura, she probably doesn't care as much. She's more lax when she's, you know, despite... You'd think she'd be more serious as a teacher, but I feel like because she has to be so serious when being a guardian to Shirou and Sakura, at least to an extent, she lets herself be lax in her teacher duties, which is not good, but that's just her side hurting. I ate it and I'm doing fine, so just give her some kelp tea.
大河先生、巻き割ら練習するんでストーブ移動させてください。道場の隅は寒いっす。
I recognize that voice. I recognize that voice, but I don't know if I recognize it from this game. Or if I do, it might be another character. God, I feel like that was Ayako's voice just now. Playing a random extra, maybe? Are these just extras then? Taiga-sensei, I'm gonna practice, so can you move the stove? It's cold in the corner of the range. It's just weird that they're all girls in that case, because that's what makes me think it's the three amigos. I would think there'd be some guy archers in here. Although no, Shinji's all about how I'm the coolest shit, so maybe other guys don't want to be in the club because he's a little shit, and that's why the girls are joining? That's a possibility. It's cold in the corner of the range. Wait, there's a stove? There's a stove in here? To cook in the archery range? What? What? I guess there could be. I suppose, well, I guess if they're doing their camps, would they camp here? If they do their camps here, and Ayako says she cooks sometimes, I guess that's a possibility. Maybe Shirou used to cook here because he, you know, he's a good cook. Just seems kind of interesting. Interesting. There's a stove. Weird. Shows that sometimes they spend a lot of time there. Maybe Taiga requested it because, you know, she likes food and all that. Wait, hold on. What exactly did Ayako say earlier on? Go back quite a bit. They probably mean a heater. Oh, well, I'm thinking a stove to cook things. Don't you be throwing different types of stoves at me. She said that the cafeteria, but didn't say anything about the stove, right? Go back more. The woman who hates to thinking of worried because she was hungry and started getting edgy. The cafeteria didn't mention anything about the stove, so maybe you're right that it means a heater, but I second guessed myself and I'm like, it's gotta be a stove.
はい、いい度胸してる君は半ズボンで道場3周、腐った少年ともども叩き直してきなさいね。
Rude. Alright, since you have some guts, go run around the range 3 times in shorts. Hey, you know, Taiga actually in a dojo being a teacher type of thing. This is like the real Taiga dojo. Go and beat that rotten character of yours into shape. I think this came up way earlier in the first try while Shirou and Issei were talking about heaters and suddenly one of them said stove. Did it? I wouldn't be surprised if it did. That sounds like a me thing to bring up.
先生、出血です。北子くんが鶴で頬を切りました。
Sensei, we have someone bleeding over here. Kitako-kun cut her cheek with the bowstring. Yeah, I think this is just a bunch of extras at this point. This is just showing Taiga's leading skills. If it's a bunch of extras, are there any guy extras? Can we have some guy extras? Maybe it really is all girls because of Shinji. Maybe.
その程度なら保健室に行かなくてもいいわ。
She's such a bad leader. We need Ayako to be the real leader. Even if Taiga is technically the supervisor, I guess arguably she does the same thing at home with Shirou and Sakura, where she lets them be the real people that take charge and only really takes charge with the really serious matters, like, you know, the adult matters, like, you know, like tending to the property and when it needs yada yada, but doesn't worry about actual serious stuff. I guess arguably she does that in all aspects of life. You don't have to go to the nurse's office for this small wound. They're bleeding! Taiga, you're so irresponsible. Pours hot food on Shirou. Yeah, I think I remember that. I mean, she's responsible, but only when she really needs to be. Every other time, let someone else take the responsibility. I guess it helps that she's like, you know, a mafia daughter, so she can afford to flaunt some of that responsibility because she's already set for life by default. Then again, her father might be strict and be like, Taiga, I'm not gonna give you my money unless you earn having my money. I don't know. Then again, Ilya could also always steal away the mafia throne.
裏山に植えてあるアロエでも塗っときなさい。
Just rub us some of the aloe planted in the back on it. Is that you supposed to?
いった。もうなんだってこんなに裏反ってんのよこの弓ってば。こんなんじゃうまく張れないじゃない。
Jeez, why is the bow like this? I can't put the string on well if it's like this. Flout, not flaunt, they're very different things. Flout? Did I say flaunt? Did I say... Wait. I'll take your word for whatever you just said, Venom Storm. I'm not gonna doubt you. Yes, you're correct. I agree. But now I have to look it up. Hold on. I don't even remember which one I said. I think I said one of those, and you're like, no, the other one. And I'm like, which one did I say? I don't know which one I said. I guess I said flaunt? Flout. Openly disregard. Now that I think about it, I think you're correct that I did do that. And I just kind of kept talking even though I realized I did it at the time, because I didn't care. Right, flaunt is behaving in a sexually provocative way. Close enough. I can't put the string on well if it's like this.
あーそこ上から押さえて張らないの。まだ若いんだから難しいんなら2人でやんなさい。ひっくり返して切り爪が離れたら後で首を折っちゃうんだから。
Oh, there. Don't push on the top. You're still young. So get someone to help you if it's difficult. If you break it, your neck will be broken later on. That's really bad. Your neck will be broken if you break it. Hey, yo, there's her being responsible. Which again shows that she's only serious when she very much needs to be. Right? Because, like, your neck will be broken and that's bad. So don't push on the top. So look, there's Taiga, again, being serious only when she absolutely needs to be. And never at any other time.
こうポキッと大事な弓を壊した生徒私が。
Oh, never mind, never mind. She's still being a jokester. I spoke too soon. That is, I'm gonna break your neck for breaking our precious bow. Because your dojo's solo on funds. I remember that being the thing. Where they wanted to haggle with the treasury to try and get some more funding for their club. Or maybe I'm wrong and I'm just seeing so many school anime that I want to say that happened, but maybe it didn't.
先生、キリコがありません。手が滑ります。
Sensei, we don't have any powder. My hand's slipping.
あれ？本当？誰か物置に行って在庫を取ってきて。
How long does this go on for? Really? Can someone go to the storage room and get some of the stock? Of course, you're not going to do it yourself. It's like, why do they even have her as a sensei to ask? They really need someone like Ayako around for the most part. Or Sakura, maybe? I know Sakura's like the vice, right?
先生、在庫切れです。原因は先日先生が発注を忘れたことだと思います。
She's even bad at serious stuff in that case if she forgot to order that. Sensei, we're out of stock as well. I think it's because you forgot to order more the other day.
じゃあ1年は野球部から老人バッグちょっぱってくること。
Shinji is the vice. I thought it was Sakura. I feel like, oh, that's right. No, because Shinji's like, I'm the captain. And everyone's like, you're the vice, you little shit. Right, I remember that now. However, I feel like Sakura acts more like the vice, let's be honest. Oh man, then the first years are gonna go to the baseball club and steal some frozen bags. Okay, Tiger, you're taking that a little far. Tiger, you might want to actually start being responsible now. Ah! We need an adult that isn't Tiger. We need someone who's not an adult, because clearly Tiger's bad at adulting. That's great. Okay, I'm guessing that's where the bit ends. She's nuts! Ellipses. Man. Maybe that's the real reason you left. Because that's a load of hot titties. Also, they all seem like they're females, which I think to an extent is because of Shinji, right? This place doesn't change at all. Why would you want to leave with them? Maybe that's why you want to leave. It's getting your hormones too flustered. Well, I can't be watching this hellish scene forever. No wonder Shirou called Taiga a child so many times. I mean, yeah, once you see this. I mean, at home, it's one thing for you to be like, you're such a child when you take care of me. But here, it's one thing to be childish when you take care of those you know well. But taking care of random strangers in this way is a lot more revealing. You know, it's one thing to be lax about around people you know well and that you know are responsible and can take care of it for you. I suppose here she could know that Ayako is responsible. However, it's still, you know, especially with first years, that you wouldn't know that well. That takes to a new level of irresponsibility. I can't be watching this hellish scene forever.
Oi, Sakura!
Sakura! Uh-oh! Great timing. Hey, Sakura! I call out to her. Ooh, we don't see her in that outfit very often. We probably did once in the other pathway. Maybe? Or did we? I feel like we did, but anyways, we're seeing it again. It's been a long time, if we ever saw it. Senpai! Sakura puts down the bow in her hand and runs to me. Oh. And she really wants him to rejoin the club. I wonder why. She spends, we saw it in Rin's POV, we saw her in this outfit. That would make sense. Interesting. I think the only time Shirou came to this dojo was to clean it because Shinji was being a douche. Senpai, why'd you come here today? Could it be, Now she is really, based on the way the acting was especially, she really, really wants Shirou to join back up with the archery club. I think they all do to an extent, but it's interesting because she already spends so much time with him. Maybe that just shows she likes him that much that even though she spends all that time with him at school, she wants to go back to spending even more time with him at the club. That, or she actually likes his archery and thinks it could be that she thinks he's a good archerer, and actually seeing him being an archerer inspires her to be a better archerer. That's a possibility. Maybe she learned archery from Shirou in the first place. There's also that. It just seems like she's honing in on the archery especially. It could also be she just wants to spend as much time with Shirou as possible, and him going to the club would help do that more. Especially do it not behind Shinji's back. But it could also be something special with the archery in particular. I don't think that's what she was asking. Yeah, I brought lunch from Fujine. I'm sorry, but you can go get that crazy teacher over there? Yep. Yep, she got depressed. Oh. Oh yeah, she was calling someone. Yeah. I don't know where her cheerfulness went as she slumps her shoulders. Because she wanted you to rejoin the club, you dingus. I guess you technically don't know that, but come on.
そういうこと。藤根、腹減って無理難題言ってるんだろ？手遅れかもしれないけど、とにかく弁当を作ってきたから食わせてやってくれ。
That's it. Fujine is giving absurd orders because she's hungry, right? I might be too late, but let her eat this since I made it.
それと、昨日は遅くなって悪かった。晩飯作っといてくれて、サンキュー。
Oh, I'm sorry for coming home last night, and thanks for making me dinner. Oh, so she made you dinner during the Berserker thing, and you had to eat it, like, after you woke up when she had left or something like that? Because, like, Rin didn't know that... Sakura didn't know by then that Rin was staying there, so... something like that.
そう言ってもらえると嬉しいです。けど、
Yes, I'm glad that you say so, but oh, of course, they never met each other, so it would have been Rin that actually made the dinner, right? Sakura didn't go there for some reason on that day? Right? Is that what you're saying? She looks behind me. She never made you dinner that day? Or no? Or are you just sad because you want me to join the archery club? Are we still on that? Oh no, she's getting jealous, of course, because she definitely has the hots for me, no question. There stands a gold-haired girl unsuited to this range. Yeah, she's a saber, not an archer. Get out, filthy foreigner.
先輩。
Senpai?
なんだ、もしかして本当に手遅れか。一応さくらの分も作っといたのも無駄。
Oh, is it too late? I made some for you as well, but wasn't unnecessary? Oh, you made some for her too? Oh, that's adorable.
いえ、そんなことないです。私もお腹減ってます。先生に半分あげちゃったから。
Sakura's just so precious. That's why it's so obvious that there's a plot twist. If it weren't for the other reasons that it's obvious, it's double obvious because it's always the adorable one that has some evil demons. Slurp. At this moment, here's the Shirou sexual ranking. Sakura, everyone else. Well, yeah. That's not true. I'm hungry as well. I gave half of my lunch to Senpai. Or Sensei, rather. You're hungry as well. You gave half of your lunch. So, frickin' Taiga had half of your lunch. She's still frickin' hungry. And yet you're not the one being pleading. So, you could have made a lunch and just split it between the two of you. Of course you can't because Tiger's a glutton.
そんなことだろうと思った。さくらのはすぐに食べられるようにしといたから、そう時間は取らないはずだ。
I thought so. I made your lunch so you can eat it right away. It shouldn't take that long to eat it. You sure you don't want to eat it with them? You don't want to stay together and have a little picnic?
ま、みんなもそういう事情なら、昼食を再開しても文句ないだろうけどな。
I don't think anyone's gonna complain if that's the case, especially if Tiger's wasting time eating too. That's why I'm calling her Tiger now, especially now that I've seen how she acts at the dojo. A real tiger, that's for sure.
そうですね。それじゃあごちそうになりますけど、先輩、今日はずっと道場にいるんですか？
You're right. I'll have some then. Will you be here all today? That's a great question, Shirou. Will you be? You said you were just gonna have us stop in.
そうだな。せっかく来たんだし、部活が終わるまで学校にいるよ。昨日はすっぽかしたし、今日の夕飯は俺が作るから、さくらも食べに来てくれ。
Yeah, since I'm here, I'll stay here until the club is over. I skipped making dinner yesterday, so I'll cook today. Come and eat with us. Wowie, wow, wow, wowie, wow. I still, in my head, they're gonna converge when Rin shows up unannounced. But if I'm here all day at the club, and then we come home... Also, Shirou said he was just gonna stop in, but now that he's here, he's gonna stay. Probably because, you know, he actually does... Maybe because of the Sakura environment, because he does like her to an extent, we can tell, but he just doesn't want to get too intimate because, you know, he's good friends with Shirou and it's Shinji and it's awkward. It's interesting though that he said he was just going to stop in for a quick moment, but now that he's in, he's committed. Probably because he's nostalgic a little bit. He hasn't been here a while. It's a good excuse to stay here when he doesn't actually have to be here. Interesting. He didn't want to go because he's bad with commitment. He does have commitment issues, but now that he's actually here, he wanted to be here, but he didn't want to say that he wanted to be there because he knows he's not normally supposed to be there, but now he's here, he can let himself be here. But also, wow, so like, if he's here all day and then comes home with Sakura, Rin normally doesn't even meet Sakura yet, right? It's not until they've been together for like a couple days, right? It's like day 6 or 7 that Rin's like, okay, fuck off, Sakura. See you again later. And so we're on day 4. God, how different is this going to be, right? Because this is all one... And it's not even a bad... Or is it? Is it like bad ending 15? And crazy later times we... What? Okay, anyways, come and eat with us.
はい、喜んで。それじゃあすぐに先生を呼んできますね。先輩、お弁当だけ置いてどこかに行くのはなしですよ。
It'll be my pleasure. Then I'm gonna go get Sensei. Senpai, please don't just drop off lunch and go away, okay? Oh, the fact that Sakura knows that definitely shows that she knows him well, knows that he's non-committal, and will sometimes say stuff like this and then just get out to avoid an awkward situation, maybe. I feel like Shirou wouldn't just lie to Sakura like that, but it is possible he might try to get out of an awkward situation if he was to see, say, Shinji show up and be like, no thanks, I'm out. This is the bad timeline where Red Tick Shirou comes from. Oh, of course. This is just Taiga Dojo 15, obviously. We just go through the whole pathway and then we get to the very end. It's like you didn't make a team up with Rin, so she doesn't give you the dagger, so you can't beat him with your ultimate final punch, so you lose! Good day, sir! Sakura goes to get Fujine in a hurry. When I look around, Mitsuzuri is explaining things to the students that are getting rowdy from seeing Saber. And I'm indebted to her now, which suggests there's going to be further stuff between us later on. Gosh. Well, I've accomplished my goal. And you just dip? No.
お腹いっぱい。糖分も頭に回ったし、これでようやく本調子ね。
For a second I thought you dipped, but no, it just did like a little change where it's got black borders now, and it's almost like an interlude with the black borders, but not quite. It's just become cinematic. So we're committed to being here for a while. Holy balls, how long does this go for? Whoa. I'm full now. The sugar's flowing to my brain, so I'm finally up to par now. The break room. Fujine is munching on some sweet bean jelly as she drinks some tea. The only thing audible in the quiet dojo is the sound of arrows. It must be because Fujine is calm now. Is this calm? I guess now that she's had food, maybe she's a better teacher when she has food, and when she doesn't have food in her stomach, that's when she's so shitty of a teacher? I could see that to an extent. And yes, it can only be Shirou's food. No one else's food will suffice. That's why she had to order. Order in.
先生、そろそろ私も社長に出ますから失礼しますね。
Sakura's voice is just so soothing. I like it. I just like hearing it. Sensei, I'm going to the range now, so excuse me. You do you, Sakura. Have a good job archering. Have a good try doing the bow shooting.
はいはい。あ、控えにいる三辻さんに話があるからこっちに来るよう伝えてもらえる？
Alrighty. Oh, can you tell Mitsuzuri-san to come here? I need to talk to her.
はい。先輩もゆっくりしていってください。できれば久しぶりに指導してもらえると助かります。
Okay. Please stay at your leisure, senpai. If you can, it'd help me out if you'd coach me. Coach her. Maybe that's her foreplay. She obviously has the super hots for Shirou. So maybe that's why she's so hopeful that Shirou can be at the clump, because that was her way of getting close to him was, oh yeah, senpai, please help teach me. Yes, yeah, hold my elbows and shoulder like that to show me the form. And that's her way of subtly, making the dance and all that. Maybe that's why she's so hard up for the him to rejoin the archery. Sakura bows and leaves. But when she does so, she looks uneasily at Saber, who is watching us quietly by the wall. Alright, so there could be a double meaning here. The obvious meaning is, oh god, who is this? Is this just Shirou like girls like her? Oh no! But then there's the double meaning of if Sakura is secretly some kind of weird plot twist master. She could be like, oh no, is frickin' Shirou's a master, I can't fight him, no! I think I said this at some point in the first pathway, I'm gonna stand by it. If Sakura is some kind of weird plot twist bad guy, which I am starting to really predict she is, I feel like it's not intentional. I don't think she's maliciously a plot twist bad guy. I think it's maybe something like Shinji, she is a Mato, where it's more against her will, that she's a plot twist bad guy if she's a plot twist bad guy. If she does end up being a plot twist master, then I don't think she's ungenuine. I think her like of Shirou and all that is real. I am still predicting she's got some plot twisty stuff, but I don't think any of her feelings for Shirou or any of that is fake. Who's watching us quietly by the wall? Maybe Makiri, once Shinji dies, moves on to Sakura. I mean, it's kind of... That's weird how that would work, though, because Shinji has the servant, and you have to set up the servants in advance. And you can't just... We learned from Rin in the ending where she's like, well, you can't just suddenly become a master, so it's because Kirei was already a master in the previous war. So if the goal was to win the war... then Sakura would need to be set up in advance. And there's not much point, at least in the universe of this narrative, there's not much point if Makiri's like, yes, I'll prepare you for the next Grail War in 30 years. There's not much point to that in this narrative, because even if that were to make sense in universe, out of universe, there's no real point in this narrative, because that sounds like a plot twist for a sequel, that Sakura became a master in a future Grail War, oh god! But like, you know, if moving on to Sakura, like, unless there's some weird way to finagle her into the master role, even though she wasn't from the first place, it doesn't feel like there's a point there. Or there's some plot twist with her that doesn't directly tie her to being a master. I feel like whatever the case is, it would have to be set up in advance, so there's no point from Makiri moving from Shinji to Sakura. Maybe moving the focal point from Shinji to Sakura, but they would have to both be set up in advance in some way, in theory, assuming it's even Makiri that's tied to both of them, which would make the most sense, I suppose. Under that logic, if there is a Sakura pathway, then that might be the one where Makiri is the final boss, because I'm still predicting that Makiri is going to be one of the other two final bosses, assuming there's two more final bosses. The second one I'm still up in the air about, but... Sakura could be the second one, actually, if we really want to go there. Makiri could be one of the final bosses, and then Sakura's the other final boss. It'll be a really tragic way, though. It'd be like a Sakura pathway, where it turns out she's evil, but she doesn't want to be evil, and so you have to beat her and save her when you beat her. Or if they want to make it really tragic, you have to, like, kill her to save her from her evilness, of course. That is a decent prediction, I think, based on all of the information available to me, that the two remaining final bosses are Makiri and Sakura. And Sakura's going to be like a tragic, she doesn't want to fight you final boss. I think those are my two predictions for the two other final bosses. Unless we fight the Grail itself. Because now that we know the Grail is evil, the Grail itself could be like a final boss, maybe. The only thing about the idea is, because I'm pretty sure we're not going to fight Kirei as a final boss again. That just becomes awkward with, let's say, if there's a Rin pathway. We know that I know, because of Fate Zero, that Rin's dad was killed by Kirei. And that's going to come up. I'm pretty darn sure it's going to come up. I'd be very surprised. No, it's got to, based on the way that, because they've highlighted Rin's father as being important. It'd be different if Rin never brought him up, and then they just decide retroactively in Fate Zero, like, oh, this would be a neat detail, but they've brought him up, so they're definitely going to bring it up. So it's just kind of weird that you'd think that Kirei would be the final boss in the Rin pathway because of that. I just don't suspect that Kirei will be the final boss twice. Unless the idea is that Kirei Gilgamesh is the final boss once, and Kirei has some other companion that makes him the final boss the second time. But what else could be hiding at that point, unless it's just the Grail itself? Because with Lancer, I don't see Lancer as being the final boss. Thoughts and feelings. Maybe in a different pathway, there's Rin versus Kirei battle, but he's not the final boss. That's what I'm thinking. I'm definitely thinking that's going to happen. Kirei will be more, he'll be a climactic battle, but it might be closer to like 2/3 of the way through the visual novel. 2/3, 3/4. It will not happen at the end. I'm fairly confident in that. Based on the information I have, I'm going to stick with my guns on this. The two other final bosses, in Rin's pathway, it's going to have to be this way then in that case. In Rin's pathway, Makiri is the final boss, and then there's going to be a Sakura pathway, where Sakura herself is the final boss, but she's like a tragic, doesn't want to be the final boss kind of final bosses. Those are my two predictions for how the other two pathways will end. Yeah. Alright. She looks uneasily at Saber, who is watching us quietly by the wall.
で、シロはこの後どうするの？部活は5時に終わらせるけど、それまで見学していく？
So what are you going to do now? The club's over at 5, so you'll just watch until then? What you going to do, Shirou? What should I do? Oh! It seems Saber is looking at the archery range with interest, so I should... Is this a choice? Oh! Times 2. So then, we have more. There is more. There's still more. Why is there still more? Okay, this is weird. Wow, there is a choice. Okay, that makes me feel more confident that this isn't some crazy long bad end and that this will connect, because the other one had a choice. So it's just a huge divergence, but I think I'm more confident now that it's a divergence. Stay at the archery range, go to the student council room, show Saber around school. I'm now starting to become more confident that this might actually... I might be able to fill up a full 6 hours today. We're already 1 down, 5 to go. But, like, will we even finish? What if we go the full 6 hours? And then we don't even finish doing it? Is it that long? Could it be that long? Okay, stay at the archery range, go to the student council room, show Saber around school. Holy ball dicks. I mean, the obvious choice, the nice choice, is to stay at the archery range, since that's what we'd say we'd do. That means more Sakura hanging out. The other option would be to, of course, the other options are the other options. Showing Saber around school or go to the student council. Student council room most likely means an Issei scene. Show Saber around school, maybe it means we run to the Three Amigos, or... What's his face, the teacher that we never saw again, that yet for some reason is in our config menu, even though some characters aren't, which tells me he's a secret master, because he's way too unimportant so far to not be. Another thing I'm thinking about, I don't know if I'll look into this, especially not because this is taking so much of my time, but I know we had like a choice, right? What day was it on? I could learn what day it was on this way, couldn't we? There was a choice where we were at school. I'm looking at this. We were at school. Was it this one? Save for the sake of saving. Lunchtime choice. I want to say, was this? Yeah, this is after Rin and Sakura and that whole awkwardness. Shinji's a farking farker. Fark you, Shinji. Go fark yourself. I remember that. So, I think this is when we either go to hang out with Rin or Sakura, and I chose Rin, but I could have chose Sakura. I'm partially interested in what happens if we go to Sakura on this one. Sorry, that's just something I thought of we could do if we actually have to kill more time today. If we're almost done with the 6 hours and there's still way more to do, and there's not much more to do, and we finish the pathway, then that might be something to extend the time. Anyways, before I make my choice, frickin' heck, I want to do something while I'm thinking about it. Let me load up the beginning of the game again to double check something. Hold on. Hold the phone. I'm loading up the prologue for a reason. Because this is something I said I wanted to do at the end of last stream, and then I never got around to it. And I haven't gotten to it yet because this is taking longer than I thought. We're going to skip through this. This is when Lancer pierces me. This should show a fucking summoning circle on the ground. I want to remind myself that I'm not crazy. Hold on. It's gonna do a thing. It's gonna do a cinematic. Yeah, it's cinematic. But it's gotta spread out. She's asking me if she's the master, or rather if I'm the master. It's gonna pan down to me, and then it's gonna show a circle on the ground. I don't see a circle on the ground. Am I a dirty liar? I'm a dirty liar. I'm just assuming the whole time there's a circle with no proof. Maybe there's no circle. I thought there had to be a circle. Maybe she could just do it because the sheath was inside him. That would take a crazy amount of magical energy, especially because it was by accident. That is not normal. Just because the sheath was inside of him? I'm positive that when Kiritsugu summoned him in Fate Zero, he needed a circle despite having the sheath. And to do it by accident when you don't even intend to? I still feel like there's got to be some shenanigans. Maybe there's no proof that there's a circle, but... Who's the narrator of this prologue? I don't know. Ilya. I don't know. Sakura. The Grail. What should I do? Seems Saber's looking at the archery range with entrance, so I should stay at the archery range, go to the student council room, so Saber around. The nice thing to do is to stay at the archery range, so we're just going to do that. Yeah. I'm kind of curious about following up all those options, but maybe later. I think I'll cause trouble if I walk around school with Saber. That'd be so great. I'm definitely going to do it, but not right now. I'll relax in this familiar club room.
決めた。お邪魔じゃなかったら見学してるよ、藤根。
I'll stay and watch if it's not going to be a bother, Fujine. More archery, yay. Yeah, we get to actually be an actual archer with our not archer servant. Maybe we could see how much archery Saber knows.
よしよし。それじゃあ私は稽古をつけてくるから、シローはここでボケっとしてなさい。あ、弓を持ちたくなったら遠慮しないでいいからね。シローは私の教え子だし、人一倍になってるんだから。
Isn't this a day off? What do you have to teach? Is it like extracurricular that you have to teach? Pretty sure this is the day off. Anyways. Well, I'm gonna go teach, so you can relax here. Oh, you don't have to restrain yourself if you want to shoot. You're my student, and you're better than most people. I mean, you're right, but you're right. Oh. He also stopped practicing despite being the best student. Also, he hurt his arm a little bit, right? But that's just an excuse. Dash. It's true that I'm better than anyone here. Better than anyone when it comes to shooting arrows. And yet, despite that, you didn't get the archer servant. And you're fixated on swords. Just seems like a weird narrative choice. Probably be something they follow up more on in Rin's path. Even though I was away for a while, I'm sure I could get the same result I had when I used to come here. You're so sure, then why don't you come here again? I mean, I know why, but do you really know why? That's not because of my skill in archery. Why is it? Because of your magical skill to make things, to analyze the properties and make them cheat? Or something? No, you just analyze the properties. You can't really cheat them, can you? Not well. I can hit the target like I do in my mind because of my everyday training in magic. Oh, because you got to be so precise when setting up your circle and when you put the pole in your back or whatever.
それはないよ、藤根。俺には9が欠けてるじゃないか。
That's not true, Fujine. I'm missing the endurance part.
何？日に200以上の矢数をかけよ。その他は弓話に過ぎぬってやつ？シロ、つまんないこと知ってるのね。
That does sound like a boring thing. What? Do you mean how you have to shoot more than 200 arrows a day? And now everything else is just releasing the bow? You know boring things, Shirou.
いや、弓道やってるなら知ってるだろ?
You should know this if you do archery. Well, I mean, assuming she was telling the truth, if she was right just now about what you were talking about, then she did know it.
ともかく、半端な気持ちじゃ弓は持てないよ。心構えもなってないし、これじゃ会心に入れるかも怪しいもんだしさ。
He's lying. At any rate, I can't shoot if my mind isn't into it. I'm not prepared at all, so I don't know if I'll even hit the target. He's lying and doesn't want to upstage people because he's constantly thinking about other people's well-being to an extent. He has no reason to impress Saber because she's not even an archer. If she was an archer, he would probably do it. But she has no one to impress, really, so he doesn't want to hog any spotlight by archering, even though he knows he'd be good at it. He's saying he wouldn't, but even in his head just now, he said, I'd be great. I don't know if I'll even hit the target.
けどシロ、何も毎日弓を構えて矢数をかけることだけが稽古じゃないよ。
But Shirou, shooting arrows every day isn't the only way to train.
弓を持たなくともちゃんと自身を鍛えているならそれも立派な苦の境地なんだから。そうやってけじめをつけるのもいいけどね、弓に礼を尽くそうとする心もこだわりよ。なんであれ、絡まれば流れはよどむんだから、たまには素直になっときなさい。
Endurance is good enough if you're training yourself. It's good to make a distinction, but it's also good to try to respect archery. Yes, you have to respect the craft. It'll all be good if you just nod, so be honest once in a while. Yeah, be honest, that's right, she knows you. She can be responsible sometimes when it comes to your feelings. I don't think she knows you fully, to the full extent, but you know, she knows you. Be honest once in a while, Shirou, that's right. Don't try to ignore the truth, or whatever. Fujine disappears into the range. Mitsuzuri comes in as if to take her place. Alright, hey, more Ayako.
邪魔するわよ。って難しい顔してんじゃん、エミヤ。
Excuse me. Oh, why the upset face, Emiya? I forget. She's also really close friends with Rin. Does she call Rin Tosaka or Rin? I don't remember. But if she calls her Tosaka too, then it might not be that the calling Shirou thing is because of the Emiya thing is because of the crush and more because she's more formal. Possibly. But I don't remember if she calls her Rin. If she calls her Rin, then I'm definitely thinking that there's more of a crush aspect going on here. But why the upset face, Emiya?
さては藤村先生に急を据えられたな。
You are one smart cookie, or at least you're able to Rin Shirou pretty well. Read him, I mean. I bet Fujimura sensei scolded you, huh?
そうなるのかな。あんまりこだわるなって叱られた。あ、いやまあ、実にその通りなんだけどな。
I guess so. She told me not to worry too much. Well, she's totally right. Oh, she calls Rin Tosaka as well. That suggests that Ayako might just be more formal, which means there might not be some hidden crush undertones. But it could also be that maybe while she's in her captain duty, she feels she has to be more formal. And she is in her captain duty right now. There's also the argument to be made that there is the crush thing with Shirou, but with Rin, it's more a rival thing where I'm your good friend, but also you're my rival. So, you know, I can't call you the first name as if we're friends before rivals. We're rivals before friends. That could be it as well.
あ、そうなんだ。てっきり興味をなくしてやめたと思ってたけど、まだやる気はあったんだ。それちょっと意外ね。
I see. I thought you quit because you didn't want to shoot anymore, but you still want to. Huh? That's unexpected. I bet that's a lie, isn't it? I bet you knew, but didn't want to pressure him. We've never really seen Ayako outside of school as well. Yeah, so we don't really know what she acts like. I'd like to see her outside of school. I wouldn't mind if she came over and joined the Shirou household harem. The Shirou household harem. Emi household harem.
なんだ、三つには俺が弓に飽きたように見えてたのか？
It's unexpected. What? You thought I got bored with archery?
ねえ、だってあんた一回しか的を外さなかったじゃない。私が弓道部に入った時からエミヤはともかく化け物みたいにうまかった。シャワー全部綺麗でさ。
We do need a
以外
tomboy?
知らないって顔してたものね。
I mean, you can say we need a tomboy. Just because you're a tomboy doesn't mean you don't refer to people by first names. In fact, I'd argue that's the opposite, isn't it? I don't know how Japanese tomboys are, but I feel like if you're a tomboy, you'd be more inclined to be aggressive and use the first name. This argues more reserved, which isn't necessarily a tomboy thing. Unless I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. Yeah, you only missed the target once. You were freaking good ever since I joined the archery club. Your form was really beautiful, and you looked like you didn't know how to miss. Wow, that wording. Really beautiful. Oof. That suggests, even if she doesn't have a crush on him, which I feel like she does, that definitely suggests that she's really into the craft. Alternatively, it could suggest she's really into the craft and just thinks Shirou's that great at it, which means she would want Shirou to rejoin the club if she thinks he's that good. And I think she does, but she doesn't pressure him, which to me suggests the crush thing, and that's why she doesn't want to pressure him. If it was just that you're so good, I respect the archery, and you're so good, I think she'd be more like, you gotta join the club. Well, she is, but she's playing the long game. Debatable, because she never really makes a move in the other pathway. Your form was really beautiful, and you looked like you didn't know how to miss. Mm-hmm.
それでね、ああ、こいつこんなにう
Oh,
ま
I
いと
see.
もう嬉しくもなんともないんだろうなって。っていうか、弓を持たなくても会心に入れるんだから、むしろ弓なんて邪魔じゃないってムカついた
I
のよ。
can see that. I thought you weren't happy about hitting the target because you're so good. You're too good that you get bored with it. You can get into the mentality without the bow. So I was annoyed that the bow might just be hindering you. Oh, really? Getting the mentality without the bow. Archery without the bow is just like spear throwing, basically, right? Short spear throwing, knife throwing, dagger, dagger, dagger. I was annoyed that the bow might just be hindering you. Or cross bolting? I mean, that also uses a bow, but a different kind of bow. Dash, dash.
図星でしょうね。射っていうのはさ、
自分を射抜く精神でしょ。弓道の矢は的を射るんじゃなくて、的を狙う自身の心を射るのよ。
Did I guess right? I bet I did. Shooting is the mentality of shooting your mind, right? Mentality of shooting in your mind or shooting your mind? Because shooting your mind is kind of awkward. The arrow is not shot at the target, but shot at the mind of the shooter trying to hit the target. Japanese archery philosophy. That is interesting. You're shooting at your mind? At your mind. And not at the enemy mind, but at your own mind. And so the target is in your mind. And it's about concentration and focus. It's weird that you're targeting yourself. Just don't actually shoot an arrow at yourself. That's bad, but okay. Philosophical.
だから自身と向き合えないもの、自身を射抜けないものにその精神は伝わらない。
Ooh, so you won't understand the mentality if you can't face yourself. That's interesting. Shirou's been really bad about facing himself recently, so maybe that's why he decided to stop with the archery, because he's like, I can hit the arrow, but I don't deserve to hit the arrow, or I'll lose my concentration, because I've been ignoring the truth. I feel like he's been ignoring the truth ever since the fire, so it's weird that maybe something stirred it up in him just then, because he was like, I want to kill Shinji in his face hole, but I don't want to, so I'm going to ignore the truth, and as such, I'm going to step down from the archery. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of 2 in 1 because Shinji wanted him to step down anyways, right? So, it's killing 2 Shinjis with 1 archery club. In other words, archery is a way to kill yourself. Oh. Cute? It's trying to make yourself transparent and to become one with nature. I don't know how that makes you kill yourself if you're becoming yourself one with nature. But okay. The 8 stages of shooting. Ashibumi. Dozukuri, Yugamae, Uchiokashi, Hikiwake, Kai, Hanare, and Zanshin exist for that purpose. Is that 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Ashibumi, Dozukuri. I don't know why I stutter on that one. Ashibumi, Dozukuri, Yugamae. Probably because the Yugamae throws me off a little bit. Because the mai at the end, I'm not prepared for it when I start the word. Ashibumi, Dozukuri, Yugamae, Uchikoshi, Hikiwake, Kai, Hanare. Hanare. I feel like I want Hanare to be longer than it is. And Zanshin. Hanare and Yugamae throw me off the most. Interesting. Wordage exists for that purpose. Kai, the unity of the self and the target. Hanare, releasing the arrow which has become yourself, and the moment time stops. Okay, fascinating. The unity of the self and the target. Hanare, releasing the arrow which has become yourself. Wait, you didn't list them in order. If this is the order, you listed them all out of order. Why'd you do that? And you didn't even do alphabetical order because you put the Y after the D but before the U. I don't know. Okay. Zanshin, the self that is shot to the target already knows it will hit. So it's like a bug, they know it'll hit. And the action and the result become one to make the past and the future into a point. Time travel! Archery is time travel. Archer is time traveling. The archers we have, like how one of the archers is from the past Grail War, and the other one is from a future Grail War? The self that is shot to the target already knows it will hit, releasing the arrow which has become yourself. Okay, and the self knows it'll hit. So you have to be confident to be an archer. And he's wavered and become unconfident. Okay. So he doesn't think he deserves to be an archer. Because even though he's good at it, he's like, I don't deserve to be good at it. Because I'm unconfident. Or something. There's only a way to train yourself according to set stages. You just listed 3. You list all 8, you freaking pussy. Yes. Archery is similar to meditation and magic. I guess that's why you're so good at it then. Which is because you're so good at magic. Well, you're still good at meditation with magic. You're not necessarily good at magic, but you are actually extremely crazy good at magic, it turns out, when you can freaking sword birth. The Shinji fight must have really rattled him. Yeah, makes sense. Oh, so why'd you only list 3? But he seems to really know a lot about them 3. Or maybe he knows all about the 8, but he only listed the 3, and I don't know why he brought up the 8 if you're only going to list the 3. If you're going to list some of them, list all of them. I want to know all of them. Archery is similar to meditation and magic.
ま、釈迦に説法だけどさ。 弓道は矢を的中させることはおまけで、本当はそこに至る心構えを得るための道じゃない。術じゃなくて道なんだからさ。
It's like preaching to Buddha. Hitting the target. Oh, preaching to Buddha. Then you say, does he want to join? Because isn't he like a Buddhist? I don't know if he's a Buddhist, but he's definitely he's definitely religious in his temple. I don't know if his temple is Buddhism, but I have assumed so. Maybe that's me being religionist. It's like preaching to Buddha. Hitting the target is like a bonus in archery. It's all about the moment of firing. Once you fired, you already know whether you hit the target in your mind. Whether you actually hit is irrelevant. Unless you're in like an archery competition, then it's probably relevant. Also, if you're fighting for your life, you probably actually want to hit the target. Archery is more like a path to obtain the mentality. It's a path and not a technique.
けど逆に言えば、弓道ってのは弓がなければその境地には
To
た
put
ど
it
り着
another
けない。
way, you can't reach that mentality without bow and arrow, and that's why he decided to put the bow and arrow down. He doesn't want to reach the mentality because he's a scaredy cat, scared of confronting his true self. Maybe that means post visual novel, if they really wanted to tie it back around, which wouldn't really work because we didn't know necessarily about these things until just now. We didn't know in the other pathway. If they really wanted to work, they could be like, oh, post after, just when we meet back up with Sakura at the post fate pathway, we could be like, hey, I'm gonna become a archer again. But you know, that would only work as a through line in the pathway where we see this, which we're seeing this now. So this reminds me of archery advice. Oh, you mean Archer advice? Archery advice. Yes. Archer did give advice, I guess, like that. And now Ayako's giving it much sooner. So come on, Ayako. Archer, no, come on, Archer, get on Ayako's level. Like, gosh, what are you doing? Step up. Come on, step it up. Now that Ayako's giving it to us, we never need to get it from Archer, which might mean this really is a pathway that just never happens. Never and then we die at the end because we don't have her dagger. Her magic dagger. I mean, theoretically, we could just win with sword birth. Maybe we're magically drained because we already shield birthed. Anyway, sheath birthed. You can't reach that mentality without bow and arrow.
そのあたり、エミヤには退屈だったんじゃないかって思ったのよね。私たちは矢を放ってそれが当たった時に、あ、来たって錯覚できる。射は手段に過ぎないって分かっていても、矢が当たったことでしか自分が綺麗になれたのかが分からない。
You said Kirei. Haha, Kirei is a word that probably means something on top of just being a name. I thought that was the boring part for you. We shoot arrows and feel it when we hit the target. We know hitting the target is only a technique, but we can't tell if we succeeded. We can't tell if we succeeded in our soul unless we succeeded hitting the target. But you succeeded hitting the target, feel like you're failing hitting your soul. So you feel like you're a failure of an archer. Yeah.
けどエミヤ、あんたは矢の行方なんてどうでもいいタイプよ。
You're the type that doesn't care where the arrow goes. Oh, you're a fake archer. Oh, look at Aiko getting mad. You're so good at archery, but you're bad at the philosophy of archery. Because even when the arrow hits, you don't actually do the soul connection. You're a fake archer.
弓道において的中させるだけなら誰だってできるのよ。射法発節胴作りなんて面倒なことは簡略して当たる技術だけを突き詰めればとりあえず誰だって的には当てられる。
Anyone can hit the target in archery, disregarding bothersome things like the 8 stages of shooting. Anyone can hit the target if they pursue the technique to hit the target. The technique to hit the target, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He's being a little jerk that's just worrying about the actual technique and not the mental technique. Like a jerk, because he knows he doesn't want it. Like a jerk.
けどそれは当てているだけ。本当の射は当たるのよ。弓を持つ人間がどんなに下手なやつでもね。
But they only are making the arrow hit the target with technique. Real shooting hits no matter how bad the shooter may be. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't matter if you really miss the target. It matters that you hit in your soul.
そんなことはないけどな。俺だって的を射抜くために射場に立つんだから。
I don't know. I go to the range so I can hit the target. You mean you can hit the real target, not the metaphorical target, because you know in your soul that your soul target you don't want to hit, because you're a fraidy cat, Shirou. Why don't you go to the church, Shirou? Why haven't you met any of the people from the freaking hospital, Shirou? Shirou,
だからそれよ。本当なら弓を持って射場に立つよりもっと手っ取り早い方法があるんじゃない？そもそも弓を持つなんてことがあんたには余分なのよ。
That's what I'm talking about. Isn't there a faster way than getting a bow and going into the range? First of all, the bow and arrow are necessary for you. Yeah, because they don't actually solve his soul problems, so there's probably a better way than going to the range, trying to solve his soul problems when they don't solve his soul problems. You gotta get, like, a therapist, and he does, and he's an archer. It's funny. But yeah, really, Archer's talk helps him a lot. And of course, Kirei, despite unintentionally, gave him the best therapy of all. But Archer set him on the right path. Which may or may not have had anything to do with the fact that he was an archer. But he was an archer, which is funny, because he's been doing the archery bad.
あんたさ、前に一度だけ外れを出したじゃない。その時、絶対に動揺してるだろうって見に行ったら、エミヤは今まで通りだった。
You missed a target once before, right? Just once. I would see how surprised you'd look, but you were acting normally. Because normally missing means you're missing something in your soul. But he is always missing in his soul. That's his secret. He's always soul missing. So when he missed the target in real life, he wasn't surprised at all. It was more like, this is what's supposed to happen. I'm supposed to miss. Yatta!
どうしてって聞いたら、いや、今のは外れるイメージだったから外したんだなんて
He's supposed to
しれっ
miss.
と言うんだもの。
I asked you why, and you said, I missed because I imagined for it to miss. Exactly. You tried to miss on purpose because you think your path is to miss, which is why you don't want to be the archer anymore, because you think that if you try to hit, you're being a liar face. But if you miss, there's no point, and you know that you should miss.
結果として外れたんじゃなくて、あんたは自分の意思で外したんでしょ。
It didn't miss as a result, but you made a miss with your own will. All the foreshadowing for the end and the soul and the blah-bitty-hoopity-poo.
それで思ったのよ。こいつはいつも的に矢が刺さっている映像を見て、その後に指を離していたんだなって。
That's when I thought that you're always imagining the arrow striking the target before you release it. Instead of thinking about the soul and finding the answer to the soul based on the target hitting, you're finding the miss if you're the hit and the target and the soul. Yeah.
何言ってんだ。そんなの基本だろ。三つ釣りだって矢が当たるところを想像してその通りに指を離すんじゃないのか？
What are you saying? That's just basics, right? Don't you imagine the arrow hitting the target and release it accordingly? No, Shirou, you're doing it all wrong. You're all wrong. Archery is all wrong. Shirou, archery bad. The very bad. Shirou, archery bad. The very. I just wanted to shoot some arrows, Ayako, and you're putting some deep shit into it that I don't want. He doesn't want the deep shit specifically, but he could also make the excuse that, I don't want to be deep, I just want to fire arrows. But it's not that he doesn't want to be deep, it's that he specifically doesn't want to be deep. He wants to not be deep, not that he not wants to be deep. Yes. So we're making a save here because I have to do some stuff on an intermission type thing.
当然よ。誰だってね。こうなったらいいな、こうなりたいなっていろいろやるでしょ。けどそれは想像よ。エミヤみたいに見れてるわけじゃない。
Of course. People try different things wishing for a good result, but it's only in our imagination. We can't see it like you do, Emiya. He doesn't want to be the Superman, even though he could be an archer superhero to save people. He doesn't want to do it because he's afraid. Also, though, he's so good at it because he's a great magician, and not because he's like, oh, I practice my magic all the time, so I'm secretly good at this when normal magic people wouldn't be. It's because he's secretly some kind of magical, super awesome alien servant thing. For really reals, I bet. Because, like, otherwise, you know, grumble. It's not a normal person thing. He's a fancy cheater pants. We can't see it like you do, Emiya.
それって自然と一体化してるってことだ。武道でいうところの無の境地だろ。
It means you're one with nature. You've reached nothingness, to put it in martial arts terms. No, Shirou has definitely not reached nothingness. I mean, maybe he's reached stupidness. I don't know if I'm really seeing, but I can nod back to the nothingness part. What? I mean, is nothingness meant to be a compliment? I mean, from the karate standpoint, or I guess it is. She said karate. Is she karate? Am I lying? Am I a liar? Am I martial arts? Karate is a martial art. Anyway. It is the strength of a magus to erase oneself to make the self into a circuit. Erase yourself to make yourself a circuit, yeah! That makes sense. Shirou did basically mentally die in the fire. Well, I suppose from that perspective, he's nothingness. That's true. But, you know, he's not nothing because he's constantly thinking about the fire. Making the self transparent and ridding oneself, giggity, giggity? And ridding oneself of attachments and wishes to only obtain the result. Which is why the Grail is a contradiction, as you get a wish from it, even though you're supposed to rid yourself of wishes. The training of archery and magic are similar in regards to making the self into nothing.
難しい話だな。で、結局何が言いたかったんだ？
That's difficult. So, what did you want to tell me?
エミヤは無欲だから透けやすいってこと。もっと強欲で自己中でわがままになれ。若いうちから達人になってもつまんないでしょ。神事を見習えとまでは言わないけど、少しは楽しいことでもやったら
Oh, it's just that it's easy for you to turn transparent because you're unselfish. Too unselfish. I agree. You should be more selfish and greedy. You should want to have that girlfriend. Yeah, Ayako does seem to know Shirou really well. Maybe she knows him better than anyone else. At least at this point in the narrative. More selfish and greedy. It's boring to become a master at such a young age, right? Also, master! She's the one who shows the most pre-Grail War. Yeah, it definitely feels that way. It's boring to become a I love that she uses the term master. I'm pretty sure she means, like, master archer, but she uses the master, which continues the joke of, is she a master and misconstruing because it... It's boring to become a master at such a young age, right? I won't tell you to be like Shinji, but why don't you have some fun once in a while? Yeah, definitely don't want to be like Shinji, but yes, let yourself have fun, Shirou. That's correct. Instead of thinking that you need to have died in the fire, and that you're bad for having died in the fire. Good, yes, have fun with Ayako, maybe. Dash, dash. If only they interacted more. Maybe Shirou already would have gotten over it. Or maybe it's awkward for him to get over it. Maybe it's only men that can make him get over it because of his sexist mind and constantly seeing the sex at the end of the tunnel. He's too focused on that to be like, oh yeah, therapy. I'm at a loss for words. I think that's not true, but I can't think of anything that's fun for me. Yeah, you can't think of anything fun for you, Shirou, because you don't do the fun things because you're stupid. I think when Ayako knew more about Shirou than Fuji. I mean, yeah. See, Ayako, best girl. I mean, I was saying Ilya, best girl. But, like, Ayako is, like, second best girl. We just, you know, don't get to see Ayako enough. We're actually getting to see Ayako. This is nice.
ほらね、そんなんだからさくらを苦労させてんのよ。若いうちにハメを外しておかないと、年取ってから外し方がわからなくなる。
See? That's why you're troubling Sakura so much. You have to know how to have fun now or you won't be able to when you get old. I can see that. Getting set in your ways at, you know, and you're like set in your ways of not having fun. Sounds bad.
そういうの、世間では解消なしっていうのよ。
People call those kinds of people good for nothing, you know? You don't usually use people the same way in the same sentence. Like, people call those kinds of people? I think that there's a better way to grammatically say that sentence. But yeah, anyways. Good for nothings. Is that what they call them? I'll take your word for it. Ayako currently is only surpassed by Saber at the very end of understanding Shirou. Yeah, probably. I mean, I think there's an argument to be made in how long they've known each other, more than just a few months in the case. Or no, a couple weeks. No, the Grail only takes they only know each other for a couple weeks. I think an argument made that, no, you friggin', maybe she doesn't know about the pseudocidal stuff that Saber knows. But I think it depends on which aspects of Shirou, because I think certain aspects, even with Saber, I think Ayako still knows them more by the end. I mean, certain important aspects, sure, but you know, if you look at the whole picture.
参ったな。同級生に老後の心配をされるほど深刻だったか。なんだってそこまで俺に構うんだよ、お前は。
No, Saber, of course, is the dirty cheater. She's the servant who shouldn't even be a servant. Has it become so bad that a classmate is worrying about when I get old? Why are you so worried about me? 'Cause she likes you, duh. Sakura likes you too. Maybe that's why Aiko's awkward about making a move, because she realizes Sakura likes him too. Maybe.
だってエミヤ笑わないでしょ。
And they're just good friends, there's that too. Because you don't laugh, Emiya. Oh no! That's... what a call out. Huh? That sounds pretty true. We don't hear Shirou laugh very often.
だからずいぶん前の合宿の話。みんなで騒いでた時さ、エミヤだけ私のとっておきのネタでも笑わなかった。
I'm talking about the training camp we had before. We were all laughing, but you didn't laugh even at my best jokes. Well, maybe everyone was laughing because, like, oh, it's the captain, obligated to laugh. Which, I mean, Shirou, you didn't because you, to be fair, he's less caring about how other people see him, I suppose, from that perspective, but I would like to believe Aiko has good jokes. Yeah, now that I think about it, Shirou doesn't laugh much. Usually when people do things that are laugh-worthy, he gets angry rather than laugh. Shirou is probably since the fire. He might never have laughed. Maybe. He basically just, yeah. I could see that now that I think about it. I was never really paying attention to it, but yeah, whenever someone does something that someone might find funny, Shirou generally gets mad or embarrassed and doesn't laugh. Deep down, he doesn't think he deserves to laugh. He thinks that laughing is admitting that it was okay that he lived, but he still thinks it wasn't at this point. If there was an Ayago path, maybe this is the secret Ayako path, then there'd be a nice through line if in the post winning the thing, he actually laughed at the end. But I don't remember him. I mean, maybe he laughed a little bit post in the little epilogue thing of the pathway, but I don't remember it.
それはつまり
Ayako better than Saber? Oh, 100%. I agree with that for sure. So in summary,
それをまだ根に持ってるってわけなのよ。
I'm still holding a grudge from that time. You should have laughed at my good jokes. She declares as if smiling to a rival. Am I really a rival? Or am I like, a rival as far as archery? Maybe an archery rival, but I love vertice. Triangle jokes. Making a love triangle joke where it's a anyways. A love angle. Okay. Now what? The club ends when the sun starts setting. Okay. Hold on for a second. Let me make sure I don't accidentally misclick. Good times with Aiko, indeed. So, we were on day 4. This was the choice. Then we spent time, we had this choice. Grail wore DXD when Rin came in to live with us. This is still the 4th day. This was the 5th day. I see. Okay, we actually met Sakura quicker than I expected. Sabers aren't for kissing, they're for fighting. This is when Shirou's like, I'm gonna fight, not you. Dinner, buddy, Saber, buddy, Rin. Gotta catch 'em all, waifu wars. Right, and this is when Taiga ends up into the equation. And this is by the 5th day. And then we go to school, but Saber stays home. Alright. The club ends when the sun starts setting. The sun sets earlier in the winter time, and they must also take into account the dangerous events happening recently. Okay.
そういえば三綴シンジのやつはどうしたんだ
Oh yeah, where is my good pal Shinji? Haven't seen him today. He's such a great guy. I wanted to get a look at him again before I punch him in the schnoz in my dreams. Because I can't punch him in reality because anger management.
あいつはサボり。新しい女でもできたのか。最近はこんなもんよ。
He's skipping the club. He might have a new girlfriend, so he's like this recently. That does sound in character, but also he's probably skipping because he's being careful with the blood fort, and maybe he's busy. He has a new girl that he wants to ride her, I'm sure. But he also might have realized I was around and stayed away because now that he probably would have noticed Saber, and he would have been like, "What the fuck's going on? I gotta stay away." Possibly. Then again, he would have skipped, because the club would have been going before I showed up, so he would have skipped in advance, in theory. Mitsuzori says as if it's nothing, and walks to the school building. Yeah, Shinji is kind of a nothing.
じゃあね、私職員室に用があるから。
See ya. I have business in the teacher's office. Alright, Aiko. Have fun. Hopefully we see you more in the other pathway, or if this pathway keeps extending randomly. And suddenly becomes its own thing. Somehow. Holding the key in her hand, the archery club captain leaves. We're at the front gate. Fujine, Sakura, Saber, and I part with everyone else. And Saber's gonna be coming with us. Okay. Okay. And no Rin. Goodbye, Sensei! We found the secret fourth pathway. Wait, that sounded a little like Ilia, but I think that was meant to be an extra who was maybe played by the same person as Ilia, because this would be too sudden. I'd almost buy it if this was supposed to be a bad ending, if there was a secret Taiga dojo we're unaware of. Oh, shoot! That sounds like Shinji's voice actor, but that's probably, again, an extra. Suddenly, all these extras from the archery club. And hey, that's a boy extra! Don't tease Emiya, Tiger! We start going down the hill with those voices in the background. We keep walking. Awkward. Sakura and Fujine are beside me and Saber is following behind us.
はてな、あの子、どうして私たちについてくるの?
Frickin' Taiga wasn't paying attention at all. Didn't notice that she came in with me, of course. Why is that girl following us? Then, it seems she only realized it now.
ねえ、シロ、知り合い?
Hey, do you know her, Shirou? It's the second time today I've heard that question. Thanks to Mikizuri letting me practice, I'm able to answer without hesitation.
知り合いだよ。俺が連れてきたんだから当然だろ。
Yeah, I brought her here, so it's natural for me to know her, right?
やっぱりそうですよね。それで先輩、あの人とはどういったご関係なんですか?
Yeah, so what kind of relationship do you have with her? Oh, what kind of relationship? What do you think of her? Oh no, oh no, oh no! Oh, you can hear the oh no in her voice.
シロに外国人さんの友達がいるなんて聞いてなかった。
I never heard of Shirou having a foreign friend. If this is gonna intersect, he should be bringing up Kiritsugu here, right? Sakura. Fucking Ganjin hussy. In her monologue. I mean, she'd never say it out loud, but...
いや、友達じゃなくて親父の知り合いなんだ。親父が飛び回ってた頃知り合った人の娘さんだって。
No, she's not my friend, but an acquaintance of my father. I guess she's the daughter of a friend of my father. There he goes again, referring to his father's Kiritsugu, not even thinking twice about his older father, until, you know, the revelation at the end. But, I mean, he referred to his mom as his mom, but I don't know if he referred to his other dad as his dad ever. I guess she's the daughter of a friend of my father.
キリツグさんの? じゃああの子、キリツグさんを訪ねに来たの?
Kiritsugu-san? Then this girl came to visit Kiritsugu-san? So it's gonna play out similarly, but maybe like a day or so early. A day or two, and then she'll bring out... Because initially Shirou was trying to hide Saber, but then he's like, no, this isn't right. I need to bring her to the meals. And then she brings Saber out and introduces them, and suddenly that's when Taiga has to deal with it, probably. If I remember, memory serves. And Saber, even though she was told to pretend like she can't speak, she started speaking because she didn't want to be a background character, I think. I don't know if our relationship is to the point where she is going to start speaking as a non-background character, but probably so that she doesn't have to keep non-communicating, because I think she wants to be a real girl, especially to the point that Shirou's already started to shove her into that role, so it's weird for her to not, but... this girl came to visit Kiritsugu-san?
そういうこと。今日からしばらくうちで暮らすからよろしくしてやってくれ。
Yeah, she'll be staying at my place for a while, so please give her your best regards. Oh yeah, okay. Huh? Sakura and Fujine give the same reaction at the same time, yeah, because even Sakura, as much as she's over, she doesn't sleep over. Ooh, that sounds dirty. It's natural for them to be surprised.
シロ、クラスってあの子と同居するっていうの?
She should at least be like Ilia and live with Taiga temporarily, right? Wait, Shirou, are you going to be living with her? I don't know if we've ever had a close-up like this with Taiga. Maybe in the other pathway when she confronted me similarly, but it's certainly rare. Then again, it's hard to say if it's rare because we haven't seen Taiga in this normal outfit outside of the Taiga dojo outfit for a while. She's been hospitalized because of Shinji.
同居じゃない。セイバーが滞在するのはほんのちょっとの間だけだ。宿として家を貸すだけなんだから、そう驚くことでもないだろ?
Also, you're calling her Saber. Is that the first time you called her Saber? Yes, it is. You already called her Saber. That's, again, such a slip of the tongue. It's such a weird name. And you could at least make up a name, but oh well. Too late for that. Pretty sure I felt similarly in the other pathway, where we have this reveal much later. Saber's only staying for a short while. I'm only letting her stay here, like in a hotel. It's nothing to be surprised about, right?
先輩、あの人、セイバーさんって言うんですか?
She's called Saber-san senpai?
ああ、珍しい名前だけどな。あんまり日本に慣れてないんで変わったところもあると思う。あ、それと不愛想なやつだけど、根はいいやつなんだぞ。
Yeah, I know it's
桜も仲良くしてくれると助かる。
an unusual name. I think she has some strange aspects. Considering she's not used to Japan, it's weird to give her the Saber name because if there are secret masters, you want to be careful about them. I know he's not really worried about Sakura and Taiga, even though Sakura might be. But like they could share the name around, and you want to be careful about that for any secret masters that might be staying close by. So you really should have camped with an actual real fake name, but no, whatever. Considering she's not used to Japan. Oh, she might seem a bit blunt, but she's actually really kind. She might seem a bit blunt. She is. I guess to be fair, she is kind of blunt, but it's kind of silly that Shirou would bring that up about her, given that he likes her. I wonder if he likes her because she's blunt or despite she's blunt. I feel like it's despite that she's blunt. I feel like it was love at first sight kind of thing. It was more of a sensational thing. Because she's the one who tried to be blunt, and he's the one who's like, stop being blunt, be a real girl. So I feel like, there's a bit of a deeper aspect there. She might seem a bit blunt, but she's actually really kind. It'll help me out if you can be friends with her, Sakura. Awkward. You can be, I can stick you in the friend zone, Sakura. In Saber's friend zone, and in mine too, because me and Saber, this is gonna be our pathway. Unless I've secretly dovetailed onto the Ayako pathway or something. Ha 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 ha.
はい。それはいいですけど。
Okay, that's fine, but... Sakura looks away from me and looks at Fujine as if asking for help.
藤村先生はセイバーさんの滞在を許可するんですか?
Fujimura sensei, will you permit Saber-san's stay, Fujimura sensei? She said it twice. I know she said it twice. She definitely wouldn't have called her Anata. It would have been like, Fujimura, will Fujimura permit it?
教師としては当然アウトなんだけど、桐次さんを頼ってきた子を無下にはできないし、しっかりしてるようだし、間違いは起きないかな。
I can't improve as a teacher.
シロもそうなんでしょ?
I can't improve as a teacher, but I can't just ignore someone who came depending on Kiritsugu-san. She looks dependable, so I don't think anything will happen, right, Shirou? I mean, if something does happen, she's dependable, right? If the Grail War happens. Although, moreover, beyond the Grail War aspect, in the future it does happen. We do sleep together a little bit, and I want it. But if it does happen, it's because, we're adults now, basically. Yeah, practically. So don't worry about it. It's my business. I know she has to be looking out for me in that sense. She could be, she's not worried about me being a skank, but, Saber could be a secret skank. So, I can see from Fujimura's perspective trusting Shirou to trust Saber. Is Shirou a good judge of character, though? I mean, he doesn't know himself very well, and that makes it hard to judge other people when he's ignoring the truth, but I feel like he can be smart even if he does ignore the truth. So I feel like he can be smart so long as it's not negative impacting him, and I don't think the sex would negative impact him, or rather be positive to a positive point that he would not think that he is allowed to have for himself. If there was the sex, he would have it for Saber, not for himself, because he does not like himself. So I don't think anything bad will happen, right, Shirou? Fujine glances at me and asks me an impolite question.
当然だろ。親父の客なら俺の客だ。 失礼なことなんてできないし、何より妹みたいなもんじゃないか。
Of course! She's my guest. If she's my father's guest, I can't do anything impolite to her. First of all, she's like my sister. Ooh, you're gonna little giggity lift your sister then. I mean, I feel like Ilya and Sakura share more of the sister role, to be honest, at least in this pathway. But even though I don't like Ilya being in the Sakura role, it does definitely feel like Shirou thinks of her like that. I think Shirou is a good judge. See him instantly thinking, oh, you're a fuckhead, Kirei. Yeah, but he also thought Archer was a fuckhead, and Archer seems like a cool bro, so I think it depends on his mentality. I think he's a good judge so as long as it doesn't make him think too much about his own insecurities. Possibly.
そういえばあの子何歳？
How old is she?
さくらちゃんより年下みたいだけど。
She looks younger than Sakura-chan. Oh, she's old for her age. She looks young for her age. She's actually like 2 years older, right? She's actually like 1,000 years older. At the very least, she's a few years older because she had the sheath which was preventing her age. I think that was the thing. Was the sheath preventing her age? I think so. Yeah, but she wasn't aging for her, so it was like 10 years something. So she's probably actually like 24. Like, because we're like 16, right? I don't know what age we are. We're like 16, I guess. Let's pretend we're 16. She's probably like 14, but then 10 years have passed or something. So yeah, she's like in her mid-20s, actually. She is. You know, if we don't count all the years that weren't really passing for her. But then there's also the years that weren't passing for her because of the sheath. But they were passing, they just weren't passing.
まあそんな感じかな。
Sure, if that's her age, why not? I always assume all high school students are 16 by default if I don't actually know / remember what age they are. So correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm just gonna pretend they're all 16. Dash. Shirou is 17 because second year, Sakura's 16. Oh, it's Sakura's first year? Right, because Shirou is in the same year as Shinji. I understand. Okay. She stares at my face. And wait, Shirou is second year, so Sakura's first year? I didn't realize Sakura was first year. Interesting. Okay, makes sense. 17, 16? All right. She stares at my face. Hold on then. So, if I remember how school works, you turn 18 in your third year. So he's already turned 17 because they're a decent ways into their second year. That sounds right. Rin's also 17. That would make sense. I think most of them would be 17 because they'd be a decent ways into their second year. So they would have already all aged up once. That sounds about right. Anyway, she stares at my face. Then, once we come to the bottom of the hill...
シロ、あの子のこと好きなの？
Do you like her, Shirou? I mean, I'm a bit of a pervy mind, but I like plenty of girls, not her especially. Not yet. Taiga's maybe a good read in that case. He can tell when I have the hots for someone. She suddenly gets me with a surprise attack.
そんなの知るか。俺だって会ったばっかりなんだからどうこう言えるわけないだろ。
That's a pretty direct yes. Or rather indirect, but I mean, that's about as yes as it gets without actually saying yes. Well, I don't know. I just met her too, so I can't answer a question like that. The answer is no, or I don't know, Shirou. The fact that you stutter like that, that's very hard yes. My face is burning. I bet my face is all red right now. And before you did used to like Sakura, but you didn't want to like Sakura because of, you know, Shinji being around. But now, now that Sakura's here, now that Saber's here, suddenly Sakura's like, she's not a real girl anymore. She's just like my sister, who I'll pretend doesn't exist after I start staying with Rin anyways. Unless I don't.
嘘はないけど脈はありか。
You're telling the truth, but it might be possible in the future, huh? I don't think she's telling the truth. That sounded like a very obvious yes, but I don't want to say yes. I don't know what she read off of me. Fujine crosses her arms and grows quiet as if she's pondering something. Okay, what's the next scene then? Oh my gosh. To sum things up, Saber's stay was approved.
いいんじゃない？ホームステイと思えばいい経験だし、ここって無駄に部屋が多いもの。
I guess it's fine. It'll be a good experience if we consider this as a homestay. This place has lots of empty rooms, you know? We can set her up in the room that Rin eventually ended up getting in. In reality, though, she's going to be sleeping, like, right next to me or whatever. But we can lie and say she's sleeping in the room that Rin doesn't get because she never teams up with us, question mark? Fujine makes up her mind. Sakura was silent the whole time, but...
私が意見できることじゃありませんから。
It's not something I can protest about. It seems she understood in the end. Ellipses. So it's dinner time now. I put extra effort into it as a welcome party for Saber and as thanks for last night. I prepare minced bonito salad, fried chicken, meat stew, and tempura of every kind. The dinner consisting of various dishes. Ellipses. Awkward. Saber's still not speaking, and so that anyone's saying anything, because Sakura still feels super awkward about it. And Taiga, I think the fact Saber's not saying anything probably because I think Shirou was caught off guard last time when he brought Saber in to be like, she's eating with us. That caught them off guard, so Saber was forced to say something on the spot, and then they realized she could speak. Or rather, she was closer to Shirou by that point, so she started speaking, whereas here she's more willing to think of herself as a tool. Yeah, Mino speak Japanese. That's what Saber's doing. Shirou tried to get her to do the same thing in the other pathway, but Saber didn't. Like, she went against that, probably because Shirou had been buttering her up more by that point, by the time that actually happened. So here she still is willing to think of herself, let herself think of herself as a tool that doesn't need to say anything, rather than actually butt in and say things. Which is interesting. It's hugely divergent. It could still potentially reconverge, but it's a huge differentiation. And without anyone saying anything. Ellipses. I washed the dishes in the kitchen. It's not like I was hoping for a cheerful dinner from the very first day, but couldn't there have been a bit more conversation? I think today's tempura was really well made. Also, what kind of conversation do you want when you told her to not fucking say anything? I mean, she only knows Japanese, right? Because, or does she know British? Because she's a British character. She's like English, right? So, well, British is just English, but, wait, yeah, British is just English, right? Yeah, it's just accented. For a second, I was doubting myself. Does she know, can she speak British? I'm just wondering, no, because she's a real girl, right? So she would have been given the ability to speak Japanese by the Grail, but if she's a real girl, she should still technically know how to speak English, right? You'd think so. Which means it's kind of fucked up that when she says Excalibur, she butchers it. Excalibur! I think she knows real old English. That's right, because language evolves over time, so she should know real old English. That's the excuse then. Back in the day, they did say Excalibur, and only later in time did the Japanese use the real version, whereas, you know, we ended up butchering it and called it Excalibur. But the real old English, it was supposed to be called Excalibur. The more you know. It was perfectly made, so they should have at least said something. Oh, they're too busy worrying about the implications to think about how awesome your food is. Probably because your food is always awesome, let's be honest. And they already had your lunch at lunchtime, so.
そのくせ全部平らげるんだもんな。出たセリフがおかわりかける3ってのは何なんだ
But they did finish all of it. What's with more please 3 times being the only thing that was said? Ellipses. Cleaning up after 4 people takes a bit of effort. Yeah, usually you only have to clean up after 3. Actually, could there be a meaning behind the fact that Sakura is not coming to help me tonight? Oh, she usually helps you clean up dishes, but this time she's not because... Well, it could be because, like, you know, Shinji abuse, that's possible. But it also could be because I am not okay with Saber-senpai, so I'm gonna do silent refuting by not helping you and forcing you to do it alone, to take the burden on yourself, to be like, yeah... If you really want her, then you have to prove that you can take care of her. It's past 9 o'clock. They usually go home around this time.
藤根帰るならさくらの見送り頼む
Fuji, can you walk Sakura home if you're gonna go home? There's someone who's like beating up people. Wait, that doesn't happen until future. But let's pretend I already know that. So walk Sakura home, please. I called her while doing the dishes in the kitchen. Dashes, dashes, dash. There's no reply. How dare she? Fujine is watching TV like she didn't hear me. Right, because normally Fuji stays later, where Sakura goes home first. That's right, I think.
もしもし、聞こえなかったんですか、藤村先生。
Hello, didn't you hear me, Fujimura sensei? Moshi Moshi is always going to translate kind of weird because it's a different kind of greeting to Ohayo, Konnichiwa, or Konbanwa, but I guess it translates the same way as hello, but it has different implications if you understand the connotation of the Japanese Moshi Moshi versus Konbanwa, but didn't you hear me, Fujimura-sensei? They're all giving you the silent treatment because they're still not okay with it. And Fujimura is still immature about it. Friend of Kiritsugu. Taiga's like, I thought I was your only friend of Kiritsugu that you knew. How dare you? I go to the living room and tap her head. Then.
悪いけどそれは却下。しばらくはさくらちゃんを送ってあげられないから。
Oh? I'm sorry, but I can't do that. I won't be able to take Sakura-chan home for a while. Because you're going to be starting to live with me too? That I don't believe happened in the other version. But here you're going to be like, I have to live with you to make sure that there's no funny business. Is that right?
なんでさ。
Why? Do you have to do something?
なんか用でもあるのか。
用じゃなくて、
Yup.
今日から私もここに泊まるから。
Nope, it's because I'll be staying here starting tonight. I don't know, was this brought up in the other pathway? I don't remember. She might have brought it up, and then Saber was like, it is unneeded because I can protect him. No, because that's not even relevant to her protecting him. She'd stay for funny business, not to protect him, because he's been staying by himself for the most part. So, I don't know if this was brought up in the other one. Yeah, this is becoming more and more different. When does it die? When does it come back together? Right? Because there's only... okay. I'm not complaining, it's just... I'm LeShock. Like, this would have not confused me if I had went back and checked this earlier on, theoretically. I wouldn't have thought this was so weird, but now that I have a more clear understanding of how this game does pathways, I think, now it's confusing me. I don't know, I would think that this is just a different pathway, but I don't think that's how this game does pathways anymore. But anyways... It's as if it's already decided.
はい。
Excuse me?
あ、さくらちゃんもどう？お家の方には私から連絡入れておくから安心だよ。女の子3人一緒にいた方が楽しいでしょ。
Yeah, maybe it really is. Maybe it's just Tiger Dojo 15, and you get to the end of the war and you didn't team up with Rin, and that fucks you over at the end. That would be fucking amazing. It means we'd be at this for a while, but I'd be down for it. How about you join us, Sakura-chan? I can contact your place if you want. It's more fun for all of us to be here, right? That's great. You're just gonna tell Shinji, but Shinji still doesn't know that she's staying at my place. So you'd have to tell Shinji that she's staying over at your place. Oh man, he'd still probably be upset about that, but oh boy. Yeah, let's do it. Let's have a sleepover. I love it. I guess I'm just getting into this. I just have to accept this is going to be really different for a long time. Maybe this really is going to be Taiga Dojo 15. In which case, maybe I don't have to worry about running out of material for today. Jeez. Oh, yes, please, you're really dependable, Fujimura-sensei! Oh, look at the Sakura getting serious, like, yes, this is my chance! I see, before it was never okay, but now that Saber has to, now it becomes okay! Finally! Now I can't let her take Shirou when I'm not looking! I can't let her have any free time events that I'm not privy to! Wow, Fujima really playing the chaperone. Really playing the wingman. I can't wait for Archer to just snipe us as we beat Gil and Kirai from the back. Wait. Is it bad that I'm enjoying a lot of what we're seeing, more of what we saw in the other pathway? I would say, in general, if I had to rate how much I like characters, I like Ayako, Sakura, and probably Taiga too, more than Rin. And a lot of what we did in the other pathway heavily involved Rin. I'd also say I like them more than Saber, and Saber's still been around, but not as much. I'd argue I like what's happening here more than what happened there, despite making the dumb tactical choice. If it's leading to a bad end, though, you know, it's fucking worth it. Enemy waifu, exactly. Joining up with her was a mistake. Wait. Why is Sakura so enthusiastic? Come on, Shirou, she wants you so bad.
よーし、それじゃあ奥の座敷を使おう。布団ならいっぱいあるし、浴衣も人数分あるわよ。セーバーちゃんもいいわよね。
Oh shit! That means that you're gonna be sleeping in one room. That should be okay for Saber if a fight ever comes up. To be fair, that's bad because they'll be sleeping with us, which is bad because it gets them involved. But I don't think Shirou is smart enough to think of that right now, or rather his mind is too fixated on reality and hasn't quite focused on the Grail War, so I don't know if he's gonna realize to bring that up. But this is how we actually get the good ending of the Saber route. Yes, exactly. Without Rin, somehow Saber ends up, we corporealize her somehow. Without Rin, we actually get the good ending where she stays around and it's not tragic. We can use the tatami room in the back. There's enough futons for all of us. That's fine with you, right, Saber-chan? Is it just me, or does it sound more like an order? Ellipses. She can't speak Japanese, but also she wouldn't necessarily want to object because she wanted to sleep near Shirou anyway when Shirou was saying no. But by all sleeping together, by getting extra giggity, there's less incentive for, you know, the one-on-one giggity. Saber's looking at me as if asking for help. Sounds good to me. I mean, I feel like you'd be the one who'd want it. But you probably just feel nervous about having to do like a girl slumber party when you've never done anything like that. You never again, because that's getting into you acting as a girl, not just acting as a guardian for Shirou.
困りますシロ。私はあなたの守護をするのですから、彼女たちと同じ部屋では役目が果たせない。
Embrace it, embrace
喪
it.
失したところでどう対応していいものかわかりません。
This will be a problem, Shirou. I am to protect you. I cannot do so if I'm in the same room as them. Yeah, I mean, not without revealing your secret, I suppose. But I mean, if there are enemy masters, then we've already given away that you're a servant by calling you Saber. We still don't want to get them involved in the fight, that's the thing. So we should try to figure something out, I think. But again, I'm starting to talk long term as if there's going to be a fucking long term in this pathway. Maybe there is. Oh, jeez. I cannot do so if I'm in the same room as them, and I would not know how to interact with them.
悪い。藤姉が言い出したら俺じゃ止められない。
Sorry, I can't stop Fujine.
それにどうもこれを交換条件にしている節がある。
It sounds like Fujine is using this proposal as an exchange. Oh?
断ったらセイバーをうちに住ませるって約束は破棄されそうだ。そうなったら俺たち外で野宿するしかないぞ。
She'll probably take back letting you stay here if I refuse. We'll end up sleeping in the streets if that happens. That's great. In the other pathway, it might be because Rin was already there, and Rin and Saber both end up being with him, staying over, that Fuji was more okay with it, because it wasn't just one, it was two, so it was less likely for shenanigans to happen when there's two competing waifus than other than just one.
それも困る。この屋敷の結界は優れていますから、拠点としては申し分ないのです。ここにいる限り、シロは敵の奇襲に備えられ
That
ま
is a
す。
problem as well. The boundary field here is excellent. This location is a good base. Is it excellent? I mean, someone still snuck up and killed me in that other bad ending without me noticing. That was either Gilgamesh or Lancer. So, I mean, maybe, like, the boundary field's okay. I don't think it's excellent. It gives you a clear alert of someone coming, but it doesn't actually prevent them in any way. But yeah, it's okay. You're well prepared here for any surprise attack.
そうか。ならなおさら我慢してくれ。屋敷にいる限りなんかあってもすぐに
I
合
see.
流で
Then
きるだろう。
please just hang in there for that reason. We should be able to meet up quickly as long as we're here. You're gonna be in Tatanimat staying in the same room, isn't that what they said? Is it all four of you or just the girls? It might just be the girls was her idea, which would mean they're separate, so Saber might not like that. Hold on, let me go back a little and see if I was reading that wrong. Why is Sakura so enthusiastic? Alright, we can use the tatami room in the back. There's enough futons for all of us. Fine with you. Oh, she was saying Saber and Shirou would be sleeping in his own room. I see. That would be giggity. But if Shirou is in his own room separately, there's no giggity. And I can see why Saber would be against that. I see. Because they would be separate. Okay. Alright. But, you know, it's okay for one night. The options for this whole thing is we're going to converge with the fate pathway after a while. Tiger Dojo 15. Or we did get another pathway. A secret pathway. I mean, in any case, I don't know what I'm even hoping it is. It's just good, so I just hope to see more of it for a while, I suppose. We should be able to meet up quickly as long as we're here. Mm-hmm.
その藤姉の相手は大変だけど、困ったら日本語わかりませんって言えばいい。
It's hard work to keep Fujine company, but just say you don't understand Japanese if she troubles you. That's one way, but also, come on, you should learn to be friends with them. So, you should say... I don't know, I feel like she just needs to fess up. She did fess up in the other one against Shirou's wishes, but I know that she doesn't necessarily want to until she wants to. It's only really, I think, when she gets closer to Shirou that she starts to want to. But I feel like if they want to do this friend bonding thing, then she should, but she doesn't necessarily want to do the bonding thing. But once she starts getting in the groove, she probably will want to when Shirou starts opening up her heart a little bit, which she hasn't done too much yet. This whole day is a lot better than the equivalent of the Fate route. Yeah, it's much more enjoyable. Ugh.
ほらそこ、内緒話は禁止なんだから。
Stop whispering over there.
そういうわけで、セイバーちゃんはこっち。シローは男の子なんだから一人でも平気よね。
Come this way, Saber-chan. Shirou's a boy, so he can be by himself, right? I mean, Saber wants to protect him, but this is Taiga sort of doing the same thing, maybe without realizing it. But Shirou was bringing out the sort of the you know, the girl in her, and Taiga's sort of also doing that by defining the sexes by saying Shirou's a boy, he can be by himself. So maybe that's gonna make her want to come out and actually start speaking with them if this keeps up for multiple days or some shit. Fujine pulls Saber to her. Oh, this is great. Yeah, I'm enjoying it a lot. I'm enjoying what's been happening more. Dash, dash. It's all decided. Intro is done, now we're progressing and having more fun. Eh, it rhymed. Saber stays approved, Fujine's staying, and Sakura's gonna keep them company as well. The population here has increased drastically in just one day. This place really is like a hotel now. Oh fuck, now what? It's bedtime. The lights finally go out in the noisy tatami feel. I would be sure this was a Tiger Dojo, but like, not a long one where fucking Rin just kills me in one of the upcoming days, or Ilya or something. But we filled them all in, that's just why it's so weird. Or if we had done this earlier on, I would think it's just, oh, it's a branching path. But, this is crazy, and that's kind of why I like it so much, but it's so confusing and crazy in, like, the best way. The thing I'm worried about is that it's going to end soon because it can't be real. It's got to be a dream. I'm dreaming. Because it's so good, but it can't be good forever because it can't be its own thing, right? It'd be cool if it was his own thing, but how? How? Anyways, the light finally goes out in the noisy tatami floored room, and silence returns. They say it gets noisy whenever women gather. I guess it holds true even for the quiet Saber and Sakura. They wouldn't want to be quiet near each other, especially Sakura. She wouldn't want to be quiet when she wouldn't even want to give Saber an inch.
いや、違うか。
That's true. I mostly heard Fuji's laughter, and she'd be loud regardless of if there were other females. Saber's continuation of the dream. Yeah, it kind of fucking feels like it. This is the continuation of the dream. I called it a dream without even thinking about that, yeah. Still, it's true that it was loud in that room. It's not good for my mental health to have girls my age being rowdy in the same house. When the day changes, that's when I'm gonna be like, wow, so we're really in this. But I think it's just about to. We're almost there. We're almost to a day change, despite how different it is. That's fucking crazy. Damn, my sleepiness went away thinking about them. Things like Saber's troubled face. And of course, when we get to the Taiga Dojo, I feel like the most likely outcome is Taiga Dojo fucking 15. where we get to it and we die at the very end, and it's gonna be like, oh, looks like you should have joined forces with Rin way back when. Oops. Things like Saber troubled face. If Saber and Sakura are getting along. They're getting along too well, maybe. And whether Fujine's thinking at all or not. Yeah, Fuji thinking. That's a hard call. I get a headache the more I think about them. If it's like this, it might have been better to have Saber sleep in the room next to mine. You say that now that... Oh, because you were so against it before. But now you say it when... Oh, that's funny. Because you actually, to an extent, do think from the master point of view, where you want to be able to connect with her. But you think of the girl point of view, but Taiga sort of rushes the girl out and just makes you think, Taiga, her getting my mood down because I'm not allowed to laugh, so I have to just get angry at her. Which kind of swipes the sex out of your mind. Taiga's sort of an anti-sex for you, isn't she? And because she swipes the sex out of your mind, you just think of practicality. And practically, it would be better for Saber to be in the next room. That sounds about right. Sure. Because, sexing the teacher is wrong. Sexing a ghost, though, that's a-okay. Dash. It's 11 o'clock. The lights are out and the house is dead silent. I quietly make my way to the door so I won't wake them up. Day hasn't changed yet. I go outside. You're going to practice in the shed? I want to say he goes outside to the shed the first day and the other pathway too, and then because he doesn't feel comfortable sleeping with Saber, because in that one Saber is going to sleep in the room next to him immediately, and he doesn't feel comfortable, so he goes out to the shed and then just falls asleep out there. So this could be sort of conjoining to an extent, but there's still so much different that's going on in the house that the moon is bright and the wind is cold. Under the winter sky, the world is silent as if frozen. It's quiet inside the shed. This is the place where Lancer cornered me last night. This is also the place where Saber appeared, the beautiful girl. The entrance is open, and it's dark inside, as if to drive away anybody that might enter. Uh-huh. I go inside. Shed-chan, my love. I shut the door to keep the air out and turn on the stove. The heater. Why do you fucking call it a stove?
日に200以上の矢をかけろか。
Shoot at least 200 arrows a day, huh? That's a fucking through line. That's a through line. That's a narrative. This is going somewhere distant and that'll end up mattering through line. What the fuck? Secret Ayako pathway unlocked? I wouldn't complain. What? Okay. Shoot at least 200 arrows a day, huh? Wild. The teaching of archery focuses on accuracy, piercing strength, and endurance. Accuracy is how well one can hit the target. Laugh it up, Wise. Piercing strength is the power to pierce the target. And endurance is to maintain the accuracy and piercing strength. This is an important narrative beat that could last the whole pathway. What the farts? This is the pathway Shirou becomes an archer instead of a saber. Jeez. What? The one where we don't team up with the archer master is the one where he becomes an archer. I think there was something in an archery manual. So, I was waiting to talk about this until I actually had to do it. But, like, there's a separate executable that we do for the second pathway that I have. The Unlimited Blade Works executable. And I already loaded up to make sure it's all working. And, like, I'm like, alright, so that's how they're gonna do it. I get the new executable when I do the new pathway. And, like, you know, this is the same executable, so... I think there was something in an archery manual. Something about continuing forever after one masters the true meaning of archery. Something in an archery manual. Something about continuing forever. I see. Because once you go get the true meaning of archery, the sky is the limit and you just go further beyond? Huh. Okay. This is really cool. Yeah, it seems likely that this is a stupidly long Tiger Dojo, but that in itself is crazy. That's crazy. Wow, okay. And how one should shoot more than 200 arrows a day.
なあ、マスターとして何をするべきかわからないなら、せめて魔術だけは鍛えないと。
Yeah, I don't know what to do as a master, so I should at least train my magic. Uh-huh. So you're gonna train your magic using the philosophy of training in archery that Ayako gave you. This feels like a fucking Ayako pathway. I sit down and take a deep breath. Maybe in this way, pathway Shirou dies but still saves the world, so it's a Tiger Dojo? That could be really freaking cool. In which case, this could go on for a long time. Wow. That would be really cool. I would like it a lot. That's so weird. And cool. And weird and cool. And weird, and it's also cool. This is very weird and cool. Secret pathway? Nani? Do I have enough save points? So yeah, we're making a save here for the reason we would normally make a save. Because I gotta do an intermission. So, effective immediately, I'm basically just considering this a new pathway at this point, right? I mean, I feel that's the most likely outcome in my head, is that this is just basically a different pathway. Based on the fact that if it is a Tiger Dojo, it's got to be a super late game Tiger, because it's listed as 15. You'd think based on where the choice is, it would be an early one. But given that we have 1 to 14 already filled out, you'd think this has to be later than that. That throws some question into the second and third pathways in theory. Maybe they just have less Taiga dojos, which doesn't have to be a problem. I guess Shirou gets better in the other pathways about not dying as much. But this would be a crazy Tiger Dojo as basically just a separate pathway that you just die at the end. That's crazy. But I'd be down for it. At this point, I guess I'm just considering this a different pathway until the game gives me a reason to believe otherwise. And the reason to believe otherwise would be either conjoining or ending abruptly. Alright, Shirou's breathing. I adjust my breathing and start my usual training. Or we somehow broke the game and we actually broke into another pathway in the same executable. I mean, that would be really cool, but would surprise me. What did we break into then? I feel like Rin's pathway, you have to say yes to her thing, right? In theory, I don't know how different the other executable is. I haven't loaded it up at all. I mean, I loaded it up to make sure it was working, but I don't know if how much is the same or different. If it needs a different executable, I don't know. But it could be Sakura's, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I suppose if theoretically that was possible, it feels like Ayako's, if anything. But I mean, if there's 3 pathways, my guess right now is that it's Saber, Ren, Sakura, but that's still a guess at the moment. It just feels the most likely. I'm thinking this is an extended Tiger Dojo. It could be that it's secretly somehow Sakura's executable, but I feel like we would have started on an earlier day, right? Because I feel like if it has to be a separate executable, then it should be fairly different from earlier on, even into the day one, right? I don't know. I feel like you're messing with me, Wise, and just bringing up possibilities just to mess with me, which I appreciate. Thank you. But also, I think you're wrong. I adjust my breathing and start my usual training. My mind imagines the same thing. An image of a sword that pops into my brain. Dash, 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 dash. I ignore it and clear my head even more. Ah, you ignore the sword because you're focusing on archery? Because you were so, like, sword focused because of saber. But now you're going to ignore it and you're going to clear your head. Ooh, you ignore the sword to go archery. That's my job, lol, throwing random ass theories. Now we seemingly know why Shirou has detailed visions dreams of Artoria, besides the thing about contract connection. Yeah, we know that. Didn't we already learn that in the other pathway it was because of the dragon sex? That's why, right? I don't know. I ignore it and clear my head even more. After letting magical energy flow through my body, I start the strengthening magic like always. The magic that I succeeded at for the first time in a few years last night. I have to repeat it before I forget the sensation. Succeeded at for the first time in a few years. This feels similar, though. It's not giving me a repeat scene. I've got no repeat scenes. It's not letting me skip anything. First, yeah, I have to repeat it. I feel like, yeah, he did this, though. He came out to the shed regardless. What's happening inside the house is very different, but what's happening in the shed is similar, but with different through lines, because he brought up the whole 200 arrows thing. That's separate, so...
トレースオン
I narrow my eyes and breathe out. That's all for now. I'll forget about the Holy Grail War, Saber, and Tosaka once I start this process. I'm focusing on Ayako, bitch. Focusing on the archery and the 200 arrows. Forget about the war, Saber, and Tosaka, but not forget about Sakura, so it's the Sakura pathway. Or Ayako, you know. Secret Ayako pathway. That isn't a real pathway, and it falls in the same line as Saber's pathway. I'd be okay with that. If there are only 3 real pathways, having like a fake pathway where you die at the end, but it's still kind of like an Ayako pathway, or whoever pathway, whoever got gypped on pathways, an Ilya pathway, secret Ilya pathway that isn't a real pathway, I'd totally be down for that. If Ilya gets a real pathway, that's cool too, but I'm starting to doubt it given how much prominence she has in the Taiga Dojo. It feels like an apology for her not getting a real pathway almost. Just based on the way things are going, but... I'll forget about the Holy Grail, Saber, and Tosaka once I start this process. I clear my head from all hesitations, and I engross myself in the familiar training. The training that's apparently a waste of time if you just turn your switch on, but of course you don't know that because Rin tells you that, but that's a little later anyways. And the day passes, and we're still in this bizarro timeline. Wait. Unlimited Blade Works, Bonnie and Clyde? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait. Unlimited, wait. But that's the name of the, wait. It seems like Avalon, reinforced contract connections, yeah, unlimited art, what? 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 Huh? Wait. What? Wait. What? But there's a separate executable. And I didn't execute it. It's called Unlimited Blade Works. What? Wait, what? So is the idea that everything up until summoning Saber is the same, and starting from day 4, you can make changes that can potentially lead you? Or is it just called Unlimited Blade Works, but it's not actually the pathway Unlimited Blade Works? Why is it called Unlimited Blade Works? Don't answer that. Fate Stay Night's first path is called Fate. So I guess the idea is that it's just an introductory, so it's called Fate, or because it's about Saber's fate. And Unlimited Blade Works is, you'd think that sounds like a Gilgamesh thing, because he's got unlimited blades. But what? Huh? I'm so confused. I mean, let's continue. There's a couple other things I want to look into. If we really are on the Unlimited Blade Works pathway suddenly, there are a couple things I want to look into on the not Unlimited Blade Works pathway, but let's continue for now. Maybe it's just called Unlimited Blade Works, but we're not actually on Unlimited Blade Works? Wait, no, hold on. Wait, no, hold on. Wait, we already made the save. Hold on, because when the day changes, what it says there is Bonnie and Clyde is the name of the day. That is the name of the day. The thing it says up there would be, so that means, wait, hold on, where's a regular, not normal 4th day? Here's a regular, not normal 4th day. Let me load from here. The night wears on. It seems Tosaka has prepared and taken her bath while I was cleaning up after dinner. Whatever. Skip it. I don't care. Let's change day. Let me get to the part where I change day. Does the day change yet? No, don't cancel. Just get to the part where the day changes. Skip it. Just skip everything. Skip.
シロはい 他のそれ以外の目的など呼ぶ
I don't want to press control. I want to live in the moment. I know I can control the situation, but I don't feel like I'm actually... I don't want to be... I know there's the control button, but I don't feel in control of the situation. So it's like how Shirou doesn't feel right being an archer when it's not soul archering. I don't feel like pressing control when I don't feel in control of the situation. That's my character arc. This is taking a while though, so I might actually press control.
つまりそうです
Right, okay. What are we talking about here? What are they talking about here? Saber's eyes were so serious.
ですからその決断
Because when...
それはよかったええと
Uh-huh. And then the day passes? Don't do that. Hold on. And night falls. Okay, it's nighttime. And then he goes out to his shed, right? Then he goes, and then I'll control this a little bit. Because this is a familiar scene. Darkness familiar. I enter. And then, yeah, okay. He still ignores it here. I ignore it and clear my mind. But the things he says are different. Like the thing. But I shouldn't. Father would get mad at me if I skipped it 2 days in a row. The father through line is also a little dropped because he also followed through with that on the fate pathway. Shut the outside air, turn on the old stove. Okay, so we're ignoring the 200 arrows and focusing on... Okay. He does his strengthening.
トレス
Uh-huh. He still ignores all them here, too. And then night passes. Do not cancel this, you jerk. And then when it does this, it shows fate. Wait, we did dovetail into another pathway without changing executable. Oh. Wait, you can do that? Then why is there other executables? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, so we're here. Bonnie and Clyde, day 5. If I go to exit, no, if I return to title screen. Okay. What does it look like? It still looks like this. It still says fate. It still says fate. It says fate. There's a separate executable. I loaded it up. That's as far as I loaded it up. I saw it said it was red instead of the blue that you get when you load this up normally, and now the yellow that we beat the game or whatever. It's like red, and it's got unlimited blade works. I loaded it up. That's all I did, and then I closed it, and I'm like, okay. I also made sure that it counts as the same window in OBS, so I don't have to make a separate instance on OBS. And I confirmed that, and I'm like, all right, I'm good to jump into that if I have to today. What? Okay. So we're somehow... Hold on. So I just want to show you it so you know I'm not crazy. I mean, you probably believe me. I'm assuming you know how this works. I would like to just show you this because I have done it. It's probably going to cut out for a second, but I'm going to load it up because I'm fricky frazzled right now. I'm fricky frazzled. Let's close. Yes, it's going to be blank for a second. I'm going to load this up, and it works off the same window. I tested this because that's what I wanted to test. And I'm going to load the thing up, and it should load in the same window. It loads in the same window. And it looks like this, and it gets all red and stuff. All settings in the story are fictional. And then you load it up, and it's got unlimited blade works, and it looks all cool and fancy and stuff. So, wait, what? Wait, hold on. No wonder the day was so much better if it's a better route. Wait. I'm gonna close this back down. You're gonna see black for a second again. I'm gonna open up the other one back. Something else I want to double check. I feel like I'm thinking of a different game here. I think Ever 17 is what's screwing with my mind right now. But does the thing change when I get to a certain point? Maybe normally it wouldn't dovetail, and normally I'd be forced me back onto the fate route. But because I've completed it, it like unlocks it and lets me dovetail into Unlimited Blade Works. So it would do something different if I chose that choice. Otherwise, it would be a but thou must. But then what's the point of other executables? I don't get it. So, okay. I think I already know the answer to this question. I think I already know the answer to this question. But I'd like to check something here. If we go to like day... Fuck it. This is day 15, right? Go to... I don't know. It doesn't matter. 14th day? Sure, whatever. Go to the 14th day. Go to the great time where they're like sexy time. Oh yeah, I remember this. Oh, and it was tragic and stuff. Oh yeah. Ugh. Her white figure shows up in the darkness. Ah.
おかしいでしょ。
Okay, but anyways, skip.
そちらに行っても。おさ。
Okay, so they're having the sexy time, but we're not worrying about that because I think we're on a different pathway, so we're not on the saber pathway anymore or something. But let me confirm something, just so there's no doubt in my mind, because I'm going to be paranoid. I'm continuing my paranoia.
感じますか。今はそれだけで私の役割は。
それは。
そうでしょう、シロ。この戦いを終わらせるために。
Right, okay, I'm gonna control a little bit. Control the situation. I'm gonna skip this so we get to day 15 starting. We have the great sex. The sex is great. They have great sex. The sex is great. Don't skip. It still says fate. So it does say fate throughout the whole thing. So we literally did dovetail into another... You can do that? Then why did it open up a... But if you can just... Then why does there... What's the point of having the... Is it for like New Game Plus? Is it because... Wait, maybe the idea is that if you're someone who's never... Maybe you can... No, but that's not even how it works. So... Wait, what? And it's got like a different title and everything. But so how could... What? Huh? Okay. So... Apparently we dovetailed into a different day. So what this suggests, if this is true, and I don't even fucking know at this point, which is how I prefer it, by the way. I was a little disappointed when I was like, oh, separate executable. That takes away any of the surprise of finding the other pathways. That's some fun surprise. Okay. So, So, this suggests that all the first 3 days are the same in the pathway. Everything leading up to summoning Saber is the same. If that's correct, I would like to start the pathway from... I would like to start the pathway... I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I want to do this. Like, start from day one, at least not to see the whole thing, but to remind myself some of what happened, because I skipped that anyways when I was doing the day 7 to whatever to get the Saber points, right? So, but the first 3 days are really sketchy in my mind, so part of me wants to replay them roughly to remind myself, what the hecky heck? I kind of want to know what the hecky heck. So, I'm thinking about this. Wait, but this makes me think, if it's the same thing, why is there a separate... Do you have to... Wait, I want to check something. We're in check mode. Return to exit game. No, top menu. Return to top. Yeah, I'm kind of curious about that. Starting from day 1 in UBW. There's something else I'm curious about, though. Is that... If it's the same, if the OBS loads it up as the same general file, that makes me think it has a lot of the same general properties, especially if you can dovetail into it, then that doubly makes me think it has the same properties, which makes me think, like, does it use the same save points? Does it carry over the same extra options? Let's check. If I close, so we're going to close this down again. And we're going to open up the Boo-Boo-Doo. Give me a second. Boop-a-doop-doop-doop-doop-doop-doop. Open this up. Oh yeah, investigation. I love investigation. I didn't think I was gonna need it because it was just gonna be like, oh, we're at fucking ball dicks. Limited blade works. So if I load up like extra, I go to ED list. Okay, yeah, it carries over the shit. It has the same shit. All right. So they share ending list, which I expected. And if I checked like status, oh yeah, it has all the knowledge I already have, I guess. It has archer still. Caster should have basically no details. Yeah. So it maintains all this. So they do run off basically the same stuff. Which means the gallery will probably glitch my game regardless of the executable. So if I loaded, how does this work? So I can, yeah, just load any of the save points. Cannot load. Huh. But this is before we hit day 4, right? Because this is the changing choice, right? Excuse me? Wait, if you dovetail, if the idea is that we dovetail into UBW, then shouldn't you be able to reverse engineer that? Wait, if Fate can jump into UBW, can UBW not jump into Fate? Is this because it's a Taiga Dojo, and you can't run the Taiga Dojo in the wrong... But this is before day... Because this is the choice. Wait, you can't load the choice, but the choice is what dovetailed us into UBW. What? Wait, what? How does that work? Huh? So I can load... What? Are they all unloadable from here on out? Is it because it's day 3? No, this is day 3. You can load these? 8th day morning training? What? 8th day? These you can't load. These you can't load. That's a good question. The latest save. We're going through them in order here, okay? You can load this, Verse Caster Melee? And then, yeah, these are all loadable, because this is like UBW or whatever. I guess. But I got to this in the first place through the choice that it's not letting me load. How does that make any fucking sense? Okay. So they have the prologue. And they run all the way through the first 2 days? First day. They run through the first 2 days, but in the 3rd day it dovetails. Even though it's not till the 4th day that I make the choice, and it doesn't let me load the 4th day. Huh? So where does this go then if it doesn't let me save? That means this stuff doesn't happen? But if this stuff doesn't happen, then that means UBW is supposed to be other stuff earlier on, so we dovetailed into the pathway and missed other UBW stuff from earlier in the pathway? Huh? Huh? How does that work? Hold on, we gotta load this then. Load this. This is the last one we're allowed to load, right? In a blinding light appears from behind me. My mind stops. All I know is the figure who appeared is a girl. This is the summoning. The moment it appears, it repels the lance thrust in my heart. Wait. It doesn't let you load this. Lecture on Masters Tosaka Rin 2. Okay, so this is after we save... Alright. And steps up to the enemy without hesitation. How many choices would we have had at this point, theoretically? This one. Free time event. This one. It's a choice. Right. So we had 3 choices theoretically. Steps up to the enemy without hesitation.
本気か7人目のサーバントだと
Can it be the 7th servant? The man readies his deflected lance and the girl swings something she's holding. The lancer fight is the same. In theory, let me load it. Sparks fly twice. A strong swing. The man hesitates, receiving a heavy blow from the girl. He must have realized he is at a disadvantage, and he jumps out of the shed with bestial speed. While keeping her guard up against the man, she quietly turns to me. Is this where we see the circle? Could we see a circle here? Is there a circle on the floor? Pan further down. Where's the circle? Maybe I'm crazy. The wind is strong, the clouds drift the moon apart for a brief moment. Silver light that shines in the shed lights up the girl in knightly form. Ellipses. I'm speechless. Not because I'm confused by the sudden turn of events. I'm at a loss for, overwhelming beauty. Dash dash. The girl stares at me emotionally with her jewel-like eyes.
とあなたが私のマスターか
I ask if you're my master. Blah blah blah, she says in a very voice.
Master?
Master? I only repeat her words back. I don't know who she is or what she's talking about. Maybe for the rest of the stream we find out what's different about UVW. Yeah, I mean, I meant to have a clear distinction in videos. That was the idea. Because I'm like, well, if it's a different executable, I guess I'll stop and then start and be like, hey everybody, it's time for Unlimited Blade Works, yay! So if I had to guess, the new anime by the people that made Fate Zero is adapting the Unlimited Blade Works pathway, which means the original anime that was made probably adapted the Fate pathway. So then the new movies or whatever that have been coming out recently would be adapting the third pathway. I don't answer that, but that sounds correct in my mind. Oh, but there was also an older movie called Unlimited Blade Works. So the original studio that made the anime made an anime of the first pathway, then did a movie about Unlimited Blade Works. Then they went and poofed. I don't think they did the third pathway. And then the new studio took over. They skipped doing the first pathway because an anime for that already exists. So they just made an anime of Unlimited Blade Works. And now they're making movies of the third pathway. And now we just need to wait until eventually someone makes an anime of the third pathway? Or something. I don't know who she is or what she's talking about. There's definitely an Unlimited Blade Works movie. 100%. Because I remember I was first, I was looking into potentially if I wanted to do the game or the anime. There was 100%. There was, the original studio had like an anime, and then they had an Unlimited Blade Works like movie thing. But then the new show was just called Unlimited Blade Works, and it confused the heck out of me. But anyways, I don't know who she is or what she's talking about. All I know is that this small girl's the same kind of being as the man outside. Ellipses. The girl says nothing and just stares at me silently. Oh, I see. As in, oh no, that sounds bad. Oh, I see. I thought you see, they didn't include a comma, so it implied to me that they were saying, there's no UBW movie. Alright. Stares at me silently. How can I put this? The figure in front of me is so special that I forget the situation. The man outside could come and attack at any second. The comedy that is the UBW movie? Okay. Sounds hilarious. It feels like time has stopped just around me. The fear of death has disappeared and only the girl fills my vision. We know things definitely change once Rin stays to lecture us because we can't load it. Yeah. So maybe she doesn't go try to cut off her head? I, Servant Saver, have come forth in response to your summons. Okay.
Master, 指示を
Give me an order, Master. She speaks again. The instant I hear the word Master and Servant. Ellipses! A pain shoots through my left hand. It's like a hot iron has been placed on my hand. I grab my left hand instinctively. That must have been the signal as the girl quietly nods her lonely face.
これより我が剣はあなたと共にあり、あなたの運命は私と共にある。
From this time forth, my sword shall be with you and your fate shall be with me. We're not on the fate path anymore, though. I guess it is still called Fate Stay Night, though. Maybe this Saber remembers the fate route, and she's like, oh, hey, Rin, maybe this is continuation of the dream. Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's why she doesn't go for the beheading of Rin instantly. If that's somehow possible. Subconsciously? I assumed Shirou would be the subconscious time traveler, but it could be Saber instead, I suppose.
ここに契約は完了した。
Now a contract is complete.
契約って何の？
Contract? What are you talking about? Even I have some knowledge of magic. I understand what the word means. But the girl doesn't answer me and looks away with the same grace she had when she nodded. See, this is very saber-sexual mindset. But if we're actually on UBW, I don't believe Shirou is going to be a saber-sexual. Based on the things that happen, it certainly toned down the saber-sexualness, but I guess it has to start always being at least somewhat saber-sexual. To be fair, he's a little soccer-sexual and rin-sexual, even in the... And other sexuals, because he's kind of, you know... He's a growing boy with some needs in other pathways, so I guess he covers his bases until he focuses on one person later on. Looks away at the same grace she had when she nodded. She looks at the door of the shed. The only thing UBW movie is worth its iconic classic VN imagery and scenes and kind of music. Comedy or a tragedy or both? Well, comedy is when the main character lives at the end. Tragedy is when they die, right? No. Yeah, comedy is happy ending. No. Comedy is happy ending, tragedy is bad ending. That's something like that. Anyways, see, you can't have a happy ending and a bad ending. I mean, you could for one character and another character within the same... She looks at the door of the shed. Bittersweet is what they call it. There stands the man, his lance ready in his hand. Skip this scene. Skip this scene? Fine, I will skip this scene. Okay, now history. So it didn't let me skip the next scene after that, which means this is where it changes? From this time forth, my shore shall be with you. Wait, no, what are you doing? You can't do that to me. You can't let me not load the frick... Ah! Okay, so... Oh, I hate that... Alright, hold on. Make a save here. UBW or something. So, is where it... is where it changes in theory. But we're gonna load fucking... We're gonna be a little pesty pest. We're gonna load this again. Theoretically, the Lancer fight was the same. Yeah, that's what I expected. Is where it changes. We're gonna hold control now. Whee! Don't skip. I want to know... I want to be more exact than this. Sounds of weapons. I can't believe it. Haha! Fight scene! Gay Bulk, it's awesome. Wind Sword, Wind Scar. Inuyasha. Man complains. Okay, the man retreats. Yet is invisible. Damn. That's it. Don't arrest me. He must see this as an opening as the man disappears. No, we jump back, making it look like he disappeared. Oh, I thought he was running away. The fight's not over yet. Never mind. Idiot, what's she doing? The man jumped back several meters. The red lance once returns in less than a second, and okay, so if the pathways diverge at day 3 at this point, Lancer should already be under Kirei's command, which means we never get to see who this person was that it was apparently originally Lancer's master. I was thinking if the pathway diverged right from the beginning at day 1, that it's possible we could have met this theoretical master that wasn't Kirei. And Kirei never made the move by the time of day 3. But if the divergence has already happened, or rather, if the divergence has not happened yet, and this is inevitable in every pathway, then we'll never meet this theoretical other master, and it'll always be Kirei who has Lancer in theory. Which raises the question of who the frick beats Gilgamesh then. I mean, we could theoretically beat Gilgamesh in other pathways, but it seems like the kind of thing where Makiri would show up or something and they would beat Gilgamesh. Because, you know, you already beat Gilgamesh and you're friggin'... And then, ellipses. The man blown away, the girl behind him, both seem discontent. Each launch their blows to kill the other. Wait, is this when Gay Bulk happens? Has it not happened yet? It's invisible. It could be an axe or something. Keep talking, Saber. Har, 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 har. The girl is puzzled by Lancer's action. I know that stance. It was used in a fight a few hours ago in the schoolyard. Right, yeah.
ついでにもう一つ聞くがな。悪い話じゃないだろう。そら、ここはお互い。
断る。
You will fall here, Lancer.
そうかよ。
It seems like the air around is distorted. This is when he goes for his Gabolg. Okay. I'll take that heart of yours. Hurrah, rah, rah. It was a bad move, even in my eyes. Gay? With words themselves charging. Bolg! The lance thrust at the girl's feet rushed toward her heart. Oh no! Saber! Nandesta. Okay, yeah, she's bleeding badly. Reversal of causality. The lance, but it suddenly changed course. Looks so natural it makes one think the lance is a bloopy-doo, but that's not the reason. It's not as simple as a bloopy-doo. The lance did not change, but changed. The lance name carried the result of piercing her heart. In other words, the process is all reversed. As long as there was... that's pretty gay. Nice, Tom. I like it. Evil thorn that breaks all defenses. That's why this move is fatal. Cursed lance that always pierces you. I'm actually trying to see how he evades. Why he leaves. Because Kirei, like, calls on him or something? I don't remember exactly, because she is injured at this point, and then he runs away. He runs away because Archer gets close, though, right? And he doesn't want to deal with two servants at once. But did Kirei tell him not to deal with two servants at once? How did they communicate exactly? Through magical telepathy? The instant the lance was thrust, she turns and jumped back with all her might. I mean, Kirei, I'm not putting magical telepathy past him. I'm sure he could probably set something like that up, but they never talked about it, I don't think. The girl catches her breath. The blood that was running stopped. I guess it's extraordinary. Don't really like Dean's 2 hours thing. Got a proper series. Sure. I mean, I have not much to compare it with because I've barely seen any of UBW except a really fun day where we don't hang out with Rin and instead hang out with people like Ayako and Sakura, which I like. Lancer attacks her now should be defeated without even being able to defend herself. But Lancer doesn't move. He glares at the girl, grinding his teeth so hard that I can hear it.
Kawashita, Saber.
A voice that seems to echo from the ground. Lancer frowns. His hostility disappears, and he clucks his tongue in annoyance. Okay. Guess being too famous is bad. He went for it pretty early in the fight. Interesting, because Kirei only wanted him to use him to scout, never really wanted to use him to do fatal blows. But I guess that's why he jumped straight to it from the first fight, because he knew that Kirei was being a dick the way he was using him, and didn't like that, and wanted to go. That's why he's so gung-ho about the fatal blows. That would make sense for his character. Let's just go straight for it, even though I know it might not be smart to unveil it early on. I gotta go for it, because Kirei doesn't want me fighting much. The pressure goes away. Lancer doesn't even attack the wounded girl and simply turns his back and moves to the edge of the yard. Okay, you must have some kind of magical telepathy. I'm not putting it past Kirei to set something like that up. They never explained that he had it, but I wouldn't doubt it. Lancer wouldn't mind, because he wants to keep fighting.
ただし、その時は
With one bound, Lancer easily jumps over the wall and disappears.
待てランサー
Okay, now what? The wounded girl starts running to pursue the enemy.
バカかあいつ。
I run through the yard with all my strength. The girl will go after him if I don't stop her instantly. But there was no need for that. When the girl tries to jump over the wall, she clenches her chest and stops. Right, okay, yeah, ka, okay, whatever. I tried to approach her, but I forget, blah, blah, blah. Like how Lancer's mocking Kirei. I mean, always, wouldn't you want to mock Kirei, the little shitbag? But it's simply everything about her is absurd. Yeah, of course it is, whatever. I don't care about this. Get to the point where you go to the other side of the wall. Okay, yeah, I get it. You have the hots for everyone, at least a little bit in every pathway. You have to, because the early on is apparently not different. It's not different till later. So for now, you have to have the hots for everyone to a little bit. Can't call it to her. I'm fascinated by her beauty, and for another reason. Seeing the girl fighting and getting hurt somehow made me mad. All the while I'm fascinated with her, the girl is having, but this ends quickly. The girl lets her chest go. I'm not sure how I should talk to her, but I know something about her.
傷が。
The one's gone. Okay, I don't care. She's magical. I don't care. I don't care. She's allowed to be magic. I don't
あ
care.
なたが
I don't care.
はい
I know. She's magic. Whatever. What am I doing? I'm Shirou. My name is Emiya Shirou, and I live in this house. What am I doing? Are my answers getting stupider? Yeah, probably. I don't remember this, but it's been forever. So that's kind of why I want to review the first 3 days regardless. And we might still do that. But right now, I just want to look for the change from UBW. Saber just stares me with a
いや違
chin.
う。今の。
分かっています
ね。
しかしそれでもあなたは
Crap, I can hear words, blah, blah, blah. I get it. He's not normal. Like, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Ow! Pain suddenly runs through my left hand. Oh, right, the command spell. It's burning. Right, the back of my hand is burning on my left hand. What the?
それは霊樹という
That's called a
私
command
たちサー
spell.
バン
It's
トを律
3
する
claims. The please do not. Oh, who?
シロ
Heal my wounds. Right, I remember this. I can't do that. I know you're used to Ilia's mom, but I can't do that. I will not betray you. Well, does she say that there? I missed it. But please do not use it. Where did she say that? Where did she say I will not betray you? I trust you, but I don't see it. I'll hear it. No, I don't see it. No, whatever, I give up.
ではこのままで臨み
Face
ま
them
す
as I am now. One more what?
外の敵は
Uh-huh. Now she jumps over the wall. Now what happens? She leaps over the wall and disappears outside. I'm left alone in the yard.
外に。
Enemies outside. As soon as I say it aloud, I realize what it means.
ちょっと待て。まだ戦うっていうのか。お
We're
前。
gonna fight again? My body starts to move. Without thinking, I run to the gate with full force. I run to the gate, unlock it with trembling hands, and jump outside.
サイバー、どこだ。
Saber, where are you? Wait, was this it? Hold on. Ha ha ha. Without thinking, I run to the gate with full force. It starts with eh. That's what we loaded. It was an eh. Ha ha. Where are you? I search through the dark. We're not at the eh yet. The moon is hidden now of all times and it's completely dark. But I hear something nearby.
そこか。
There? I run to the small road with no sign of anyone on it. It all happens in an instant. Saber is confronting a familiar guy in red. We're not at the eh yet. Saber runs at the man. Eh is probably when he realizes it's Rin, right? Runs at the man in red without hesitation. Takes his guard down with one blow. Wait, Saber's confronting. So this is the same then? Confronting a guy, familiar guy in red. Runs at the man in red without hesitation. Takes his guard. Were you guys talking about this in my Fate Discord? Is that why there's so many people here? Even though this was, I thought, just going to be, well, I mean, I guess I said I'd move into UBW later. So, but I was thinking, wait, if this was going to be potentially mostly just an alternate pathway bullshit that you don't care about, maybe in my Discord, you know, and Wise was all like, hey, he doesn't realize, but he's about to do UBW, you should show up. I don't know. Take his guard down with one blow, and... This is the eh. This is where it's... Okay. Eh? It all happens in an instant. There's a man in red in front of Saber. The man in red is in an unfavorable position after being attacked by Saber, and he's about to receive a fatal blow. Behind them, the person watching Saber from behind that man is someone I know. No! I reach out with my left hand and call out. I don't know who that man in red is, but I'm sure Saber will attack the person behind the man after she defeats him. She hasn't been phased out yet? Oh, do you stop her before she even attacks him? Because initially she went for a blow, like freaking fucked up Archer, and then Rin had to phase her out, and then... But so this would be different at that point. I can't let that happen. I can't let Saber attack her. Oh. I can't let Saber attack her. I mean, Shirou should know Rin vaguely, but like only vaguely. So it's a bit of a surprise that he's reacting already before Archer's been taken out. Saber was also quicker to the draw. Either Saber was quicker to the draw on the other pathway, taking out Archer. A combination of either Saber was quicker to the draw on the other pathway, or Shirou was quicker to the draw here, being like, "Oh fuck, that's a girl I know. I gotta stop her." One or both. Either one of them is quicker here, or one is quicker, slower, or both. But anyways.
Yamero, Saber!
Yeah, I remember the Yamero Saber, but that happened after Archer was already taken out. So Archer's not going to be wounded in this one? And he used a command spell for this? This is different too, because he did not use a command spell in the other one. I remember getting confused and thinking he did after a while. But no, because he used, the first one was in the Rider fight to summon her. The second one was Berserker to stop her from using the sword. The third one was to destroy, which means he never used a command spell here. He was saying, no, Saber, if you don't stop, if you kill her, if you try to kill her, I'll have to use a command spell, but never actually used it, which means he's much more forceful here. Interesting. I feel a sharp pain. So right off the bat, he uses one then. Okay. Hold on. Alright. Wait, if these can't be loaded, but they're the same save points, so I want to be careful with them. I'll use up all 15 pages before I start deleting or overwriting. So we can miss. Oh, jeez. Earlier stuff? If we don't use the executable? Interesting. Oh yeah, it's called First Command Spell. There's some shenanigans going on here. There be some shenanigans. So, if I can dovetail from the Fate pathway into the Unlimited Blade Works thing, if that's a real dovetail, and I'm now on UBW, in the future, how does that explain the discrepancies of the past? Like, for minor things it won't matter, but he used a command spell. He didn't use this command spell in the alternate reality past. So what the fuck happens in the future? Do they just go, did they find some way to course correct in the Fate version that makes it line up with UBW? Or do they be like, oh, he just always used one in the past. You didn't use the UBW executable. Get better, scrub. How the fuck does that work? What? That doesn't make sense. I guess they could course correct in the Fate version, but then isn't the Fate just like the ultimate? It's so fucking weird. Huh? And you don't load the. So wait, the UBW is when you choose not to hang out with Rin, but that's never a choice in the first place in this pathway in theory. Well, or if it is, You'd think if it was, you'd get to load that, but you can't, so... Maybe it still is, but it's after it's dovetailed enough that you can't, even though I saw a couple later on that you could load. So then, UBW, you do not team up with Rin. Okay. Okay. So, we're definitely have to go from here, at least, to see what the missing blanks are. But then I also want to continue from the not here. But you're loading the same file? What? Wait. Is it the same? Because if it's the exact same, no, it can't be the same because there's differences in the past. Unless it just retcons them. How would that make sense? It wouldn't make sense. That's the whole point, is that it wouldn't make sense. So why wouldn't they just leave it to you load up the other executable? Huh? Nani desu ka? Alright. Maybe it's a glitch. Maybe you're not supposed to be able to do that. But that's a choice. It's a choice in the game you can make. And then they let you follow through on that choice, and that choice leads you there. Huh? Maybe it's a glitch that the choice leads you there and it's not supposed to? No, maybe. I don't know. This is weird. Okay, what are we doing? We're continuing, right? I don't fucking know anymore. We're UBW suddenly somehow. Alright, I feel a sharp pain. So do we continue here? Okay. Alright, okay. At some point, maybe tomorrow? I don't know. I want to load up, not UBW version. Let's see what changes. Yeah. I want to load up not UBW version because there are a couple more choices that I'm kind of curious. What if we chose the other choice? So I might look into those. Whatever, I guess we're not doing that right now. I don't want to close down this executable, I suppose. So instead, I think what I'll do is okay, maybe here's the current plan. Play out this version until we get to the moment that theoretically would line us up with the other version that also dovetailed into UBW. And then once I do that, I might go back and then do my refresher course of like the first 3 days. I think I would do my refresher course of the first 3 days on like Monday or Tuesday next week. Wait, but that means I'm committing to starting UBW. Which, am I? I don't fucking know anymore. I said I wanted to wait till I get to a beat, but we're definitely not at the beat yet. I have lingering questions and thoughts. So probably next Monday or Tuesday, I think I will. I was planning to do this anyways. I was thinking I want to do a little bit of a refresher course for those first few. But no, because I thought I would have to do the refresher course. Because I thought I'd have to start over from the first day. So that's why this is jumbling my order a little bit. But yeah, let's continue for now. Let's try to get to where we meet up to where we dovetailed, assuming there's no finagling. And then I will probably go back to the beginning and do my refresher. Maybe. Depends on how fast we get through this. Because maybe by the time we're done, like, because I've already been going for a good bit, almost 4 hours. So we can probably easily do 2 more hours without even catching up to where we meet up, given my slow pace. So I can probably do the 1 to 3 catch up refresher. What the heck already happened? It's next week, and so yeah, which means this also implies that the Rin prologue is also unchanged. So the Rin prologue and like the first 2 days are unchanged. So that is important information. All right, I feel a sharp pain. Let's keep going. One of the marks on my hand disappears. I'm going to have to continue in the other version though, right? Or I'm going to lose my mind. Because the other version has different backstory where he didn't use the command spell. I don't know. We'll see when we get there. One of the marks on my hand disappears. In its place, Saber halts her blow. Which should have not been possible to stop. Oh, shoot. She halts her blow, yeah. So Archer doesn't get his great wound that puts him out of the fight for so long. So we're assumedly going to get more Archer, which will definitely change things. I mean, Shirou's more into the archery in this pathway. So I guess that makes sense to an extent. Alright. Okay. Alright. I have to recalibrate my mind and know that the things that I was seeing are UBW. But then there's more UBW we didn't see. But then there's also some of that might not have been UBW because the choice wasn't... Okay. Which should not have been possible to stop. Dash, 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 dash. The silver armor hesitates for an instant. Uh-huh. But, so, we're not getting a glimpse of the guy in red hesitating. Because he hesitated, and that's why she took him out easily. Here, it looks like she's not taking him out easily. Maybe he's not hesitating. Maybe he already knows. No, the prologue has to be the same, which means he shouldn't have his memory back. But, So something's different about Shirou? Is there actual real difference, or is it just he acts differently in different pathways because... Using that opening, the man in red quickly gets away. Okay. So you're not super injured. That's loss of a lot of saber points. Command spell right after 0. Yeah. She's not a fan of being controlled at the moment, I'm sure. That guy, he's what? You shouldn't know a goddamn thing about him. He's a servant. Is that what you mean? I'm sure of it. That's the guy that was fighting... Oh, Lancer. Right. With your super good magic vision, you should... Right, okay, I see. Dash. Then the girl behind him is... I don't want to believe so, but is it really? Yeah, you definitely were more focused on her this time. More quick to the jump. Or again, maybe Saber was just slower to the draw. I mean, maybe both.
正気ですか、シロ。今なら確実にアーチャーとそのマスターを倒せた。だというのに、レイジを使ってまでその機会を逃すとは。
Are you insane, Shirou? We should have been able to defeat Archer and his master here, so why did you go so far as to use your command spell to stop me? I mean, he didn't in the other pathway. I guess in this one, he cares more about... That implies this would be the Rin pathway. The one where we don't team up with her? Oh, it's one of those, we don't team up, so we fight for a little bit, and then we're like, no, I don't want to fight you, I actually love you. I did say that I expected some extra archery stuff in the Rin pathway, because it's archer and archery, right? I did say that. Okay. But, Demo, Shikashiwa... Still, he used his command spell. Which means, did he knowingly use it? I mean, I guess he knew how it worked. But he didn't, he threatened to use it in the other one, but didn't actually use it. He was much more forceful here. I'm just wondering if there's any deeper meaning. If there is a deeper meaning, I feel like it has to be just, like, somehow, Wise. I'm glad you're enjoying it. If there is any deeper meaning to the changes between pathways, it would have to come down to some sort of Grail, timeline, time travel, pathway traveling shenanigans. Something like, to some extent, Shirou and or Saber knows subconsciously the events of the last one, and maybe the whole ongoing dream isn't even really a joke. It's kind of real. It's not like just a cute little, oh, I just have to dream, more as I die. Maybe it's real, and that's the difference. That feels like the main difference maker. Or the Grail was not happy with the outcome, because we didn't beat the Grail permanently. So the Grail's like, fuck that, I don't like that, and rewound time or something. That's the only deeper meaning I can really read into it at the moment. Otherwise, it would just be things are different because they are, which is an option, I suppose, but it's usually more fun if there's a real meaning. So why'd you go so far as to use your command spell to stop me? Dash. Because in the other pathway, where we dovetailed on the UBW, it was a real choice that we made that affected things. We chose, no, Tosaka, I don't want to cooperate with you. But this is happening earlier, not really based on any choice. I guess you can argue that Shirou's saying to do that choice, just because we have control of the choice, arguably in universe Shirou's control of all of his choices. So, I guess you can make that argument, but... Dash. What could I have done? I don't understand the situation at all. I stopped Saber only because I didn't want to see her slash at the girl who saved me. The girl who saved you? Wait. What do you mean? Do you mean when she saved you, like, in the school? When she saved you after Lancer stabbed you? Because you shouldn't know about that. Do you mean, unless you somehow do know about that, the whole last pathway, that never got brought up. You never seem to realize it. But then, unless what you're saying is she saved you because she called out, and you, because again, you're super heightened senses, you realize she was there. But that means if you know she saved you, then you would have realized then that that's who it was. Maybe subconsciously you did. That was Rin, and you saw the two fighting, and she stopped them. But I feel like if that was the case, you would have already known. And again, maybe subconsciously ignoring the truth, you did. But this feels deeper. This feels like you knew from the last pathway. She helped you so much in the last pathway. Maybe that's me wanting to read into it that way, because that's more fun than it's different because it is, but...
マスター、指示を撤回してください。あなたがそのような態度では、倒せる相手も倒せなくなる。
Master, please retract your order. If you act like this, I cannot defeat enemies that could otherwise be beaten. Uh-huh. Saber readies the object in her hands again. In front of her is the red man she could not slay.
違う。やめてくれ、セイバー。正直、俺には何が何だかわからない。
No, don't do it. To be honest, I have no idea what's going on.
それでも、お前が襲いかかろうとしているやつは、俺が知っているやつなんだ。それを襲わせるなんてできない。
But the one you're about to attack is someone I know. I can't let you attack someone I know.
何を言うのです。彼女はアーチャーのマスターだ。私たちの敵なのですから、ここで仕留めておかなければ。
What are you saying? She's Archer's master. She is our enemy, so we must defeat her here. You're just a little trigger happy after what happened in Zero, which I understand, but calm down. You don't have to be this bloodthirsty. Dash, 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 dash. Enemy? She and the man in red are enemies?
そんなことは知らない。
I don't care about that.
大体な、マスターなんて言ってるけど、こっちは点でわからないんだ。俺のことをマスターなんて呼ぶんなら、少しは説明するのが筋ってもんだろう。
First of all, I don't even understand this master thing you're talking about. If you're gonna call me master, you should at least explain to me what this is all about. If there is time travel stuff, it seems Shirou is the one affected, not Saber. That would make more sense to me, given that he's the POV character. Yeah, because Saber, you know, would have been friends with Rin as well, in theory. Fate Route Saber wouldn't consider Rin an enemy. Yeah. I mean, my mindset, it would make the most... I could see it being Saber because the Grail might be playing around with Saber, but from that perspective, it would have to be deep in her subconscious because she's clearly not acting on any of it right now. It would be Shirou, if anything, which might bring up where some of his superpowers are coming from, possibly. I mean, it doesn't really say where they're coming from, but it's another nod to the kind of thing that Shirou is kind of weird and stuff. Like, where did the sword birth come from? And now, why is he weird time, pathway, jumping, travel stuff? And if he is it the Grail causing it and Shirou just knows? Is it Kirei? Did he do something in his dying breath to make things hell for Shirou? You'll be forced to repeat the thing because I cursed you. He did curse him and Shirou kind of shrugged it off. Maybe it's like, now this is your curse, is to relive this war you didn't like and redo your character development over and over. That could be a thing. Or, the other idea is Shirou somehow subconsciously just does it. So, it could be that the Grail is subconsciously doing it, and Shirou's the only one who's subconsciously aware. The Grail could just be doing it without it actually being, without, you know, it necessarily affecting Shirou specifically. And Shirou could just be aware of it, the only one in the world aware of it, because of some weird psychic connection BS superpower, maybe. Otherwise, it would be affecting Shirou specifically, possibly from Kirei, or, if not, then Shirou could subconsciously be doing it himself. Maybe his noble phantasm is the ability to rewind time. That would bring up the question of why it could be that he wants everyone to have a happy ending forever, and he feels deep down like there were unresolved tension there. I don't know, though, because that felt pretty satisfying as an ending, so I don't think that was under Shirou's control. I don't want to think so unless it was like the secret evil side within him. There could still be a secret evil side within him. And if that's the case, maybe that's like, no, I need more war. But I think the most likely outcome is the Grail was not permanently defeated, in which case maybe the Grail is the final enemy of the final pathway when we realize the timey-wimey shit is happening. The Grail could be like, no, you thought you beat me, but that was a stupid ending to this Grail War. You must do it again, muhahahaha. Because we didn't kill Ilya? Oh, that would be sad if that was the ending, is that you have to kill her for the Grail to truly die. I hope not. The Grail was like, I am mad about you having a poopy ending. I'm going to force you to redo it. And then the Grail could either give Shirou these thoughts on purpose for a similar reason to Kirei, that he's like, I'm going to force you to live through this because you're the one who fucked this all up for me. And that's why he gives him some of the subconscious thoughts, or Shirou just gets them anyway because he's super special awesome. Or, it's just different because it's different. That's possible too. At least explain to me what this is all about. That's something Shirou said, not Saber.
それはそうですが、しかし。
That's true, but then
つまりそういうことなわけね。素人のマスターさん。
So that's how it is, Amateur Master San. I mean, I think for sure they'd team up at this point, or at least Rin would want to team up, given that, he just called out that, I know her, Which, I mean, granted, he knew her anyway in the other pathway, but he was not as forceful about stopping her. Maybe because he survived the Grail and the fire, therefore he's somewhat aware. Yeah, maybe there's some psychic link, the fire, the Grail, the magic, tigers, lions, and grails, oh my. She calls out to me with a polite yet harsh voice. When I turn around, I see the man in red and the girl in her school uniform. In this pathway, it makes much more sense for Rin to be cocky, because Archer is still around. In the other one, Archer was taken out, and yet she still quickly took command of the situation, which was very telling of her character, and that she constantly feels in control, and that she also trusts Shirou a lot. But here, it doesn't necessarily have to be the case, because Archer's still around, so there's a more normal reason for her to feel confident. Granted, that doesn't mean her characterization is different, just that this wouldn't be as revealing if we theoretically saw this instead of that first. Dash. I gasp. So I wasn't seeing things. The person with the man in red is definitely that Tosaka Rin.
Tosaka Rin.
The girl who you think is like hot and stuff at school? Or is it that you know that she's your friend from the other pathway? How should I put this? Even I can tell that the man behind Tosaka isn't human. Sure. That thing is not of this world, just like Saber. Then if Tosaka is with him, she's also not of this world? Shiroto Amateur. I like Rin making puns. Oh, she called him like Shiroto. I understand your pun joke. Thank you for pointing it out. Shiro the Shiroto. Cute. It's a little lost in translation, I think. What did she actually say in translation? We have no status or weapons. Interesting. I mean, that had been introduced to us, to be fair, in this UBW, even though we still have the same load point, so... person with the man is definitely... What did she say? So that's how it is, Amateur Master San. Oh, I see. So yeah, the pun is lost in translation, but that's fine. Thank you for pointing it out to me, retranslation Arrowmorth. If Tosaka is with him, she's also... Just according to Keikaiku. Translators know Keikaiku means plan. Here, translators know it would have actually not been the worst thing in the world.
何？私のこと知ってるんだ。なんだ、なら話は早いわよね。
Oh, you know me? Then this should be easy. You know me? What do you mean, you know me? You know who Shirou is. You saved him. Are you playing coy? Wait. Because you still roughly know who Shirou is. You ran into him at school. You know me. The way you're talking is weird. Because... I mean, I feel like you're playing coy, because of course you know me. Unless choices in the future are affecting the past, if this game is going down that route. Because we know from the future that the reason Rin knows where... No, you know where my fucking house is, even in this pathway. So that's... Unless the reason she knows is different, but... So, in that case, you know, the idea is that she was looking into Sakura, theoretically, and just found out about Shirou through connection. Obviously, they don't know each other that well, but, plan meets cake. Translators know? That's a weird translator's note. You don't know me that well, but even still, we know each other. So, this should be easy.
とりあえずこんばんはエミヤくん。
First of all, good evening, Emiya-kun. I remember saying something similar in the other one. I don't know. Maybe I'm harkening too much on this. Oh, you know me. Maybe it was her just realizing and she didn't realize it first. But I mean, she did. No, I think she's playing coy. Of course, she knew who this was. She's just bad acting here. This is just bad acting. I was reading too much into this, I think. I don't know what her intentions are. But Tosaka greets me with a big smile. I mean, it's a good idea to... Well, to be fair, she's the one who saved you, so it's kind of useful for her that she saved you, because it would only make sense for you guys to have a, you know, some kind of pact with she saving you, and you just helped her out, and yet you don't in this pathway. Huh? Also, this whole scene means the prologue was Fate Rin. She wasn't threatened by Saber here. Wait, what? Wait, hold on. I mean, well, of course she wasn't threatened by Saber because Archer never got taken out. Hold on, so the prologue is... Wait, huh? Wait. The prologue can't be the exact same then. Hold on. Prologue? So, if the prologue can't be the exact same, how much can potentially be different? Hold on, I'm not going to go through the whole prologue right now, but, yeah, wait. I keep using the word wait. Hold on, where's the prologue? First day. This is first day. The day prologue. Okay, I never made a save as I was running there, I guess. This is the day. I want to check something. Right, this is as we were loading to the house. We were running to the house, yeah. No, this is okay, this is before that, but, skip. This doesn't matter, whatever, I don't care. Yeah, we're like, oh shoot, we have to go and make sure and check that if he's dead. He could be dead. I like weight. You see, Aramorth likes my weight. Right, so I run through the night. Fortunately, I know his house is here. Blah, 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 blah. It's midnight. Under the cloudy night sky, we reach the Japanese. So we're in the UBW executal, so if there's any difference in prologue, it should happen, right? There's no sign of anyone in his house in the edge of Rish. There aren't many houses around it, and there's no one else if something happens. My breath is white. Owen starts to pick up. It must be quite strong as the clouds start to drift fast. The supposedly warm wind of Fuyuki sends chills down my spine, making me tremble. Even if Fuyuki says the wind's still cold in the hill, the air around here is frozen. I strain my ears in the cold atmosphere. In the frozen feeling, servant from before, I bite my lip. His presence is perceptible on the other side of the wall. Lancer's in the house already and about to kill the same guy again. Jump in and beat him. I'm about to command Archer to go in. Right, and that's Saber's summoning. A bright white light, like a fallen sun, comes from the house. The waves of several lancers consumed. The instantaneous explosion of No way! Kuso! Or did she say Uso? I bet it's true. Usopp, lie. To prove it, the lancer jumps over the wall. It's not that fast of a jump over the wall. It took a little more time, but... Archer answers calmly. I've lost my normal judgment, that's why I didn't even consider the obvious event that would follow. Wind blows strongly, clouds cover the sky. Blah, blah, blah. And the servant jumps over the wall, coming down like a demonic bird. Archer has reacted already. Oh, he has? I couldn't react. That was my mistake. The battle ended with a small opening not lasting even a second. It might have been only a second for me, but for that servant, it was an opening that couldn't be ignored. Are you sure Archer reacted properly? I feel like he didn't, and in that instant is when she took advantage of that, and that's when he got his memories back, but... A sword rushes for me. Immediately? Already? Wait. Archer pushes... Now I'm noticing when I say wait. Pushes me aside, and the servant slashes him. It happens in an instant. Archer, who handled Lancer's fear of attacks beautifully, has been taken down with one blow. Okay, yeah, this is the same even in the UBW executable. But I make it in time this time. And does she use a command spell to do that? Because that would mean Shirou's down a command spell and Rin's up a command spell, right? Just as the enemy servant is about to cut off Archer's head with her blade, I forcibly remove him. Because if that was with a command spell, then that means that Rin would be up a command spell and Shirou would be down one. They must use the same prologue for all the routes, even though it's not necessarily the same. Pain in my right hand. It must have been an excessive command, so command spells disappeared. Yeah, alright. Command spell swappage. Now there's only one remaining. But this is for the best. Rather than having Archer die, I prefer to lose one or two command spells. But then you die! Giving no consideration, the servant attacks me! Alright. This never happens. She never has to use this because Archer's never taken out. Topaz with a wind spell sword in it. Launched all the magical energy contains it without processing it. This thing which can blow away a house without a trace is a bundle of wind spells I've stocked up over time. Okay, so this detail is just the Fate prologue, which implies there could potentially, even though it's just the Fate prologue and UBW is different, that implies that there could be more differences in a theoretical UBW prologue that we never are privy to. So that's just something to keep in mind, that what we think we know from the prologue, which thankfully is not the most, because, you know, it's been a while, memories, could potentially be subject to question and not hold true in this pathway, as this has already been proven to not hold true. Alright. Alright. I don't need to see the rest play out. Okay. Okay. Huh? None desu ka? Uh-huh. Tosaka greets me with a big smile. I'm troubled. When she greets me normally like that, I can almost forget about all these strange events and just greet her too.
バカかお前。こんばんはってそんな場合じゃないだろう。父さんがお前は。
Are you serious? This isn't the time for greetings. You're... oh my wa. This isn't the time to be calling her so rudely. Then again, I guess you always did the oh my, so it's no use bringing it up now, I suppose. When she greets me normally, I can almost forget, but not quite.
ええ、あなたと同じマスターよ。つまりは魔術師ってことになるわね。お互い似たようなものだし、隠す必要はないでしょ。
Yes, I'm a master as well. In other words, I'm a magus like you. We're similar, so we don't have to hide it, right? I mean, I suppose, but we're not that similar.
魔術師だって。そんな、お前魔術師なのか、トサカ。
Magus? You're a magus, Tosaka? Did mods on Twitch get more power? Because I noticed that, Aramorth, one of your messages seemed to be deleted by Wise, I would assume. I remember in the past, if you, like, delete a message, it, like, deletes all their messages or something for, if you try to do that. So maybe Twitch, changed their, protocols, but yeah, I don't, because I thought that was how it worked in the past, but, maybe I'm remembering wrong, but I feel like that's the case. So maybe Twitch, changed some of their stuffs. You're a magus, Tosaka? Oh, they did change their stuffs. Cool. Power. Individual deletion is much nicer. But also, you know, if you didn't want to post messages that would need to be to get deleted in the first place, Aramorth, that's fine. It's fine. But also, what's your step? You're a magus, Tosaka? Oh, crap. I don't know why, but she's looking at me with real irritation. Why? For which reason?
いや違う。言いたいのはそういうことじゃなくて。
No, that's not what I meant to say. What did you mean to say? Oh, he didn't know she was a magus. I mean, she wouldn't have known he was a magus, so... No, Tom, no spoiling. I know Tom, I know you like to joke about that, but you know, some people misconstrue your jokes, so I still gotta set the record straight and put the foot down and say I am the man. And the man says, no, we're gonna keep you down. You don't get to fight the man when I am the man. When I'm not the man, we can fight the man. But if I'm the man, no fighting the man. Okay. Oh, no, that's not what I meant to say.
そう納得いったわ要するにそういうことなわけね
I see. I get it now. So that's how it is, huh? Well, what? I'm a new magus. You had to have known that, right? Because you didn't realize I was a magus unless you thought that I was some secret, special, hidden magus. But I wasn't. I mean, I am, but not. I'm like a super secret even to myself. Taking a look at us, she turns to the man behind her.
あちゃ悪いけどしばらく霊体になっててもらえる私ちょっと頭にきたから
You're pissed that you didn't realize all along that I was a magus, or you're pissed that I didn't you thought that I could be a magus friend for you to relate to in the war, but I can't. I will be, but you still thought that it was more of a... Anyways, Archer, can you turn to spirit form for a while? I'm pissed right now.
それは構わないが、頭にきたとはどういう意味だ?
I don't mind, but what do you mean by pissed?
言葉通りよ腹いせに現状を思い知らせてやらないと気が済まなくなったのそれまであなたの出番はないから消えていてあなたがいたらセイバーだって剣を収められないでしょ
It means what it means. I can't calm down unless I make him realize what kind of situation he's in. You won't have anything to do until then, so go away. Saber won't be able to lower her sword as long as you're here. I see. So if she thought he was a real magus who understood things, she could act more friendly with him because that was the whole thing, is that once she realized he was a new magus, he's like, I'm gonna have to take you to Kirai and get you to leave the Grail War. But here, you know, she thought, oh, we both know each other are maguses, so we can be chums. It's been so long since we got new Archer content. I mean, yeah. And new Archery Club content. Yeah, well, Saber won't be able to lower her sword as long as you're here. So, very much hmms. Because, yeah, so in the other pathway, but in this pathway, at first she was all happy at the idea that, oh, fellow Magus, even though that means we'd potentially have to fight. But now she's mad at the idea that because she doesn't want me to withdraw from the Grail War. She's going to propose the idea to me, but she doesn't want me to, despite the fact that we'd have to be enemies. She still doesn't want me to because she does want a magical friend. That makes sense. Okay.
また難儀なこと。ま、命令とあらば従うだけだが、一つ忠告すると、君は余分なことをしようとしているぞ。
Man, how difficult. Well, I shall obey if it's an order. If I may warn you, however, what you are about to do is needless. The man literally disappears.
Tosaka, 今の
Tosaka, that was...
いいから話は中でしましょうどうせ何も分かってないでしょエミヤ君は安心して嫌だって言っても全部教えてあげるから
Let's talk inside. You don't know anything, right, Emiya-kun? You can rest assured that I'll tell you everything, even if you say you don't want to know. Great! 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 So far this is kind of the same. I mean, I'm down a command spell and you're up one, and Archer's not too hurt, but we're still going in to have a chat, I guess. Saying this, she walks toward the entrance.
待て、Tosaka! 何考えてんだ、お前
Wait, what are you thinking? I stop her. And then, she turns and the smile on her face isn't like the previous one. Uh-oh!
バカねいろいろ考えてるわよ だから話をしようって言ってるんじゃない。
Are you stupid? I'm thinking about a lot of things. That's why I want to talk to you. Uh-huh. And what are you thinking? She's thinking a lot of things. I see. Uh-huh. Okay. Now I'm thinking, because there's actually a lot that happens until the theoretical choice. Namely, well, the main thing is that we go to the church, we talk to Kirei or whatever. Oh! Vampire glasses, 100 bits! 100 bits for the new pathway, thank you. For the new confusion! So, So, like, because we're going to go talk to Kirei. Theoretically, that's still going to happen. Maybe it doesn't. Does that mean we still run into Ilya afterwards? And Berserker? Church and Herc fight. Yeah, those are the main things. And then, does Berserker still fuck me up? And I still have to save her by getting nearly killed? Alright. That's why I want to talk to you.
エミヤ君、突然の事態に驚くのもいいけど、素直に認めないと命取りって時もあるのよ。
Thank you for the 200 bits. You could just do 300 bits at once, you know. But thank you regardless.
ちなみに、
Oops.
今がその時だって分かって。
That was an accidental click. Emio-kun, it's okay to be surprised by a sudden turn of events, but it might cost you your life if you don't just accept it. Incidentally, do you understand that now is one of those times? Given that Archer is around, yes. However, follow-up point, you know, she didn't have to be. Yes, lots of UBW hype. Thank you for all the bits. I mean, I don't want to ever complain about bits, but, like, if you're going to give me, you know, at least if you're going to spread them out, don't spread them out by, like, a second. I don't know. You got to juice them so that when I get to a really juicy point, you throw them there, and then you throw a little here, and a little there, and also, you're not doing any multiples of 69. Actually, though, thank you for all the bits. It is kind of weird that you're, you know, spreading them out like that, but that's, at this point, that's 700 bits. That's a nice amount of bits. Thank you. 55? Why do you end on 55 bits? That's weird. I mean, you couldn't at least do 69? You can't at least throw in 14 more bits? I mean, come on. Then it makes it a sexy number. Gosh. But thank you. Do you understand that now is one of those times? Now is bits time. I'm not worried about your time. I feel like Archer can now just wreck Saber. Possibly, especially if he got his memories back. But yeah, in the other pathway, you know, I was in control-ish, but you still treated like you were in control. Here it makes more sense for you to treat yourself like you're in control because, you know, you have your Archer and Saber's injured, but the other one, Archer was super injured. So, now is one of those times. Thank you for the 69 bits. Yeah, that's the good amount of bits. Thank you. Ugh.
分かればよろしい。それじゃあ行こっか、エミヤ君のお家にね。あなたもそれでいいでしょ、セイバー。
It's fine if you understand. So, let's go to your place. You're fine with that too, right, Saber? Is she fine with it? Is she? Is she?
見逃してもらったお礼に、あなたのマスターにいろいろ教えてあげるんだから。
I'll explain things to your master in return for sparing my life. Well, I mean, she could have explained things too, but yep, Saber doesn't have to waste time explaining, I guess. I think they more or less said the same thing in the other pathway, though.
いいでしょう。何のつもりかは知りませんが、あなたがマスターの助けになる限りは控えます。
Very well. I do not know what your intentions are, but I shall restrain myself as long as you're helping my master. Tosaka goes through the gate.
なんかすげえ怒ってるぞ、あいつ。
She's really pissed. I don't know why, though. I don't know, but...
それにしたってよ。
But still. She's totally unlike the way she is at school. Sure. Are you super familiar with how she is at school? I guess you kind of idolize her a little bit, right? You thought she was kind of hot, but then you meet her real self and you're like, she's not that hot. Gosh, baka, I don't like her. So, I'm in a strange situation. In front of me is the school's #1 idol whom I admire. Timeline is trying to correct. I mean, I'm gonna be very interested to try to, like, I feel like I have to follow both versions, the UBW executable and the Fate executable, because, like, the Fate has a contradiction in the past, there has to be a different in the future, and I want to see what that is, right? Oh my god. Alright. Tosaka Rin. And following silently behind me is Saber, who calls herself a servant. Ellipses. Oh. The hallway suddenly feels like part of a different dimension. That's weird. But I can't be a coward forever. Oh, you mean you're like... You're getting all goosey bumps because you like have the hots? For both of them, I guess, because it's kind of early in the timeline. But it's UBW executable, so maybe just for Rin? I don't know. I'm a magus, even if I am just an amateur. Tosaka Rin, a magus just like me, is acting boldly. So I have to act firmly as well. Okay. She's acting boldly. You sure you don't want to act bold back? She's gonna act bold, you're gonna act firm? You know, you'd think you'd bold back, but instead firm. Firm bold. A firm bold. A bold firm. Bold. A very bold investment firm. What? But I can only work out a few things. First, about Saber who's following me. I'm sure that she's some kind of a familiar, because she calls me master and I've made a contract with her. Uh-huh. This is why I skipped through most of that Lancer fight, but I feel like I've got to rewatch the first 3 days to remember what I'm supposed to remember. Because, like, if it's a general just, oh, remember all the past stuff, even the stuff you kind of don't remember very well, I can do that. It's when it gets to the point of, yo, just remember some of the vague past stuff, but not all of it. I'm going to mix my memory up. So I definitely do think I'm going to at least want to do a Clip Notes version of the first 3 days to remember the changes, because I want to be sure I know what I'm supposed to remember and what's later and that I shouldn't think about, but I've heard that a familiar is a kind of assistant. Most magi transfer a part of their body into something and then summon it as another self. Starts dying from repeated exposition. It is something that assists the magus. Consequently, it's commonly accepted that small animals are the most suitable as to reduce the burden on the magus. Oh, okay. No, I remember this. Didn't they already say this? I don't know. Did they say this? Because it's UBW, but I do feel like I heard this. I remember this because it's forever ago, but I think I do. I think it's the same-ish. So I've been taught, but... What is it, Shirou? It's nothing. Nandemonai. Saber looks human no matter how you look at her, and she's clearly superior to me, her master. Wow. I don't have the magical energy to control someone like that. And more than that, I don't have the magic circuit to summon a familiar. Frash exposition? Frash? Oh, fresh. Frash? Yes, fresh. Nice and freshy. Frashy? Frosty. Freshty. Freshty? It's freshy, that's for sure. Ellipses. He doesn't have the what to do what? I don't have the right. I mean, you do have it. You just can't switch it. Right. Anyways. So Saber must rather be something else than a familiar. She said she's a servant. I don't know what it is, but I think the man called Lancer and the man around Tosaka were the same thing. Saber called Tosaka a master as well. I guess magi with a servant are called masters. Alright. It seems Tosaka's a magus as well, but I have no idea who she is. What? But you know her. At least somewhat you know her. You know her enough to stop her from getting killed by Saber. The Emiya family are just outsiders who came to this town in my oh, you mean as a magus? Okay. Who came to this town in my father's generation. That's why I didn't know that Tosaka was a magus. I'm sure Tosaka didn't know that I knew magic. Because you're not very good at it. Except you're secretly amazing, but you just don't know that yet. Or are you secretly amazing? It's a different pathway. I feel like he still has to be secretly amazing, because that was never fully extrapolated on. The fact that he could secretly do sword birth, even though it was supposed to be stupidly hard, was never properly explained. So I feel like he still has to be stupidly amazing in all the pathways. And that's got to be explained in one of them, which means it can't just be, oh, you're stupidly amazing in that one and on this one, because in this one, because they would have to, that would only work if they gave the explanation in that one, and they did not, unless it's bullshit, in which case I'll be able to retroactively later on go, so they never explained it, huh? That means it's just bullshit. But anyways, there are several Magi in this town that I don't know about. If Lancer's the familiar for another Magus in this town, does that mean I've stuck my head into a conflict between Magi?
へえ、結構広いのね。和風っていうのも新鮮だな。ああ、エミヤくん、そこが今？
Wow, it's pretty big. I'm not used to this Japanese style. Oh, is that the living room, Emiya-kun? Saying so, Tosaka goes into the living room. Ellipses. I should stop thinking. No thinking, just do. Let's just listen to Tosaka's story. Try to think while you listen if you can. I mean, you don't want to have your thinking override the listening aspect, but you know, somewhat. I turn the lights on. It's already past 1 in the morning. That's late/early. Fun fact, in real life, waking up at 1 in the morning is not terribly uncommon for me. Weird sleep schedule. Which I'm sure I've talked about in other videos, but I don't know if I've said it in a while, so I said it again. Staying up till 1 in the morning is extremely rare for me, though, of course, because, you know. I mean, it's not that it's never it hasn't happened in a long time. I haven't stayed up till 1 in a long time. Beyond the fact that when I wake up before 1 and then stay up till 1. In those cases, I stay up till 1. But I rarely ever... I think the only time I really do that is when I half stay up, where I take a nap during the day, usually on New Year's. I'll take a nap during the day so that I can stay up, quote-unquote, to midnight. But I don't really fully stay up because I would pass out if I tried to do that. It's already past 1 in the morning.
あ、寒い。何よ、窓ガラス全開してるじゃない。
It's so cold. Hey, the windows are all broken. Right, because of the Lancer fight?
仕方ないだろう。ランサーってやつに襲われたんだ。なりふり構ってられなかったんだよ。
I couldn't help it. I was attacked by this Lancer guy. I was desperate.
ああ、そういうこと。じゃあ、セイバーを呼び出すまで一人であいつとやり合ってたの？
Oh, I see. Then you were fighting him alone until you summoned Saber? Uh-huh.
やり合ってなんかない。ただ一方的にやられただけだ。
I didn't fight him. He just beat me up. No, he didn't die, so that's a win.
ふーん、変な見え張らないんだ。そっかそっか。ほんと見た目通りなんだ、エミヤくんって。
Oh, so you don't try to show off, huh? I see, I see. You're really just as you appear, Emiya-kun. I mean, and you're not, apparently, because according to Shirou's inner monologue, you're nothing like what you appear like. But also, Shirou only appears to be like what he appears to be, but he's actually deep down mentally tormented and stuff. And I assume he's still mentally tormented in some way in this pathway, but see, it's the interesting thing, because there's like a duality, right? There's the getting close to Saber and learning her woes, but then there's also Shirou's woes. Does he still have the same woes? Theoretically, he would, but then there's a reason to think that maybe the Grail is doing some kind of timey-wimey BS with him, because if there is, then maybe he doesn't have necessarily those same woes deep down and can maybe have different character resolution. Because otherwise, if we get to the end and we just get, let's say, a Rin character resolution, but no Shirou resolution, or the same resolution, it would just feel clunky and awkward. So that leads to the idea that maybe there is looping time, and maybe Shirou at the moment doesn't realize it and only catches on at the end of the pathway, such that in the third and final pathway he knows to do it really right for sure and stuff. I don't know, or something, maybe. Tosaka walks over to the broken window. Ellipses question mark. Tosaka takes a piece of the shattered glass, takes a look at it, and oh, prestidigitation.
Minuten for Schweissen.
What she said. She cuts the tip of her finger and puts a drop of her blood onto the glass. Ellipses exclamation mark question point. What kind of magic is this, Nani des? The shattered glass recombines and restores itself in a matter of seconds. That's like fast and stuff. Wowie wow!
Tosaka, 今の
Tosaka, that's like magic or something.
ちょっとしたデモンストレーションよ。助けてもらったお礼にはならないけど、一応筋は通しておかないとね。
This feels similar. This feels similar. It was a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, but I remember her fixing the glass. It's just a small demonstration. It won't be enough to repay you for saving me, but I have to do at least this much.
もう私がやらなくともそっちで直したんだろうけど、こんなの魔力の無駄遣いでしょ。本当なら窓ガラスなんて取り替えれば済むけど、こんな寒い中で話すのもなんだし。
Well, I'm sure you would have fixed it even if I hadn't, but that'd be just a waste of magical energy, right? All you'd really have to do is replace the window, but we don't want to talk in this cold, do we? This is the same exact text. Yeah, it seems like the same exact text. The problem with, having seen this part for the last time forever ago is I don't really know exactly what's different. Unless there's a huge standout, I'm not sure if there's some nuanced difference, so I think I do just want to take it slow for now. When I'm going back through the first 3 days again, I can be fast because I know it's going to be all the same shit. But here I don't necessarily know what's different and what's not. And I don't want you to tell me what's different and what's not. I kind of just want to experience differences. And so if I'm starting to feel it samey, I can sort of speed through it, but not really speed through it, but half speed through it. She says this as if it's completely natural. But needless to say, her skills are beyond my comprehension. Now even the game is recapping.
いや、すごいぞ父さん。俺はそんなことできないからな。直してくれて感謝してる。
Amazing, Tosaka. I can't do that sort of thing, so I'm glad you fixed it.
できないってそんなことないでしょ。
Huh? Of
ガラ
course.
スの扱いなんて初歩の初歩だもの。
You'd be able to fix it, but he can't because he's not a real magus, which you'd understand. Wait, no. Why were you pissed? You didn't understand that he was a real magus? No, you did because you knew you had to explain things. Maybe you thought, oh, he's a magus, but he doesn't know anything about magic society. That's a fair assumption, I suppose.
たった数分前に割れたガラスの修復なんて、どこの学派でも入門試験みたいなものでしょ。
Handling glass is elementary. Restoring glass that broke a few minutes ago is like a simple admission test for school, right? He never had a magic school. He's homeschooled. Ha 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 ha.
そうなのか。俺は親父にしか教わったことがないから、そういう基本とか処方とか知らないんだ。
That's how it is? I was only taught by my father, so I don't even know the basics or elementary stuff.
は？
Tosaka freezes. Rin, you're this bad? Oh my gosh, I can't work with you. Damn, it seems like something I shouldn't have.
ちょっと待って。じゃあ何？エミヤ君は自分の工房の管理もできない半人前ってこと？
Convenient game, convenient. By having Rin say, Archer, you need to go away or Saber's gonna get all pissy. They conveniently made a way for Rin to have Archer go away, and this scene to play out basically the same, even though there's differences. Clever game, clever. Then you're saying you're just an amateur who can't even run his own workshop?
いや、工房なんて持ってないぞ、俺。
I don't have a workshop. I got like a shed. You wanna see my shed? My magic shed? I do have that shed as my training area, but I think Tosaka would get mad if I called that my workshop.
まさかとは思うけど確認しとく。もしかしてあなた5大要素の扱いとかパスの作り方も知らない？
I'm gonna ask, even though it's impossible. Could it be that you don't know how to handle the 5 main elements or how to make a pass? I mean, I know how to make a pass as a girl, if that's what you're asking about. What's up over there? I honestly admit that I don't know. Ellipses. I feel like it's gonna be the same for a while. I repressed so much of early route stuff. Yeah, well, I just haven't seen it in forever, so I don't know exactly what's the same. I have a general vibe, but beyond that, I don't want to skip right now because I don't know if I can remember it because it's been forever. That's scary. She's so beautiful usually, so this makes her look pretty frightening.
何？じゃああなた素人？
It does feel similar though. Then what are you, just an amateur?
そんなことないぞ。一応強化の魔術ぐらいは使える。
That's not true. I can at least use strengthening magic. So you're not an amateur in strengthening magic?
強化ってまたなんとも半端なのを使うのね。
Strengthening?
それ以外はからっきしってわけ？
That's an awfully odd magic, so you can't do anything other than that?
まあ、 端的に言えば
Well, to be honest, probably not. Her glare makes me answer vaguely.
なんだってこんなやつにセイバーが呼び出されるのよ。
Why did Saber get summoned to a guy like this? Taku. Yes, Taku. I do like tacos, you're correct. If you're watching this on YouTube, be sure to like, favorite, comment, subscribe, and hit the taco bell to get notifications. Humph. It makes me mad. I haven't been playing around. I know I'm an amateur, but I don't think it matters right now. Lies. What's lies? Which part's a lie? The only reason I know so much of this early stuff is due to the dozen of LPs. Well, yeah. I know I'm an amateur, but I don't think it matters right now. Mad that he's such an amateur despite all the practicing. It's because he's been practicing wrong, didn't learn the right thing. But also, he never needed to practice because he's secretly an evil demon. Somehow, to some extent. He just doesn't know it, so he'll be able to do Swordburst, something no one can do.
まあいいわ。もう決まったことに不平をこぼしても始まらない。そんなことより、今は借りを返さないと。
I guess it doesn't make any difference. There's no point complaining about what's already happened. More importantly, I have to pay back my debt right now. You mean your debt as in from the other pathway where... Wait, no, it was me that was having you use the jewels and I'd pay you back. Carry on. Tosaka takes a breath. Again, though, I remember this. Because there's no debt, because there should be a debt, because you fucking saved me with your jewel, and you're still not telling the truth about that. If this is the Rin pathway, I feel like that truth has to come out. That she's going to be like, oh, by the way, I used the jewel and saved your life. And I feel like I'd be surprised if she never brings it up. She might never bring it up, though, because the player already knows, so I guess technically she doesn't have to. I just feel like if it's her pathway, she would. Or I'd find out even if she doesn't bring it up. I know, Swordbirth is a fucking... It's a high school DxD term. It's what's on my mind. I feel like it's what he does. It accurately describes what he's doing. I'll begin.
エミヤ君、自分がどんな立場にあるのか分かってないでしょ。
Emiya-kun, you don't know what kind of situation you're in right now, correct? No. I nod.
やっぱり。
I thought so.
まあ、一目で分かったけど、一応確認しとかないとね。知ってる相手に説明するなんて心の贅肉だし。
It was obvious, but I had to make sure, right? It's only putting flab on my mind if I explain it to someone who already gets it. Yeah. Flab on the mind. Ellipses question mark. I think that was a weird phrase, but I stay quiet as I think she'll beat me up if I make fun of her for it. Flab on the mind. That is weird.
率直に言うと、エミヤ君はマスターに選ばれたの。
To put it bluntly, you've been chosen as a master.
どっちかの手に精魂があるでしょ。手の甲とか腕とか個人差はあるけど3つの霊樹が刻まれているはず。それがマスターとしての証よ。
Holy, sign one of your hands. On your hand's arm, the personal but there's a spell. That's your master.
手の甲って
Wakata! Wakata, yo. On my hand.
そう。
That has
そ
to
れ
be
はサーバン
different.
トを利
At
する
least the
呪文
picture.
でもあるから大切にね。霊樹って言うんだけど、それがある限りはサーバントを従えていられるわ。
That is also a spell that controls the servant, so take care of it. It's called a command spell, and you can retain control of your servant as long as you have it.
ある限りってどういうことだよ。
What do you mean, as long as I have it?
霊樹は絶対命令権なの。サーバントの意志をねじ曲げて、絶対に言いつけを守らせる呪文がその刻印よ。
Command spell enforces unconditional obedience. That mark overrules your servant's will and makes him obey your command.
発動に呪文は必要なくて、あなたが霊樹を使用するって思えば発動するから。
No spell needed to activate and will be activated when you put your mind to using it.
で、その霊樹がなくなったら、エミヤ君は殺されるだろうから。
Be
制
killed
御注
if
意
you
して。
lose all command spells, so be careful. Also, doesn't your pact expire and you're not technically a master anymore, or some malarkey like that? I thought, but whatever.
俺が殺される
I'll be killed? I mean, not necessarily. There's just a decent chance.
そうよ。マスターが他のマスターを倒すのが聖杯戦争の基本だから。そうして他の6人を倒したマスターには
Masters
望
killing
み
other
を叶える
masters
聖杯が与えられるの。
is fundamental to the other Holy Grail War, and the master who kills the other 6 masters award the Holy Grail. And despite this, you lived the war, Ilya lived the war, at least 2 masters lived, aside from the main master. I mean, Kirai went and died, and Shinji went and died. And it seems like two masters one definitely probably died off screen, the one that Castor killed, assuming she was telling the truth. And then Assassin's master, I don't know, Schrodinger's master. Maybe he's dead, maybe he's alive. When we find out who the master is, we can maybe answer that question. Nani desu ka? Nan desho? Mate. Wakanai. Okay, I can't keep this doing. Tosaka is talking about it all. Like the part about masters killing other masters. And the part where the winner gets Holy Grail. Wait, does that mean the Holy Grail?
まだわからない？
I wakaru yo.
あなたはあるゲームに巻き込まれたのよ。
Boku wakaru yo desu ka?
聖
No,
杯戦
desu
争
yo.
っていう7人のマスターの生存競争。
This ka would be a question.
他のマスターを一人残らず倒すまで終わらない魔術師同士の殺し合いに。
Boku wakaru yo desu. You still understand? To put it simply, you've been dragged into a game. I don't know if that's grammar good. It might just be wakaru without needing a des. So I might be doing grammar wrong, but whatever. Put it simply, you've been dragged into a game, a survival game between the 7 masters, a game called the Holy Grail War, a battle royale that won't end until you kill all the other masters. Technically, all the other servants, you don't have to kill all the masters, so you're a lying liar pants. Tosaka Rin states this as if it's the most natural thing in the world. Dash dash. The phrase I heard swirl in my head. I have been chosen as a master. You've been chosen to participate in a game. It's called the Nonary game. Except there's only 7, so the Nanari game. Tosaka says she is a master. Familiars called servants. And a battle to the death between Magi called the Holy Grail War.
待て、なんだそれ。いきなり何言ってんだお前。
Wait, what's this? What are you talking about all of a sudden? You crazy
気持
girl.
ちはわかるけど、私は事実を口にするだけよ。
I understand how you feel, but I'm just telling you the truth. Okay? But what if I can't handle the truth? How many of these jokes did I make in my first time through that I just forget making because it's so long ago? I wouldn't be surprised if it was a lot of them because, gosh, I did like, oh man. Because, I don't know, in games, whenever there's like a visual novel where there's multiple pathways, this is not the first time this has happened, where I do a let's play. I'll like start over from the beginning to find the other paths or whatever. One is different. I found the other path by accident. Because I wasn't expecting to, because there's like an executable, but whatever. The point is that it's not uncommon for me to not realize that I'm making the same jokes, and then I'll look back at my earlier parts and I'll go, oh fuck, I did make the same joke, wow. I guess, you know, I just have a certain kind of mentality. Rin, just like Kira, using half-truth and such, sure. I understand you feel, I'm just telling you the truth.
それに、あなただって心の底では理解しているんじゃない？一度ならず二度までもサーバントに殺されかけて、
Understand deep
自分は
down,
もう逃げられない立場なんだって。
despite your name, you're really Shinji Ikari, and you mustn't run away. But are you regular Evangelion Shinji Ikari? Or are you rebuild of Evangelion? What a question. I've only seen up to the first 2 rebuilds. I have to see the others at some point. I really like it. I really like the rebuilds. I think they're really good. I would argue I like them more than the regular stuff, but endings are big for me, so I have to see where it's going to fully make that claim. Dash. That's... Certainly I was almost killed by that Lancer guy, but...
あ、違うわね。殺されかけたんじゃなくて、殺されたんだっけ？よく言って帰ったわね。
This might be different. Oh. Is this different? Because I feel like she never brought this up in the other pathway. Or if she did, she didn't fully extrapolate. Maybe she said it and didn't extrapolate? And Shirou was too stupid to look into it further? Oh, that's wrong. In fact, you weren't almost killed. You were actually killed. I'm surprised you're alive again. Dash. No, you're not surprised because you saved me. You're the one who did the saving. So you can't be surprised. You're a liar pants. Not almost killed, but actually killed. That's right. I was killed by that guy. And then she brought you back, and she's not going to say anything. If this is Rin's pathway, though, I feel like we would find it out eventually. I should be more surprised about the fact that I'm alive than about this situation I'm in. The wound in my chest. The escaping blood. The escaping warmth. And the pure voice I heard amidst all of this. Oh.
納得いった。
Oh!
とっくにあなたはそういう立場になってるのよ。
Do you get it now? That is your situation. Hold on. The pure voice I heard amongst all of that. The pure voice as in Rin's voice? I wonder if this is the same. Don't answer that. Don't tell me. If I wanted to know, I would look into it. I can easily find out. It'd be time consuming, but it would be easy. The pure voice I heard amongst all of that. This feels like an important factoid. It could be that he just didn't know who the voice belonged to. But if he did know who the voice belonged to, that would be how he's so gung-ho to be like, hey, you, Rin, you're the person who saved me, which I know subconsciously somehow. But if this is just a Shirou in a timey-wimey version, this suggests... I don't know what it suggests, but because... timey-wimey Shirou wouldn't know this because Shirou in the other pathway never learned. He never learned that Rin saved her. This is debating then that this is just different because it is, or the difference between the routes is going even further back. We're just not seeing it yet. If it's true that difference goes back. You're also having trouble, but you've seen this pathway a million times, Wise. Grumble, grumble, you liar pants. You've seen the beginning part of the game. You should have every line memorized, Wise. You're not very wise, are you? You seem like more of a fool right now. Do you get it now? That's your situation.
何も分かってないからって逃げることなんてできな
You
いし。
can't run just because you don't know anything.
あなたも魔術師なら覚悟ぐらい決まってるでしょ。
But you're prepared since you're a Magus, right?
殺されるのが私たちだってね。
We're beings who kill and are killed. Exposition makes you sleep. At least stay awake to watch my ad breaks. Thumbs up. Ho ho ho. Tosaka's in a good mood, maybe because she enjoys watching me be troubled. Dash. Yeah, I'm already prepared, but
トサカ、俺がランサーに殺されたことを知ってるのか？
this feels different. You know I was killed by Lancer, Tosaka? Is Shirou smart? Him being smart implies maybe he is timey-wimey, because that is a thing I feel like she said in the other pathway, but he never followed up on it. Maybe because he was being stupid, but this is maybe post-character development Shirou being timey-wimey by the Grail, and post-character development Shirou doesn't avoid ugly truths. Why would that be an ugly truth? I don't know, but it means he's smarter and less stupid. So, he's like, wait, you know I was killed by Lancer Tosaka, question mark? I wonder how she knew that fact. Give me character shit, dynamic, important lines. I can rattle them out. Ask me to repeat some exposition. Whoops.
少し調子に乗りすぎたか。
Damn, I got caught up in the moment. Oh, yeah. Because I shouldn't know that you know that. But I feel like she still brought that up in the other pathway. Shirou just didn't catch on to it. So again, the difference feels like it comes from Shirou. The difference feels like they're sprouting from Shirou. Which, I don't know, it suggests timey-wimey stuff. It could be, at the very least, it suggests some Shirou-Weiro stuff. Because the differences feel like they're all sprouting from Shirou. Rin got too cocky. Damn, I got caught up in the moment. She's acting suspiciously.
今のはただの推測よ。つまんないことだから忘れなさい。
Liar. This is different. This is definitely different. That was just a guess. Forget about it. It's trivial. It's not trivial, is it? You freaking liar. Of course I know it's not trivial. Why am I... Anyways. You don't want to feel like... Even though you said, I'm indebted to you. That's wrong because I'm indebted to you. But you don't want me to know that because you feel bad about me having to know that because you like me and don't want me to feel like You don't... You like having control and that would give you control in the relationship, but you feel like that would be too much unfair control. And that if I decide to partner with you or something, it should be genuine partnership, not, oh, you fucking saved my life, so now I owe it to you. You think that would be an unfair advantage in the fight, maybe? Doesn't want a relationship built to a debt owed to her? She wants in my pants, but doesn't want because I'm obligated to be in her pants. Ho ho.
つまんないことじゃないぞ。
It's not trivial.
俺はあの時、
Someone certainly...
いいから。そんなことよりもっと自分の置かれた立場を知りなさいっての。
Forget about it. Your main concern should be grasping the situation you're in. Indeed. my Renegade's main concern is like, what are they going to do with the future pathway? Because this isn't an important distinction, but the command spell differences is an important distinction that would need to be in some way conjoined if we do dovetail onto UBW from Fate. Yeah, this Shirou seems smarter. He's more on top of the game, like post Fate Shirou, where he stops ignoring the bullshit and starts being like, I'm a smarty boy.
あなたも7人のマスターの一人、聖杯戦争の主役なんだから。
You're one of the 7 masters of the Holy Grail War.
いい？この町では何十年かに一度7人のマスターが選ばれて、
Look, every few
それぞれサーバン
decades,
トが与えられるの。
7 masters are chosen in this town or given servants. Every few. In this case, it was just 1 decade, but sure, whatever.
マスターは斧が手足であるサーバントを行使して、他のマスターを潰していく。
A master uses his or her servant to kill other masters.
これが聖杯戦争
This
と
is
呼
the
ばれる儀式
ritual
のルールよ。
called the Holy Grail War. The Holy War of Karlon was waged. I
私も
don't know why
マ
that
スター
comes
に
to
選
my
ばれ
head.
た一
Just,
人。
when I think of Holy Wars, I think of that war. Although, I guess, I probably wouldn't be surprised if I brought this up initially as well, but I don't know. I can't know. I guess I could know if I went back and watched my old pathway. Those few lines woke me up, but now I'm back to sleep. Just don't have a sleep death-wise, fool. I've also been chosen as a master.
だからサーバントと契約したし、あなただってセイバーと契約し
So I
た。
made a contract with a servant, and you made a contract with Saber. I mean, you could say Archer if you want to, not beat around the bush. You said servant, but me servant you, but you didn't. For you servant, you didn't say, but you could have.
イミヤ君は自分でセイバーを呼び出したわけじゃなさそうだけど、もともとサーバントってのは聖杯が与えてくれる使い魔だからね。
It doesn't
イ
seem
ミヤ
like
君み
you
たいに何も知らない魔術師がマスターになることだってありえるわ。
summon Saber by yourself, but servants are given to masters by the Holy Grail, so it's possible for an ignorant master like you to be chosen to master. Okay, now my memory is shifting to Fate Zero for a second. I'm remembering the one guy who summoned the one caster from Fate Zero. He wasn't really a knowledgeable master, but I want to say he had, I don't know if he had a circle set up. I want to say he might have had a circle set up anyways. Like he was setting it up for some other reason, or he would, like, he heard about it and was setting it up. I think he summoned by accident, but he had some kind of magical shenanigans going on to strengthen the summoning. I just feel like, I don't know if there has to be a circle, but there definitely has to be strong. It doesn't have to be on purpose, but I don't know if the sheath alone is enough. I'm coming back to this. I feel like Shirou did have something there. I feel like, I want to say I had proof there was a circle, and it's just been so long that I forget that there was proof. But I don't fucking remember. It's possible for an ignorant magus like you to be chosen as a master. Ellipses. Tosaka's explanation is too brief for me to understand. Briefs, underpants. Dragon Ball Z. But there is one thing I do wonder about.
ちょっと待ってくれ。遠坂はセイバーを使い魔だって言うけど、俺にはそうは思えない。
You say Saber's a familiar, but I'm not convinced. I'm not very familiar with her yet. Har har har.
だって使い魔っていうのは猫とか鳥だろ。そりゃ人の幽霊を扱うやつもいるって言うけど、セイバーはちゃんと体がある。
Familiars are things like cats and birds. I do hear that some use human ghosts.
使い魔なんかに見えない。
Saber has a body, besides she doesn't look like a familiar. I glance at Saber. She looks like a pretty girl. She's quietly listening to our conversation. You don't see her with her armor in the house very often, so that's, a rare sight. She looks just like a human being, ignoring the fancy armor. I don't know her identity, but she's a girl about my age. Sort of.
使い魔ね。まあサーバントはその分類ではあるけど、位置づけは段違いよ。
I remember the term ghostliner.
何しろそこ
Do you
にい
remember
る
that?
彼女はね、
I remember being
使
like,
い魔とし
you
て
know,
は最
Faye,
強とされるゴーストライナーなんだから。
you bring up all these weird terms, and, like, do they even mean anything? I feel like you're just saying mumbo jumbo a lot of the time. That's right. I want, like, a Steins Gate thing where I can pull up and see, like, a list of vocabulary terms you're throwing at me. And we never really got that. So you, like, throw out shit like Ghostliner, and I'm like, what the fuck? It just feels like weird nonsense world building, which isn't necessarily a problem in and of itself, but it's a visual novel, so you could totally have, like, you could totally have, like, a Steins Gate type Oh, here's what all these weird terms mean to add to the lore building. Servants are in that category, but they're on a different level. The girl over there is a ghost liner, considered to be the strongest of all familiars.
ゴーストライナー。じゃあやっぱり幽霊ってことか。
Ghost liner? Then you mean she's really a ghost? Can I smooch a ghost?
幽霊似たようなものだけど、そんなもんと一緒にしたらセイバーに殺されるわよ。
She's similar, but Saber'd kill you if you compared her to one. Does that mean I compared her to one by accident on my initial playthrough? Haha! We just need a magic status screen. Sure.
サーバントは受肉した過去の英雄。精霊に近い人間以上の存在なんだから。
Servants are heroes of the past given bodies, being surpassing humans, more like spirits.
受肉した過去の英雄。
Heroes of the past given bodies, and this one's given quite the fine body. I mean, not just her though. I mean, we haven't really gotten a good look at Castor, but Ryder, she's fine. Yeah. Okay.
そうよ。過去だろうが現代だろうが、とにかく死亡した伝説上の英雄をこう引っ張ってきてね。
That's right, a legendary hero that was pulled from the past or the present or whenever and given a body.
まあ、呼び出すまでがマスターの役割で、
Past or
後
present or
の実
whatever.
体化は聖杯がしてくれるんだけどね。
You mean past or present or
魂
future?
を形にするなんてのは、一階の魔術師には不可能だもの。
Past or present or
ここは
whenever.
強力なアーティファクトの力におんぶしてもらうってわけ。
Grumble, grumble. Well, it's the role of the master to summon them, and the Holy Grail does the rest. It's impossible for a magus to give shape to a soul, so we're assisted by a strong artifact. I mean, I was already having the theories that Archer's from another timeline, or the future, or some alternate past, or some shit. But you know, saying a line like this, you know, there's a bunch of nonsense lore building, but I feel like these lines are like hiding in plain sight in that case because of the nonsense lore building, which is one benefit to nonsense lore building. Yeah. Past or present or whenever. That's not a term or anything, it's just, you know, nonsense lore building without a term that you can sort of extrapolate from yourself. And the fact that you threw the whenever there, you know, that's telling. Imagine a present heroic spirit. Yeah, that'd be kind of weird. Like, yes, I'm currently alive and in the future become a heroic spirit, so I was summoned to what is the past, but I'm from the present. I mean, I think someone from the present is also from the future simultaneously, almost. Summon them, and the Holy Grail does the rest. It's impossible for magus to give shape to a soul, so we're assisted by a strong artifact.
ちょっと待て。過去の英雄って。
Hold on, so here the past means... Eh? I look over at Saber. Then she's a heroic from the past too? Well, it's true that nobody would dress like that now, but still.
そんなの不可能だ。そんな魔術聞いたことがない。
That's impossible. Zettai Moody, I've never heard of any such magic.
当然よ。これは魔術じゃないもの。あくまで聖杯による現象と考えなさい。
Of course
そうでな
not.
ければ、魂を再現
It's not
して固定化するなんてできるはずがな
It's a
い。
phenomenon? Duh. Phenomenons are not magic. They're different things. Get on my level. Think of it as a phenomenon created by the Holy Grail. It's impossible to recreate a soul and give it a body without it. Duh. The Grail, what it does isn't even magic. It's like better than magic. It's like, you know, fruity gum jobs. Jeez. Yes, I am actually the future Prime Minister of the UK. Well, it's not impossible if we corporealize her. She could be, you know, but she's still from the past, but she could be both.
魂の再現って。じゃあサーバントは幽霊とは違うのか。
Recreate a soul, serving as the ghost? Okay, now this is
違う
dead.
わ。
Haven't you been
人
taught
間
all
であれ
humans,
動
animals,
物で
and
あれ機
machines?
械であれ偉大な功績を残すと
Right, the Ring of
人間に
Reincarnation,
枠
I
から
remind,
外
yep,
されて一段階
sublimate.
上に昇華
higher
するって
rank.
話。英霊っていうのはそういう連
Heroic
中よ。
spirits are like that. Put it
要する
simply,
にあがめ立て
worshipped
ま
and
つ
made
られて
into artificial
疑似的な
gods.
神様になった者たちなん
Gods,
ですよね。
that's pretty good rank. Artificially, but like, you know, a god is a god. I mean, the regular gods are probably gonna be like, get these artificial pussies out of here. But you know, but you mean, if they get accepted as if they get more worshippers than the real gods, then there's gonna be like a god fight, and then they'll have the Tower of Babel and biblical references, and then they'll have to be reset to Fate Zero.
高齢術とか口寄せとかそういう一般的な霊を扱う魔術は彼らの力の一部を借り受けて奇
Ghost
跡を起こ
magic.
すでしょ。
such as supplicating a ghost uses heroic spirit to make miracles happen.
けどこのサーバントっていうのは
But
英霊本体を直接連れてきて使い魔
the
にする
servants are familiars made from the heroic spirits themselves. Because of the ghost liner. If you take the ghost liner, you can use the ghost magic and supplement the ghost to the higher rank where it becomes a ghost, and then we smooch the ghost. You know, like Undersale says, yes to smooching ghosts. Or wait, is it robots? No, wait, I remember the joke. Don't answer that. Okay. Heroic spirits like that, put it simply, they have been worshipped. Why am I rereading this? I don't remember. I'm like half paying attention because I've read it again, but because I'm half paying attention, I'm like reading it again, which is the worst of every world, unless it's not. Supplementing ghosts, but the servant familiars from the heroic spirits themselves. We all know the OTP is Archer times Shirou. Oh, I mean, I wasn't thinking about smooching that ghost, but you know, considering that Archer is Shirou from the future, I think that's a little disrespectful. Or a little dirty on Archer's part to try smooching Shirou when he is Shirou. Like, they at least, you know, maybe Shirou and Fate Zero Archer would be a little more healthy, because they clearly had, like, a weird love rival bromance going on. Not like a bromance, but, you know, like a, you know, I hate you but love you kind of thing. They could have one of those rivalry, like, oops, and, you know, fan fiction. I'm sure it exists. Anyways.
だから基本的には霊体としてそばにいるけど必要とあれば実体化させて戦わせられるってわけ
Archer is actually Bedivere tanned? I mean, I feel like Shirou is Bedivere somehow, but I guess Shirou, Bedivere, and Archer could all be the same person. It's not impossible. They accompany you in spirit form, but if need be, you can give them form to make them fight. But I can't make Saber a spirit.
霊
She's
体
a real
と
girl?
実体を使い分けられるってこ
Give
と
them
か
form or keep them in spirit
さっ
form.
き遠坂についてたやつが
If
消え
you
たのは
disappear, turn into
霊体に
spirit.
そう今はここの家の屋根で
He's
外を
keeping
見
watch on
張
the
ってるわ
roof now. And this time he can actually do something more useful keeping watch on the roof and not just keep watch because he was, you know, not injured as much this time.
さっきの戦いで分かったと思うけどサーバントを倒せるのは同じ霊体であるサーバントだけなの
I think you could tell from the battle, but the only ones who can beat these servants are other servants, spirits like them. I wonder if Saber will make it to the end of this pathway. She could, but I could also see a universe where if this is the Rin pathway, where we basically do what Rin did in the other pathway, where she started to try to fight with us without Archer, where we lose Saber, and Archer becomes the one who wins this war. And we actually team up with Rin at that point, and that's how it becomes more of the Rin pathway. Only we'll be a little more involved with Rin's version than Rin was with ours. I could see that as being a possibility. Saber might also make it to the end anyway, but if it is the Rin pathway, I wouldn't be surprised if Saber gets ousted at some point, and then Archer is the final frontier. I could see that happening. Possibly. And that would mean in the third pathway there'd be some other weird thing. It would depend on, you know, stuff, but if, like, Sakura is the third one, and if she is the tragic villain, then we would still need Saber in theory. Or it could be the super final ultimate boss, and it would be Saber and Archer together, and Berserker somehow. Berserker becoming good, and getting the good side of the Force, and becoming Heracles, and they'd all work together. I don't know. Could be. The only ones who can beat these servants are other servant spirits like them.
そりゃ相手が実体化していればこっちの攻撃も当たるからうまくすれば倒せるかもしれない
We can attack them too if they take form, so we might be able to beat them. Third pathway, both Saber and Archer and Rin die, and Shirou has to soul the war. That sounds a little intense. But hey, maybe that means that's the, you know, he can get with Helia if she's still around. Yeah. Or it could be the Berserker pathway, you know. We get to some of his inner Heracles, because we got some of that towards the end when he initially died in the first pathway. We got some inner Heracles just at the end there. If we could get some more of that, potentially, it's not impossible, but I find it less likely. We can attack them too if they take form.
けどサーバントはみんな怪物じみてるでしょだから怪物の相手は怪物に任せてマスターは後方支援をするっていうのがセオリーね
But servants are as strong as monsters, right? So we let monsters deal with monsters. The master usually supports them from behind. Tosaka's explanation irritates me for some reason. Because do you still want to fight in place of Saber? You still riding that high? She calls them monsters. I don't know about the other servants, but I don't want her to talk about Saber like, oh, well, that's true. I doubt they're going to repeat that same whole thing of, no, Saber, you can't fight. I don't think they're going to do that again. But still, him treating Saber like a girl that he likes isn't that weird, at least this early on, before he, decides that, no, my real waifu is you, Rin. Probably.
とにかくマスターになった人間は召喚したサーバントを使って他のマスターを倒さなければならない。
Anyway, someone who
そのあたりは理
becomes
解できた？
a master must kill all the other masters using his servant. Do you understand so far? Well, sure, but also you don't have to because we didn't in the other pathway. I guess to be fair, we technically didn't fully win, but Kirai was like, I didn't need to kill Rin or whatever. It's still gonna end the fight or whatever. Technically, I suppose the Grail would have killed Ilya if it had been fully manifested, so I guess if he had killed Rin, if she had died to her sleep death, then they could have actually approached to a real finale, but under those rules...
言葉の上でならけど納得なんて言ってないぞ
Technically, yes, but I'm not convinced. And you know what? I'm not in a position where my bowels don't tell me to pee. Hum hum. Differences. There are some. Okay. Anyway, someone who becomes a master must kill all the other masters. Technically, yes, but I'm not convinced. Oh, wait. No, I was like, who's not convinced? Maybe I thought for a second, Rin's not convinced. She was like, technically, yes, you do, but I'm not convinced because I think that's what Kirai says, but it's not true. I don't know.
そもそもそんな悪趣味なことを誰が
Who started such a
そ
thing?
れは
Why?
私が知るべきことでも
Something
な
I know.
いし
Should I
答えて
answer?
あげることでもない
The one overseeing
そ
the
の
Grail
後
War.
私が教えてあげられるのはねあなたはもう戦うしかなくてサーバントは強力な使い魔だからう
All
ま
you
く
can
使
do
え
now is
ってことだけよ
And since servants are powerful familiars, you should use yours wisely. Not fully. Fully coolly. Oh. Whoa. Wait. Whoa. Wait. Oh, whoa. Okay. So it lets me skip scenes even when I have a different executable, it still recognizes even that. Okay. So that means I know this scene is entirely skippable. That's good to know. I'm not going to skip it, but I will speed through most of it probably. I just want a good idea of what it is we're skipping. I will skip most of it though. Interesting. So, does that play into why some of these earlier ones are loadable? Alter ego. So maybe this was afterward we were going to the church? This is Kotomine Church, alter ego. This is all alter ego. Whereas, this one... Hold on, are we saving? Yeah. What is the name of this? Question? Night Rin Church Master Registration. That's a different name. So is this before we get to Alter Ego? Or is it a different name because it's a different... It's not Fate, it's UBW, but it's still the same kind of scene. Alright.
さて
Emi-kun, you must not be in full form.
ええ
I'm not
シ
in
ロー
full
には
form.
私を実体化させる魔力が
Sure, yeah.
驚いたわ
Surprise.
そこまでひどかったこ
That
とも
bad of
だ
a
けど
state.
あなたが正直に話してくれ
敵に弱点を見抜かれるのは
There's
不
no my
本意です
weakness.
あなたの目を
I think you're
欺けそう
really good, Ren. You're a great character in
こ
this
ちら
game.
それならばあなたに知っても
正解
You have a good personality.
もう
What qualifies as a good
ますます欲しい
personality?
私がセイバーのマスターだったらこんな戦い勝ったも同然だったのに
Petty Ren is petty. Clenches your fist in anger.
遠さか
当然でしょヘッポコ
Said something any normal person would have trouble saying. Smooch the Ren. I mean, given that, you know, he's the perfect one fit to be your master. Ren just doesn't realize that he's got the sheath inside him. Does he still have the sheath inside him in other pathways? Or is that going to be something that's different in the past because of the future? Because like that felt like a big revelation, unless we just find it out sooner, because that's the big winning game revelation for the Fate route. So I feel like even if it's still true, it has to be told at a different time.
何まだなんか質問
More questions. Her honor student from school combos inside of me. Good going, you say. Yep.
さて
Suddenly says something strange. Go where?
だから
Going to see the guy, blah blah blah. The Kirei, yeah.
大丈夫
Be
隣
fine.
町だから急げば夜
Sunday
明けも
tomorrow.
いや、
Right.
そういう問題じゃ
So I want to have a da.
何行かない
Dosaka asked Saber. He didn't want to go? Still, a lot of things happen, so I want to have a rest and think about them. Oh, this is probably him subconsciously not wanting to go to the church because, you know, he knows some dirty is happening at the church. He knows deep down he doesn't want to go there. It's in the neighboring town. We should be back by dawn. Go where? Involved. You want to know the reasons behind the Grail? Has he brought it up? It's fine. It's in the neighboring town. Yeah, she brings up the exact place. It's in the neighboring town. Well, she doesn't say the exact place. Maybe he knows deep down, though. That's not the problem. Because he's smart, so maybe he can guess where it is. I don't know if he's good enough to guess the church. He is pretty smart, though. Subconsciously, he might from another pathway, but this is a skippable scene, so it should be all the same.
ちょっと待て。
Had nothing to do with
もう
Saber.
マスターとしての自覚
そんなことあるか。ただ、遠坂の言うのが本当なら、セイバーはだから。
シロ、それは違う。も
Really?
ちろん。
Not the first time I've been
この時代
summoning
に
this age.
嘘
Oh, okay. You ruled
ど
that
んな
then.
確率よそれ
No, wait, what are the chances of that? Okay, yeah, this is good to remember because I didn't remember that this is when she said that. Right, okay. Sure, that is incorrect. Even if she was never summoned to this age, though, they just, like, know things by default, I think. Surprise 2, so that must mean Saber says something incredible.
シロ、私は彼
Life
女に賛成です。
experience. Saber stares at me silently. It's a gentle stare, it's word of a
わ
da.
かった。で、それってどこなんだ、遠
Right.
坂。
He doesn't know the exact
ちゃん
place.
と帰ってこれる場所なんだ
So
ろう
maybe,
な。
maybe he was smart enough to think that that's probably where it was, or subconsciously he already knew somehow because of his super evil demon powers, and that's why he was smart enough to know to not go there. It could also just be that he fucking didn't want to go there because, you know, he's like, that sounds too committal. I don't want to commit to Grail War nonsense. That's also possible.
もちろん行き先は隣町の琴峰教会
Tosaka makes an evil smile. How do you respond to that initially, Shirou? Because that church has been giving you the heebie-jeebies since forever, right? It looks like she's having fun dragging me around while I don't know anything. Ellipses. It might be prejudice, but I'm beginning to feel like there's a problem, blah, 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 blah. You don't respond at all to the Kirai, just ignoring it? Okay. We walk through the nighttime town. It's past 1 in the morning. There's no one out this time. The lights in the houses are out, and only streetlights illuminate the center of
まあ、
town.
遠坂。スカのことを聞くけど、歩いて隣町まで行く気なのか？
Chuck, are you planning to walk to the neighboring town? I guess technically I could go back and skip and see where the cut is. That's not a terrible idea, actually. I am a little curious. Because if I go up to 10th page, right, I could potentially get to the part where they let you skip, and see where they go just to, yeah, you know what, in fact, I think I'll do that. Because I don't think they tell you when you get to a part where it's no longer, you know, I don't think they tell you exactly when, oh, hey, you're at new stuff, if you decide not to skip. So, actually, I'm curious about that. Where does... Well, actually, it will tell me if I'm in a new scene, though. So, that's another reason to save. Am I in a new scene? No, it's still Masters. But, like, theoretically, if I was to load this up... load up this one. Yep. Now skip. Blah. Blah, blah, blah. Yes, skip. Where does this put me? It's a bit windy now. Okay, this is... it's a bit windy now. It's a bit windy now. Good to know. Okay. So it's right as we're at the church. That's interesting because this is where we... Before we get to the church, and it's distinctly called Alter Ego. This is when we're at the church, right? So it's interesting that we can't load this, despite the fact that it's theoretically the same scene. It's called a different scene, but it lets you skip it. That's an interesting choice. that's called a different scene, but it lets you skip it. And yet it doesn't let you load this because it knows that you're on the wrong path. But what does it matter if things happen differently in the past in UVW based on if you're in the Fate path versus the regular path? Well, I guess that's why it matters. That's weird, though. That is weird. Especially if there are some... Wait, no, that's a doubly weird because you get shit like this where you can load them, apparently. That's weird. Okay. What'd you say? It's windy? It's a bit windy now. Remember that. Ah! Find a walk to the neighboring town.
そうよ。
Buses and trains have stopped.
そうか
Don't mind me asking how
えっ
long.
と歩いてだと言っ
そんな
Take a
余分な金
taxi,
は使わない
har har.
し俺がい
安心しなさい。
The facial
相手が
expressions.
どんなやつ
Rin
だろ
does
う
have
と
great facial
ジョッカーなんて
expressions.
出してこないわ。エミヤ君は
Saber's
忘
really
れてる
strong,
みた
but
い
would
だ
they
けど
know Saber's
そこ
strong?
にいるセイバーはとんでもなくお強いんだか
I
ら。
feel like it's more Rin is the reason they wouldn't mess with you. Rin just gives off such a confident aura, I feel. I get, like, Saber, I mean, I don't know if, you know, any hoodlums could sense her presence or whatever, but I feel like random thugs would see Saber in the overcoat and wouldn't think much of it. I think it'd be more seeing Rin and her confident personality that would do it. I don't know. She's right. Whoever it is, someone they encounter viciously.
リン、
That fucking
シロ
coat.
は今何を言いた
That's
か
a
ったの
funny
でしょ
coat.
う。私には理解できなかったのですが。
He's saying you're a girl and girls have to be protected because sexism. I think. He was saying that, wasn't he? Walk, for girls to walk alone at a time like this. No, be responsible.
いや、大した勘違いっぷりっていうか、
It's a good
顔
coat.
まぬけっていうか。
It's a funny coat. I love it.
なんでも私たちが痴漢に襲われたらエミヤ君が助けてくれるん
Joke's
だ
on
って。
you, ladies. I am the pervert and I'm already here.
そんな、シロは私のマスターだ。
Okay, I remember this.
そういうの考えてないんじゃない？魔術師とかサーバントとかどうでもいいって感じ。
Ellipses. Tosaka and Saber now know each other well enough to talk to each other. Hey! Saber's been silent, yeah. And I remember analyzing this. I do remember being like, oh, Rin likes, you know, Rin wants to get close to Saber because it's a magic friend. And even though Rin thinks of, you know, differentiating them between servant and master, she's getting chummy with Saber. And, because she feels there is a long-term alliance there, even though she hasn't said anything. She still intrinsically feels it, but she doesn't want to say it because she doesn't want to blow it. Because she does want it, but doesn't want to blow it. She said she wouldn't take off her armor, so I made her wear a raincoat, and she's been quiet ever since. Now she follows me and only speaks to Tosaka. Okay.
あれ？どっちに行くのよエミヤ
Only
君
speaks。to Tosaka.
そっち道が違うんじゃない？
What? So I made her wear a raincoat. I see. Because she thinks it's awkward, and she's like, let me wear my elegant armor and strut my pride. I guess this technically could hide us from enemy masters and servants. But I mean, that's still suspicious either way. And she probably feels foolish. And she's like, how dare you? I am an honored knight. You such and such.
橋に出ればいいんだろならこっちのが近道だ
We need to get the bridge, right? This will be a shortcut. Shirou not only knows the way around here well, but he knows exactly where that church is because he's thought about it for a long time and he does not want to go there. But that's why he knows the exact route to it that is fastest. I don't want to walk alongside them, so I quickly made my way to the small side road. They follow me without objection. There's that bridge. That was the bridge, if memory serves, where Gilly killed Ryder, right? I want to say that that's a true thing. We come out into a park. We have to cross that bridge to get to the neighboring town of Shinto, but...
へえ、こんな道あったんだ。そっか。橋には公園からでも行けるんだから、公園を目指せばいいのね。
Maybe it's just because it's nighttime. Wait, why is she... Oh, that's an unusual face. I don't usually see that from her. There's a similar face Saber gets where she's like happy but also trying to ignore the truth of how she likes Shirou. All I have to do is head for the park. Tosaka looks up the bridge talking happily. Didn't know about this road. Since you can get to the bridge from the park, all I have to do is say, oh, she's excited. I guess because she's used to being secluded and not talking about, you know, stuff like this with magic friends because she doesn't have a magic friend. I already psychoanalyzed this, but, you know, no pathway, so still, you know, the fact that it's the same. Again, it's important to realize what's actually happened and what didn't, especially when I forget a lot of what did. Sokka's face looking up at the bridge. Seems even more beautiful than at school. I'm troubled. Aha! Again, though, we have to play both sides because this is a skippable thing, so it works for both Rin and Saber, so he has to like both of them here.
いいから行くぞ。別に遊びに来たわけじゃないんだから。
Didn't come here to play around. Hurry to Sokka, who's standing still in the park, and make my way upstairs. Once you reach the road along the... Yep, cool. We were also on this bridge when we were, like, you know, having the date with Saber. This is the awkward moment where we're like, we gotta be together, and we split up, and, you know, what you say. It's only natural, as not many people use it even during daytime. It's more normal than blah, blah, blah. It's because it's so long, blah, blah. That must be why this place isn't used for dates, even though it's perfect. You had a date that ended here, giggity. And you had a date with Gilly. Because it's so long, it might collapse on you. Stupid, what am I thinking? What are you thinking? Oh, you're thinking about dates? This place isn't used for dates. It's perfect location-wise. You're thinking about having a date. But with which girl? Saber is following me silently and Tosaka is walking right beside me. Which one, huh? In this pathway, it's probably red. Trying to ignore my hair across the bridge. All these potential through lines. Yeah, they have to go through a few. This makes me think, if the third pathway isn't Saber or Rin and is instead, let's say, Sakura, which version of the prologue would they use? Is it a third one? Or, because, like, that's the thing. We would believe most of the prologue would still happen the same, theoretically, but we know at least part of it is different, because Archer doesn't get slashed away instantly in the Rin version. So would it use the, assuming this is a Rin version, I'm still assuming, but I'm getting more and more confident about this. Would it use the Fate version or the UBW version? You think it uses the default version, but it's hard to say. It could also use the third version, but how would we know? Because the prologue theoretically wouldn't change, so... Things to think about. When I think about Shinto, only the office buildings in front of the station come to mind. Beyond those, the streets are very old. Suburbs the oldest of all. There's hilly roads and a lofty view overlooking the sea. As you go further up the hill, there are a few buildings in the former cemetery built on the slope can be seen. Yeah, the former. That was the place we were hanging out with Saber after Lancer died.
この上が教会よ。エミヤ君も一度ぐらいは行ったことがあるんじゃない?
You must have been here at least once. I know of the location. I try to avoid it.
いや、ない。あそこが孤児院だったってことぐらいは知ってるけど。
I know it used to be an orphanage, though. So they say.
そう。なら今日が初めてか。じゃあ少し気を引き締めた方がいいわ。
Osaka starts up the hill. Looking up, I can see a building at the top of the hill. A church atop the hill. I never thought I'd visit God's house for the first time for a reason like this. Is this where the pathway changes?
すごいな、これ。
Not quite. This is really awesome. The church is magnificent. The church's grounds must cover the whole top of the hill. A flat expanse welcomed me as soon as I reached the top. The church isn't that big, but it is compelling, towering over its visitors. Okay.
シロ、私はここに残ります。
I shall remain here. And I thought this was because she knew Kotomine, who Kirei was, and was like, oh, the Kirei's in the church. That would be awkward. I don't want to deal with that. But that one bad ending suggests she didn't know and just sensed the, like, corpses or whatever and was like, that's a weird, grody feeling. I don't want to do it. And yet, wouldn't you want to be with Shirou now if you sense the groutiness? So much seemingly meaningless lines becoming foreshadowing. That's the best part. It's a good part about rereading early stuff, I'd say, for visual novels. But yeah, it's like, I thought for sure that was her knowing that it was Kirei and didn't want to get involved because it was Kirei, but then she didn't know according to the bad ending. So it was just the grody feeling. I'm surprised she wouldn't have wanted to stay by Shirou to protect him if she did have such a grody feeling. But I suppose she felt that it was safe because it was, because it was supposed to be a neutral ground, she's like, it's safe, it's really grody, so I don't want to go in there, but it should be safe. That's very trusting of the overseer, which I assume you'd have no reason to not be trusting without exactly meeting him, which I guess you don't. I suppose that's fair, but you'd assume shifty stuff is going on, because that's the whole reason you stay outside, right? I don't know.
なんでだよ。ここまで来たのに、セイバーだけ置いてけぼりなんてできないだろ
I can't just leave you when we come up here together.
私は教会に来たのではなく、シローを守るためについてきたのです。シローの目的地が教会であるのなら、これ以上遠くには行
Did
かな
not
い
come
でし
to
ょ
the church. I followed to protect you. If your
ですから、
destination is the church,
ここで帰りを待つことにします。
should not go any farther, so I shall wait here for your return. That just seems so like, this feels like I want to avoid Kirei. Like, I know she doesn't say anything, but if there's foreshadowing, I'm looking for it. Like, really, like, oh, I had a grody feeling, I don't want to go in, foreshadowing. Saber says clearly. It doesn't seem like she'll budge an inch, so I decided to respect her decision. If you expect that there's grody stuff, wouldn't you be a little afraid for her? Afraid for him? Maybe you want to be a lookout in case any other servants decide to... I mean, it's supposed to be neutral ground, though. So, but, like, so if you feel grodiness inside... I don't know. Feels like an odd through line. Is it just an excuse to have her not meet Kirei? I feel like if you were just going to do that, you would have just said she didn't decide to do it because she knows it's grody. It only comes up in one bad ending anyways. So I feel like that's odd storytelling. It might be just a writing snafu. It only comes up in the one bad ending. It never even really gets brought up in proper canon, the canon pathway, quote unquote. So I feel it would make more sense if it was just she didn't want to run to Kirei. She knew it was Kirei and she was not interested in running into him. Because otherwise, the reason that she doesn't go in just feels a little arbitrary, not fully explored.
う。わかった。それじゃあ行ってくる。
Alright, then I'll be going.
はい。誰であろうと気を許さないように、マスター。
Please do not let your guard down regardless of whom you're facing, Master. This could be interpreted as she senses something grody and that's why she tells Shirou, hey, be careful. But, like, if you sense something grody, freaking stay with Shirou to protect him. This really feels like to me like, I don't want to get involved in that Kirei bullshit, but hey, Shirou, be careful in there, because I know there's a Kirei bullshit. That's what this feels like to me. Even knowing where it theoretically is actually going, that's how this reads to me, but... It's a large, impressive chapel. It's so big, many people must come here during the day. Wait. Is it after the whole priest section afterwards that it skipped to? I guess so, because I don't remember the exact line. I don't think it ever came up, so it must be after the church scene is over that we get to that scene. Skip to the post-Kirei talk. Seems like it. The priest here must be quite distinguished if he's entrusted with such a church. But during the Kirei talk, don't we get a choice of whether or not to... Which means we could potentially get the same bad ending? I didn't think we could get... Well, maybe that's how... Well, there's 14, 13, and 13, theoretically, for Taiga dojos. So there can't be that many repeated ones, in theory. Or rather... Yeah, because a repeated one wouldn't even be one, right? Or rather... What I mean is... Yeah, because if there's... Anyways... If he's entrusted with such a church... We'll have to see if they even do let you repeat Taiga dojos on another one. So, I don't know, it could be a slightly different one, or it might give you the same Taiga dojo, but I don't feel like they would do that if you're on the next path. We'll have to see. Priest here must be quite distinguished if he's entrusted with such a church.
トサカ、ここの神父さんっていうのはどんな人なんだ?
What kind of person is the priest here? It's supposed to be the same scene, so in theory you get the same choice, but it never gave us the choice. It never gave us the choice. Unless we fold back into the Fate Route Tiger Dojo. It never gave us the choice, though, when we skipped the scene. Normally you get the choice as you're skipping the scene. It should give you the choice, and it didn't, which implies that in this version you don't get the choice. You just automatically choose to accept the call, because there's a Shirou who's already been wound up in the timey-wimey stuff, and doesn't even think about saying no, because he knows it's a booba-dooba-doo? What kind of person is the... Or he knows the other bad end exists because he's already lived it out, so subconsciously he's like, I know I have to say yes to the Grail. What kind of person is the priest here?
どんな人かって説明するのは難しいわね。10年来の知人だけど、 私だって未だにあい
It's
つの
kind
性
of hard to
格はつかめ
explain.
ないもの。
I've known him for 10 years, but I still can't grasp his character. I suppose it's possible that the reason Shirou stopped Saber from attacking Archer is because Shirou remembers, wait a second, the first time I went through this and I let Saber fuck up Archer, he was screwed up for a lot of it and couldn't help us in most of the war. So that's why Shirou stopped her early to be like, no, we really want his help. And we don't get his help for most of the time. He might not get taken out by Berserker if I stop her like this. If there's some subconscious dance going on in Shirou's mind, that would explain part of that.
10年来の知人？それはまた随分と年季が入った関係だな。
You know him for 10 years? That's a pretty
も
long
しかして親
relationship.
戚か何かか？
Is he a relative of yours or something?
親戚じゃないけど、私の後見人よ。ついでに言うと、兄弟子にして第二の師っていうところ。
He's not my relative, but he is my guardian. On top of that, he's my senior as an apprentice and my second teacher. Yeah, because your father was your first.
兄弟子って魔術師としての兄弟子？
Seems apprentice, you mean apprentice in Magus.
そうだけど、なんで驚くのよ、そこ
Why
で。
surprised?
だって神父さんなんだろ？
Priest?
神父さんが魔術なんてそんなのご
Was that
法度じゃ
something
ないか。
Kiritsugu told you? Since you seem to know little about magic anyways. By the nature of Magus and the church cannot be in harmony. How do you know that? Organization the magic belongs called the Magic Association. The other side of the religion and the side you, I guess Kiritsugu did tell you this, wouldn't see while living a normal life is called the Holy Church. The two are barely similar. They cooperate on the surface, but they're always trying to kill each other when they given the chance. The church hates heretics. They totally eliminate the inhuman and they count magic using humans among their targets. For the church, miracles are only given to the holy saints. Any miracle performed by other people are heresies. There are no exceptions, even for those within the church. The higher one rises in the church, the more one is prohibited from the impurity of magic. And for a follower entrusted with a church like this, and the more divine protection one receives, the more one should stay away from magic.
いや、そもそもここの神父さんって
First of all, is the priest here on our side? No.
ええ、聖杯戦争の監督役として派遣されたやつだもの。バリッバリの代行者よ。
Yes, he's the one supervising the
もっと
Holy
も神
Grail
のご
War
加護
after
があ
all.
るかどうかは疑問だけど。
He's a real agent. Well, I don't know if he has divine protection, though. He's got some divine bullshit, that's for sure. Tosako's footsteps echo as she approaches the altar. It's bad manners to do that when the priest isn't here, but it's so late at night. He won't be in the chapel, so if he's anywhere, it'll be a private room in the back.
んで、その神父さんはなんて言うんだ？
Who's this
さっきは
priest?
琴峰とかなんとか言って
You
た
said
け
a
ど。
name like Kotomine before. Here's the other thing that's interesting, is that earlier, she dropped Kotomine when Saber was around. I suppose Saber could have just not been paying attention. Or she heard Kotomine and thought a different Kotomine that isn't Kirei. That feels like a stretch, though. I feel like based on the way they... Because I remember even thinking, Saber, how are you going to react to Kirei's name drop? At the time, I remember thinking that. And she didn't react. And I remember, ooh, at some point you're going to react and it's going to be juicy. And like, oh, why'd you go to the church? Because you're avoiding Kirei. And I remember thinking that. But I suppose the implication is that she never just didn't pay attention when she said Kotomine, or didn't realize it was that Kotomine. But that feels weak, and it feels like the narrative would be more tight if it just was like, oh, I didn't go in because I don't want to deal with Kirei because that's grody. Not that the vague explanation of, I sensed something, also I didn't hear when Rin said Kotomine's name, or I did and didn't put two and two together. Also, I didn't want to go in, yet I didn't want to protect my master. Yet that just feels like, I feel like the narrative would be more better if that was the reason that she didn't come in. The real reason, or whatever the reason, I don't think the real reason got fully explained. And the fact that she didn't know it was Kirei felt weak to me. You said a name like Kotomine before. I asked Tosaka while following her. Tosaka stops in front of the altar and turns to me with an uncomfortable expression. All this in text, first one bad end. Yeah.
名前は琴峰綺麗。父さんの教え子でね。もう10年以上顔を合わせてる腐れ縁よ。
His name is Kotomine Kiri.
できれば知り合いたくなかったけ
Due to
ど。
my father, we have an inseparable relationship for 10 years now. Well, I wish I never met him, though.
同感だ。私も死を敬わぬ弟子など持ちたくはなか
I
っ
feel the same way. I did not want an apprentice who does not respect his teacher, her teacher, their teacher. I am your teacher. A footstep. He must have noticed our entries. He slowly appears from the other side of the altar.
再三の呼び出しにも応じぬと思えば
Now you bring a strange guest.
変わった客を連れ
He's
て
the
き
seventh
た
one. That juicy voice.
そう一
I
応魔
guess he's
術師
pretty
だ
much
け
a
ど
beginner. I couldn't let
中
him
身
be.
確かマスターになった
The
もの
rules
は
to
こ
report
こに
here.
届けを出すのが決まりだったわよね
This is the rule he invented. It's a rule he invented so he could scout his
今回
competition.
守ってあげる
I believe it was the rules to report here when one becomes a master. It's a rule he invented, but I'll follow it. You fucking fucker. You made it a rule to report you could scout your competition because you're cheating in part of it even though you shouldn't be. So you can find out whoever comes here and then frickin' know things about them you shouldn't. Granted, not many people even came according to you, but that's because they're fucking smart and don't trust your dumbass who's actually being a cheating cheater face.
それは結構なるほどではその少年には感謝しなくてはな
Very well then I must thank this young man. The priest called Kotomine slowly turns to me. Dash. Oops. Misclick. Without realizing, I step back. He's not scary at all, but you're fucking scared because, you know, in the freaking basement. I don't feel any hostility from him, but this priest still has a presence that makes the air around him feel heavy.
私はこの教会を任されている琴峰キレイというものだが
I'm Kirei, the one entrusted.
君の名は
Yay!
何というのかな
What is your name, Seventh Master?
7人目の
As if I
マスター
don't know. Har, har, har. Wait, no, he doesn't. That's right. When he finds out he's Emiya, that's when he gets all giddy, if I remember correctly.
エミやシロけど俺はまだマスターなんてものになった覚えはないからな
That's debatable, though. Kira could have been lying about not knowing. It can go a couple ways, I think. Emiya Shirou, but I haven't agreed to this master thing yet. I glare back at the priest, trying not to lose against his presence.
エミヤシロ
Indeed. That reaction feels genuine. But because if it was scripted, if this was a scripted reaction, I feel like he would eventually reveal reveal to Shirou during his grand plan that I actually knew all along. Moo-ha-ha-ha. I don't think there's much reason for him to pretend about that. So I think this is genuine because of that, if anything. If it was scripted and acted, I think he would have just confessed that, yeah, I was acting, but he didn't. So that's what I'm thinking. No? The weight on my back turns into a chill. The priest slowly smiles as if he's met someone pleasant. That smile, it makes my skin crawl.
礼を言うエミヤよくリンを連れてきてくれた君がいなければあれは最後までここ
You
には
brought
訪
Rin
れ
here.
なかっ
If
た
it were not for you, she would not have come. The priest makes his way toward the altar. Tosaka moves away from the altar and stands beside me. Ooh.
では始めよ
Let me share your Saber's master, correct?
それは違う
Certainly, I made a contract with her, but I don't understand. I'm a stupid.
マスターっていうのがちゃんとした魔術師がなる
Go
も
and
の
choose a better
う
person.
なるほどこれは重症だ
Serious? Does he really know nothing, Rin?
だから素人だって
He's
言
a
ったじゃ
beginner.
ない
Very
その
first
あたり
steps.
からしつけてあげてそういう追い込み得意でしょあんた
You with your chocolatey deep voice are great at exposition, aren't you, Kirei? Tosaka urges the priest.
ほう
I see, that's how it is, huh? I understand this is the first time you've
お前が私
ever
を頼
depended
った
on
の
me.
はこれが初めてだエ
Cute.
ミヤシロには感謝をしてもし
I
たい
can
な
never
いな
thank you enough. For more reasons than you know. Ho ho ho. Father Kotomine laughs. Father? You're really calling him father? Sketchy. Conversation makes me feel uneasy.
まず君の勘違い
What you
いいかエミ
misunderstanding?
ヤシロマスターとその
It's
腕
not
に
something you
レ
just
ジ
give
を
or take.
刻まれたものは
You have the command skills, so you're a master.
やめることは
Why
で
can't
き
I
ない
quit? You actually can.
レジとは聖魂でもある
Or can you?
マスタ
In
ー
this
とは
version.
与えられた試練だ
It was skippable,
都
so
合が
theoretically,
悪いからといって放棄す
but
る
it
こ
also
と
skipped
は
the
できない
choice. The command spell is a holy mark. Becoming a master is a trial placed upon you. You cannot escape it.
その痛みか
If
ら
you're
は
released from that pain,
お
this,
前
this
が
should
マ
be
ス
the
ターを
same.
やめたいというのであれば
And
聖
wish
杯
for
を
it.
手に入れ
Everything will be as you
己が
desire.
望みを叶えるより他はある
This
ま
is
い
you playing up to wanting Shirou to do it because
何もかもが
you
元
find
通
it
りだその
enjoyable.
エミヤシ
In reality, you know that Shirou could potentially bow out, but you really don't want him to because of your juicy relationship and all that.
お前の望みそのうちに
The
溜まった
mud.
泥
That's a
全て
through
書
line.
き出すこともできる
Because ultimately,
そうだ
Kirei ends up
初め
summoning
から
like the
やり
dark
直
mud
す
at
こ
the
と
end.
って可能だろうよ
And, metaphorically, he clears the dark mud that Kirei's controlling from the Grail as he clears the dark mud in his soul. Even clearing out all the mud inside of you is possible. Yes, it is even possible to start everything over again. It's possible to start everything over again! That sounds like a fucking... Oh, but no, you're dropping that on purpose. That's right, that was your whole plan, is you wanted Shirou to... Because I was like, does that mean we're gonna have time travel in the plot? That's like what his wish is gonna be? And like, yeah, kinda, that's the point. But like, from Kirai's perspective, that's the point. So that doesn't necessarily mean, despite how much that feels like a flag on first view, the fact that Kirai knew about that as a possibility and thought of that as Shirou's possibility kind of takes it away as it's not like it stopped being a flag, but the main reason thing making it a flag sort of goes away when there's a real reason to why he used that wordage, because he was thinking the exact same thing. Therefore, you should desire it. Time comes, you appreciate being chosen as a master. And he uses those words, if you wish to erase those burns that cannot be seen. Yeah, even at this point, he was like, oh, this is going to be juicy if I make Shirou the one. And then he doesn't even realize it, goes all to despair. Moo ha 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 ha. Yeah. Accept that holy mark. Nani desu ka? I feel dizzy. The priest's words don't make any sense. They just confuse me more as I listen to them. But still, his words soak into my brain and clot like blood.
Kirei, 回りくどい真似はしないで。私は彼にルールを説明してあげてって言ったのよ。
What do you know about his old
誰も
wounds?
傷を開けなんて言ってない。
What do you know about his old wounds, Rin? I don't think he's brought up the fire yet. No, he hasn't, because that's what makes him decide to stay as part of it. Rawr, I think, isn't it? Yeah, that's why he's like, oh, that means that's why I have to say yes. That's when he says it, because he brings up the fire. Kirei, don't go off topic. I asked you to tell him the rules, didn't ask you to open up any old wounds. The voice cuts in. That clears up my dizzy head. It's pointless to say anything. He's kind of pizza. He's kind of pizza. Take away his morality. He's still misunderstood. Makes sense, to an extent. From a gross perspective. Oh, good for others. I rather enjoyed it too. Rude. Of course you enjoyed it. Jerk.
何よ。彼を助けるといいことあるっていうの？あんたに。
It does him much good to help him, of course. Sure it does. Saving yourself from boredom, maybe. Won't do any good to preach to you now. Okay. Let's return to the main topic on Shirou. The battle you've been dragging the Holy Grail War. Have you learned from Rin there's all about Babu-Dooby-Doo? I did. It's some ridiculous thing we're certain Babu-Babu. Indeed, but we're not committing these inhuman acts because we want to. Ritual to determine the blue. We require trials, yes. What trials? And tribulations? This priest doesn't think of this Holy Grail War thing. It's a blah blah blah. You keep saying Holy Grail War, but what is it? You can't possibly mean the actual Holy Grail War. I don't think this thing is a trial. No, it's more fun than it is a trial. A very fun trial. So where's the tribulation? Ace Attorney jokes. The Holy Grail, a chalice said to have received the blood of Christ. Oh, it's a very phony priest. It's considered to be the greatest holy record, said they're capable of many miracles. The most common legend about it is the one who obtains the Holy Grail, blah, blah, blah. But that's just a myth. After all, the Holy Grail itself is pretty much something that exists but doesn't exist. A Holy Grail that makes wishes come true definitely appears in many folklores and legends around the world, but that's it. A fictional power that doesn't exist and is impossible, that's the Holy Grail. Yeah, and then magic people summoned a thing, and they're like, let's call it the Holy Grail, because let's, fucking make it confusing. It's not the real Holy Grail, but they called it the Holy Grail, because there's no real Holy Grail, it's just a story. But they summoned a thing, and they're like, it's basically the magical Holy Grail. So let's just confuse players of the game. They go like, wait, what? So is it the real? Huh? Of course, the Holy Grail that appears in this town is real. As proof, the great miracle of Babu-Doo, summoning and controlling the hero is no miracle. Babu-Doo-Baba. Holy Grail with this much power shows Babu-Doo. The objects are Babu-Babu-Doo. Dash is dash. So, he means that even if it's a fake, it doesn't matter if it has powers that would overwhelm you. Sure, yeah. Assume there really is a Holy Grail, then why is it required to see the Holy Grail? Where we shouldn't be killing each other, the Holy Grail, so what would we do? Their argument, we don't have such freedom, only one person. That is not something we chose, but the Holy Grail, because Holy Grail is a dick! Side 7 Masters, as I've said, it's a ritual. As a Holy Grail War. Yep, sure. The priest speaks plainly, I have no rebuttal, and look down on my left hand. There is the mark they called the command spell. I guess as long as I have this mark capable of being a master, I'm not convinced. I don't like the idea that Ollie kills other masters. Huh? Hold on, you're misunderstanding. I remember this! Because you're a bad explainer, Rin! I remember this. Rin, you're the one who fucking told us that it's about killing other masters, and then you're like, oh, you don't have to, you can kill servants. Rin, you bad teacher. Hisaka taps on my shoulder and says something unexpected. Yeah, you said we have to kill each other.
殺し合いだ。
You will kill each other.
綺麗は黙ってて。あのね、
This still feels dumb in my opinion. Like, she said it wrong, only to now be like, when Kirei says it, to correct it?
特別な儀式で呼び出す。
I suppose
降霊するしかないってわけ。
I suppose there's the idea that Rin really doesn't like her connection to Kirei, so when Kirei says it, it sounds more final, when Rin was just sort of prattling off facts that she'd memorized from Kirei. And then when Kirei says it, she remembers, wait, no, it doesn't have to be like that. I was just saying it because it's so ingrained in my mind, because that's how Kirei would say it. But that's not true, and I knew it wasn't true, so I don't even think about it. That's how much I don't think about it, that I said it when I was wrong, because I'm dumb. But when he says it, I'm like, wait, no, that's wrong. Maybe.
で、呼び出すことは私たち魔術師だけでもできるんだけど、これ、
わかる。
That's why you need the
そういう
servants.
こと。ぶっちゃけた話、
She could have told me that earlier. Yeah, she could have. Okay, I guess the game realizes she's a dumb explainer. Now I'm relieved. So even if we enter the Holy Grail, we're talking over down.
なるほど。
Oh, she doesn't have
そういう
to.
考えもできるか。
Tosaka, even if we enter it, Totaka's not gonna die. Definitely. That's ignoring the truth if you think she's definitely not gonna die.
ではエミヤ氏を一つ尋ねるが。
Your own servant? Eh? Beat Saber. That's impossible. Magic is useless.
ではもう一つ尋ねよ。
I mean, Shirou tries to be superior to a servant, that's for sure. Answer Baba Doobadoo. Oh. Yep. That's right, it's a natural solution. You choose the easy way, except you don't have to, they don't actually, a lot of the time they very rarely kill the other master to kill the servant. In fact, never. They never, so far from what we've seen, we never kill the other master to kill the servant. We always just kill the servant. Even when Shinji was killed, his servant was already dead. And Kirei was killed separate from Gilgamesh, so no, we would never in the course of the original pathway kill the master to kill a servant. Didn't happen, not once, never happened.
ああ、けど、それじゃ逆にサーバー。
いや、霊樹がある限りマスター。マスターを失ったサーバン
Indeed.
だから。
I know all about that. What if you use the commands Baba Doopy Boo Boo?
待って、それは。
Wait, that. Then you won't be able to form contract, and the freed servant will go off someone else too.
それはその通りだ。霊樹さえもっとも。
I do not think a max
強力な魔
exists.
術を行える霊樹を無駄に使う。
But if you do that, you cannot be part of the Grail War.
いたとしたら、そいつは半人前どころか。
Just a chicken.
ただの
This is
ふ
more
ぬけとい
Hiro
うことだ。
gloating Shirou because he really wants Shirou to be part of this and does not want him to walk away from it because he thinks it's too juicy. Priest laughs as if he knows what I'm thinking about. Of course he fucking does. He's a great judge of character. And, you know, he knows about the fire incident. Ellipses. I'm annoyed. That priest is making fun of me. I think he's trying to provoke me. That's 100% what he's doing.
納得がいったか。さて、
Well, then let's
そ
return
れ
to the
君
beginning.
はマスターになったつもりは
Still
ない
feel
か。
that way.
マスターを
You wanna
放
abandon
棄するという
responsibility,
の
that's fine
君が
too.
今考えた通
Do
り。
we get the choice?
霊樹を使い切っ
Hold
あ
on.
ちょっと待った。なんだって
I
あんた
can
に
protect
安全を保
myself.
障され。
私とて
I have no free time to care for either, but this is one of the
私は
rules.
繰り返される聖杯
You
戦
kill me
争を
anyways, I
監
bet.
督す
You
るために
jerk.
派遣された。
I bet he'd kill me anyways if I did stay at the church because he's secretly a master too, so grumble grumble. Like if I choose to turn away, he wouldn't find that fun at all and probably just kill me. I suppose he'd probably play a little trick on me first and show me the corpses and then quickly kill me, you know, just to have a little juice. But he needs a little bit of juice, right? But so damned if you do, damned if you don't, because if you try to leave, you'll just run into Ilya when Saber's not with you, so you know.
故に聖杯戦争による犠牲はマスターで亡くなった魔術師を保護す。
繰り返される
Seating Holy Grail War. Wait, hold on. What? Who lost their claim to being a master is one of my biggest responsibility. Wait, repeating? Where does it say repeating? I have been dispatched to supervise the repeating Holy Grail War. Hold on. Repeating. Does that mean this kind of... Oh, well, I mean, obviously, because Saber said she's been summoned before. Anyways.
それどう
I
いう
thought you
こと
meant,
だ
like,
よ
how this one repeated from the Phase Zero.
聖杯戦争っていうのは
Anyways.
無論だ。でなきゃこの教会は
Duty of the Church. Yeah, True Cross. We have a True Cross Academy. Duty to investigate the Holy Grail.
これが正
726.
しい
Let's
ものであるのなら、
720
さあ、
see.
さ
Where there's the Holy Grail, was but yeah, according to the record, it said that the first battle occurred 200 years ago. 50 years, despite this one only being 10 years. Last one was 10 years ago. Shortest cycle. Why is it so short? Is there a special reason for why it's so short? Is it because of the way the last one ended? Is it because of the Saber connection? Did they ever give a reason why it was so short? Because that feels very sketchy to me.
正気かお前ら。こんなことを今まで4度も続けてきたって。
Maybe they'll give a reason. I don't know if they've given a reason. But to me, so far, it just feels like... Right now, until I know otherwise, it feels like a writing snafu. Where it's like, it happens once every 50 years usually. Oh, but the last one happened 10 years ago because you need to have this whole thing where your father was in the last one and you were part of the fire as a kid and we need you to be a teenager to be prime age in this Grail War. So that's why it has to be 10 years ago. And yet we still said that it's every 50 years, even though we could have said 10 years, but we said 50 to make it sound more grand. But we could have just said 10 and then there would be no contradictions. It's short because the Grail didn't, like, fully manifest in the last war? I mean, what is fully manifesting in that case? Because you can argue it didn't fully manifest in this one either, so won't it just be another 10 years? I mean, if we go from the Fate Pathway perspective? Also, it fully manifested in this one even, because I'm pretty sure Ilia's mom, you know, she fucking died, and we saw the Grail, we actually got to, like, see it. And I don't know, like, if that's just anime interpretation, but Ilia lived in this version, in this Fate, so maybe that just means she's stronger than her mom, but, like... But, you know, it just feels like... I feel like it fully more manifested than this one, which I guess it didn't fully manifest because of the way that Saber fucked it up. But then Saber fucked up this one too. So if the reason it's short is for that reason, then by destroying the Grail, we're gonna just repeat the short cycle. In theory, maybe that's why Shirou has to get repeated timey-wimey bullshit, because it's like, wait, no, the Grail isn't over. We have to permanently kill it for sure, not just, you know, repeat the cycle 10 years from now. I don't know.
全く同感だ。そう、過去繰り返された聖杯戦争は、
Masters were driven by their
過熱を
desires.
極めてき、君も知っていると
All
思
you know
う
is the
が、
highest crime for Magus.
魔術だが、魔
Master
術協会
violated.
は彼らを戒めるために監督役を派遣したが、
Understand, my boy.
それが間に合ったのは、
はあ
Your supervisor, from what you
今の
said,
話からすると、
ほう、
how is it
だって
bad?
以前のマスターたちは
Because the past
魔
magic
術師
people
のルールを
did
なら仮に聖杯があるとして
The one who
最後まで
remains is
勝ち
someone who
残
uses
っ
the
た
Holy
や
Grail
つが
selfishly. It
聖
will probably
杯を私
happen.
利私欲で使うような魔術師を監視するのが教会の仕事な。
Magic people don't really care about good and evil that much.
まさか、私利私欲で動かぬ魔術師などおるまい。我々、
そんな
That's
バカな
ridiculous.
困るな。
Uh-huh.
だが何しろ望みを叶える。しかしそれが嫌だというの。
Uh-huh, more goading. Trying to hold back his laughter. It's like he's enjoying my clumsy inability to accept the facts. Uh-huh. That's just great for him, the fact that it's usually, you know, evil people with evil wishes. And she was like, no, it can't be evil because bad guys are bad.
どうした少年。
Think that was a good idea, we not accept it?
そんなの
It's none of your
余計なお
business.
世話
Anyway, I
だ
don't have any reason.
Daichi.
And Kira gives you your reason. He mentions the fire. The final
聖
goading.
杯なんてものに興
ほう。
Not convinced the winner of the
で
Holy
は聖
Grail would
杯を
do.
手に入れた。
それは
That's even it leads to a disaster, and this is where he brings it up to fully goad Shirou, to catch him, hook, line, and sinker. Can't answer that question. Crap, his words are violent. They force the truth onto me, whether I want it or not.
理由がないのなら
There's
そ
no
れ
reason
も
to
か。
fight. Stu are not trouble with what happened 10 years ago.
10年前
10 years ago! The end of the last
前
Holy
回
Grail,
の聖
Unstable
杯
Master
戦
touched
争
the
の
Holy
最
Grail.
後にな。ふさわしくないマスターが聖杯に触れた。
Wait, you're saying you touched it at the end of the pathway and you caused that curse on Kiritsugu. So do you mean
我
you?
々にわかる
But
のは
Kiritsugu also
そ
tried
の
to
時
touch
に
it,
残
right?
された災害の
So it's like a
爪痕
double
だけ
touch?
だ。
You both tried to touch it then? Because you said you touched it and cursed Kiritsugu. This could be you slightly lying, but, you know. Maybe you're just goading Shirou a little, or maybe you don't. I guess you don't. You definitely know that Shirou clearly doesn't know about Kiritsugu. Maybe just in case it's for future proofing. You're like, oh, an inexperienced master. You're talking about Kiritsugu, you're future proofing if Shirou was actually smart enough to remember this stuff, but he's usually probably not. Or at least not normally when he doesn't have character development. For an instant, blah 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 blah. Now, do I get the choice still?
そうだ。このま死傷者500名。
Killed or wounded?
焼け落ちた建物。
Dash dash dash. I feel sick. My vision blurs. I lose concentration. I can't focus my eyes. My body stumbles. But I hold myself firm. I hold in consciousness by clenching my teeth. Hold back my nausea with the anger boiling up in me.
エミヤ君どうしたのよいきなり顔面真っ白にしちゃって
I must have looked terrible. I think it's very rare for Tosaka to be worried like
心
that.
配無用だ。
I feel better after seeing your weird face.
ちょっとそれどういう意味よ
That's cute.
いや、タイはないんだ。言葉通りの意味だから気にするな。
That's even worse. Literally, you have a weird face.
ならいいけど余計に悪いじゃないこのド変僕
That is worse, you big oaf. They do have great chemistry. If this isn't the REM pathway, that should be fun to see their chemistry devolve even more. Even from the start, though, when they barely know each other, their chemistry is pretty great. The school's #1 honor student, Tosaka Ren, smacks me in the head. That does it. With that, the nausea and anger go away.
サンキュー。本当に助かったから、あんまりいじめないでくれ。トサカ。
That's cute. Thank you. The slap helped.
聞かなくちゃいけないことが。
That's not good for the future of their relationship if she's already abusive right now. Feel better for seeing your weird face. It's very rare for Tosaka to be worried like that. Because you're starting to be magical friends. I was implying. That's great. Looks like she hasn't hit me enough, but she still lets me continue. Because she likes that I said genuine thank you. Aw.
Oh.
Okay. You should know what I want to ask. Fine. Emiya Shirou won't lose to you. Ooh. Third person-ish. Shirou is used to Taiga. Ren is nothing. That's true. Because Taiga's abusive too, I suppose. Ooh.
じゃあ聞く。あんた、
Fifth.
聖杯。
当然だろう。そう毎回全滅。
じゃあ。
早まるな。手に入れるだけならば簡単だ。
I touch it every day. Giggity. Of course, it's not the real Holy Grail. He goes at the church?
最もそれは器だけ。
Oh, I see.
中身が空なのだよ。
It's in spirit form. And the spirit went. I see. So you have the real thing. The spirit is in Ilya, and then the spirit has to go out and fuse with the real thing that you have. Is that the correct? Okay, sure, whatever. Okay, fine, that's fair. It's kind of. I guess you didn't fully complete the process of the fusing, but like the spirit needs some sort of weird baby to be birthed in, and then maybe the reason it's only 10 years is because Ilya is such a strong prodigy of it's whenever it's fully formed within the person, the spirit, and that's when that could be a reason it's so short, I suppose. Still feels weird to say 50 years though if it then ends up being 10, but maybe it's because Ilya's like the strongest or whatever and creates the the spirit and then the vessel and then he goes the spirit goes in the cup and then they make Grail babies.
この教会に保管してあるのは
Uses his
極め
catalyst
て
to
精
draw out the
巧
real
に
Holy
作られた
Grail.
聖杯のレプリカだ。
Uh-huh.
これを触媒にして、
じゃあ聖杯は本物だったのか。あ、いや、手にしたっていうそいつは一体どうなったんだ。
What did you say exactly? It was indeed a man who obtained the real Holy Grail temporarily. Only one. You mean Kiritsugu? I assume one people attained them in previous wars, but maybe they didn't because it turns out it's always evil, so that's why they didn't. Oh.
どうにもならん。
Perfectly completed. Foolish man, Kiritsugu, yeah. The previous pleasure gone, the priest narrows his eyes as if in regret.
どういうことだ。聖杯は。
聖杯を表すだけならば
The seven servants are present.
7人のサーだがそれでは聖杯は
Thing
完
that
成し
decides. Yes, the battles must be filled with blood.
持ち主を選ぶ。
要するに
Right, yeah.
他のマスターと決
It has to
着
be
を
an
つけずに
interesting
聖杯を
finish.
手に入れても
If the
無意味
Grail
って
is
ことで
able
し
to
ょ
observe the fight enough to know that that wasn't an interesting finish, and so it doesn't reward itself to the master. Right now I'm remembering this. It should theoretically be possible maybe for it to be like, that ended stupidly. Go back to the beginning. I don't like that ending. Like, if it's a decent ending, they'll be like, okay, but, it wasn't great. I'll give it 10 years. But, like, if it's a really bad ending, it's like, that ending sucked. Fucking Kirei cheated. I don't like it. Do it over. Or something. Once 7 servants are present, the Holy Grail will appear in time. But it does not complete the Holy Grail. Think about it, unless it's refused to be obtained by a man who avoided battles. Yeah, because it's like a jerk-face Grail.
前回一番初めに聖杯を手に入れたマスターはアマちゃんだったのよ。敵のマスターとは戦いたくないなんて言って聖杯から逃げたんだから。
That's not entirely true. That must be Kirei teaching you of not quite true things. Assassin got killed off screen. Repeat time. Yeah, exactly. We didn't even get to see Assassin's death. What's so lame? So saying Tosaka looks away from Kotomine.
What if the Grail sees everything Shirou sees? Shirou's perspective is the Grail's perspective, so if we don't see every servant die from Shirou's perspective, it's not a satisfying war.
嘘。
Does that mean Kotomine was one of the masters in the last war? That he retired because he refused to fight in spite of obtaining the Holy Grail? Not entirely. That's not quite true, but you have some correct marks.
琴峰。あんた、戦わなかったのか?
You didn't fight? I feel like they're referring to Kiritsugu, but I feel like there's some lies mixed in here, but
途中まで戦いはした。だが判断を間違えた。結果として私は空の聖杯を手にしただけだ。
This feels like some pretty big half-truths. I didn't till halfway, but I made a bad decision. As a result, I obtained an empty Holy Grail.
もっとも私ではそれが限界だったろう。
I was relevant anyway, all the other masters were monstrous.
どいつもこいつも化け物揃いだったからな。
I lost my servant
私は真っ
first,
先にサーバントを失い、
was
その
taken
ま
under
ま
my
死に
father's
保護さ
protection.
れたよ。
That's not entirely untrue, but you know, you got a second servant because you're a cheater face. I made a bad decision. I only obtained an empty Holy Grail. You did lose your servant first, and you made several bad decisions, but I
思えば監督役の息子がマスターに選ばれるなど
wonder if that gets
その時
extrapolated
点であ
on.
ってはならぬことだ。
Probably, right? It gets, I mean, I could see it going either way. The idea that Gilgamesh, you know, did go do a swippy swappy from, you know, one master to another. That was heavily involved in Rin's father's death, so I feel like that'll get extrapolated on. Because I was wondering if the whole him saying, my servant died first, could have been something that Fate Zero just ran with, and at the time he was just lying because his servant ended up being Gilgamesh. But based on his father's death being sort of closely tied to what happened with Gilgamesh, it could end up getting brought up. I could see it going both ways, I suppose. It's not a supervisor chosen as a master. It's even worse for the supervisor himself to choose himself as a master.
父はその折に亡くなった。
See the role of supervisor. Saying that, the priest called Kunina turns around. For him, Savadibudu.
話はここ。聖杯を手にする資格がある者はサーバントをしたその戦い。
Regarding whether, do I get a choice in this
す
version?
るかの意思をここ
The priest requests my final decision. I'm at a loss for words. I had no reason to fight until just now. Now I have a reason to fight and the will to fight. But can I really accept this? Do I get a choice here? Really?
まだ迷っている。いいか。
Not
マス
something
タ
you
ーと
do
い
just
うも
because
の
of
は
a
なろう
dip.
決定されていたものがあるとすれば
For
それ
him
は
was whether
心
to
構
prepare
え
for
が
it
で
or
きて
not.
いたかいないかだけだろう。マスターに選ばれるのは魔術師だけ。それがないというのならばお前もお前を育てた
You and your teacher were failures, of course. More goading, more last minute goading.
そんな
He
魔
really
術
wants
師
Shirou
に
to be
戦
part of
わ
this.
れても迷惑だからな。今ここでレイジを消してしまえ。
You and your teacher were failures in that case. It's annoying. So get rid of your command spell. Dash dash dash. He doesn't need to ask. I won't run away. Oh, no, you don't get the choice in this version because it would just be the same Taiga Dojo. I didn't think so. Okay. Honestly, this Holy Grail War and Master stuff doesn't even seem real to me. But still, if I must choose between fighting and running away, I will never run away. The priest said it as well. If I'm a magus, I should be ready. That is why I must decide. Wait, or you do get the choice. Even though I'm an amateur, Emiya Shirou is a magus. If I've decided to become a superhero in the footsteps of Emiya Kiritsugu, I've admired all this time.
マスターとして戦う。10年前の火事の原因が聖杯戦争だって言うなら、
I'll fight as a master.
あんな出来事を2度も起こさせるわけにはいかない。
If the cause of the fire 10 years ago was the Holy Grail War, I can't let it happen again. Yeah. This Shirou doesn't run away. This, again, brings up the idea that Shirou's in some weird timey-wimey thing where he already played this out and knows that saying no will just get him killed. So that's why he's saying yes. Or he's more confident in doing the Grail War because he's done it once. So he's like, yeah, take 2. Let's do it better this time. As if he likes my answer, the priest smiles with satisfaction. Dash, dash. I've cut all away all hesitation. As a man, I said I will fight. So from now on, all I have to do is go forward with pride and refuse to go against my word.
それでは君をこの瞬間にこれよりマスターが残り一人になるま
Follow their
で
pride and complete fully against each other. Priest's voice echoes heavily throughout the church. There's no meaning to that declaration. Only Tosaka and I heard the priest's words. This man merely rang the starting bell as the priest of this church.
決まりね。それじゃあ帰るけど、私も一つぐらい質問していい？
We're not going home together? Aren't we going home together? Society, in that case, I'm going home. May I ask you a question too?
構わんよ。これが最後かもし
Might be
れ
your
ない。
last chance. Oh, wait, no, this happened
大
anyways.
抵の疑問には答えよ。
Answer most questions.
それじゃあ遠慮なく。キレ、あんた見届け役なんだから、他のマスターの情報ぐらいは知ってる
Ah,
で
this
し
is
ょ
when he says how many he's seen. That's right.
こっちは
Because I
教会の
remembered
ルール
him
に従って
saying,
や
I
ったん
only
だ
saw
か
a
ら
couple.
それぐらい教えなさい。
At least tell me what you know. Yeah.
それは困ったな。
I do not know the details
エミや
either.
シローも含め、今回は正規の魔術師が少ない。
Only
私
2
が知り
masters I
得る
know
マスターは
about.
2
3 if
人
you
だけだ。
include Shirou. So who's the third one you
エミ
know
や
about?
シローを加えれば3
Did he
人。
say already? I mean, you know Lancer's master, of course, but you wouldn't say that, or did you? Who do you say is the third one?
あ、そう。なら呼び出された順番ならわかるでしょ。
Maybe he never says the third one. He says, oh, I know the third one, but he fucking doesn't say who it is. I mean, he knows that he's a freaking, or he might know Ilya, he might, I don't know.
仮にも監視役なんだから。
He never brings up the third one.
1番手はバーサー
Interesting.
か。
Okay, this order,
2番手はキャスターだな。
now that I know who each
あ
are,
とはそう大差はない。先日にアーチャー、そして数時間前にセイバーが呼び出され
Berserker
た。
was first. I knew that, I remembered that. Caster was second, did not remember that. The rest are pretty much the same. Archer was yesterday and Saber was summoned a few hours ago. Okay. So then Lancer, Rider, and Assassin were summoned in the middle. Caster second, and then she killed her master. When? Alright.
そう。
That means...
それ
正式に聖杯戦争が開始されたということだ。
Okay.
リス聖杯戦争が終わるまでは
Shiro's allowed to, though,
この
apparently,
教会
to
に
ask
足
for
を運
advice.
ぶことは許されない。許されるとしたらそれは
Once you're out of the war, or if you gotta ask about Gilgamesh. Shh.
自分のサーバントを失って保護を願う場合のみでしょ。
そう。
Points? Points from the Grail? You're not allowed to win if you ask the church for if you want to go to the church prematurely.
教会が黙っていない。連中はつまらない
The
論議
points
のせい
deducted. Was that a real
君か
thing?
ら聖杯を奪い取るだろう。私としては最悪の展開だ。
If that's a real thing, I guess it doesn't matter because you're a bullshit priest who's bullshitting the rules anyways. But like, Shirou came to you later. I guess you only said that Rin can't because she's a real master, whereas Shirou's not quite a real master, so he's allowed to cheat a little bit. Also, Kiri's cheating way more, but you know. Frickin' points. So you're deciding that they don't deserve it, even though it would be the Grail that decides in the first place? Feels contradictory.
エセ神父。教会の人間が魔術協会の肩を持つのね。
私は神に仕える身だ。
Oh, so you mean God's a fan of magic? Good to know. After all, Gilgamesh is the king of everything. He's the real god. Heart, 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 heart.
よく言うわ。
That's why you're fake. Okay. And Tosaka turns her back to the priest. After that, she just makes her way to the exit with saying goodbye.
そんなんでいいのか、トサカ。
Oh, pupil,
あい
right?
つお前の
Shouldn't there be a more proper
いいわ
farewell?
よ、そんなの。むしろ縁が切れて清
Breaking my
算す
ties
る
with
ぐらい
it.
だもの。
Tosaka walks across the floor below. I sigh and follow her. And then, I feel a presence behind me and turn around. Priest who's behind me, your eyes looking down at me.
なんだ
Anything else to say? Back off as I say so. Just I thought I don't like him. Maybe we're just incompatible or something, but I can't get myself to like him.
話がないなら帰るからな。
Make my way to the door, trying to escape his stare as I go.
喜べ
That's the
少年
rejoice. Okay.
君の願いはようやく叶う。
Yeah, playing the long game already, but in the UBW pathway, I doubt you're gonna quite hit the long game. Probably gonna take you out closer to the mid game, would be my guess. The priest says as if declaring an oracle. Those words are, aren't those the true feelings I haven't yet realized? Wait.
何よいきなり
Is that new? I feel like the scene was still skippable, but I don't know. Maybe that was new. Aren't those the true feelings I haven't yet realized? That could be new. That could be him going, later in the pathway, I realize that that's true. I could also see this being a first pathway thing of him just ignoring this for a while, but this feels new. This feels like, aren't those the true feelings I haven't yet realized? This feels like he's realizing that, yeah, at the end of the pathway, I come to this realization. What are you saying all of a sudden?
分かっていたはずだ。明確な悪意
Yeah,
な
okay,
ければ
this
君
is
の
the
望
same.
みは叶わない。
I feel like everything has turned black. The priest said it. The greatest wish and the ugliest wish I have are the same. Well, sure. Yes, a desire to protect something is at the same time none other than the wish for something to violate it. Ooh, that's really cutting to the heart of it. I don't think you did this last time. I don't think you cut to the heart of it quite like this.
お前
You. But there's no way I'd wish for something like that. Okay. I don't remember a moment when I've wished for that. Such an insecure wish. Just means the target's ideals are inconsistent. But the priest says as if to pierce my heart, good thing you have an enemy now.
何取り繕うことは
Oh, for a human being. Priest smiles. Dash, dash. I shake out the priest's words and walk to the door.
さらばだエミヤシロ
Farewell, Miyashiro.
最後の忠告になるが
Take care on your way
こ
home.
れより君の世界は一変する君は殺し
You're now a master. He says so as I quickly make my way out. And this is the start of the next scene? It's a bit windy. Yeah, alright. I don't know how much of that was different. Part of it is kind of fun being like, is this different? Is this the same? I don't know. Apparently that was a skippable scene, but I feel like there was definitely at least the difference in that we couldn't choose in UBW. So, UBW-ish. We made it, did we? So, now that we're here, oh boy, boys and crackers. 0.1% drop frames in the entire 6-hour stream. Good job. My solution did its job, at least today. Can't ask for much more than that. Yeah, I will see you guys next time on Let's Play, what are we playing again? Fate Stay Night of the Blind Variety. Let's Play stream. I think we're continuing tomorrow? We should be. I still have some more trying to meet where I ended up in the Dovetail Fate into UBW path. So I'm going to try to get to that. Tomorrow, maybe? I'll do as much as I can. Probably do the recap of days 1 to 3 next week is my idea. Because I do want to do that before I, and then I can properly continue UBW. Like, I'm doing it in a little bit of a weird order, but I didn't expect the dovetail, so it's kind of forcing the weird order on me. But yeah, that's my current thought processes. What? Why does K pause the stream? Does K pause the stream? I don't know. Ask Twitch. Maybe you have a hotkey. I don't know. But, so yeah, I will see you then. Till then, still don't have an outro phrase. I guess we're on UBW. I didn't know I was going to be on UBW. And now I'm on UBW. And, like, I'm having weird recap. But we're making it work. That's kind of... This is how I prefer it, almost. Almost. Like, instead of loading up a new executable, you just, find it through the initial stream. And I kind of prefer... I prefer finding it through the initial way instead of, load up a new executable and just start from there. That's a little more lame. I prefer the classic visual novel style of find it yourself. And I did find it, but then there's more in the past, which is weird and I don't know how they're going to fix that in the future, but Yeah, I had fun. Definitely had fun. There was some twists and turns mostly about, wait, I'm on UBW? I'll see you then. Bye-bye, YouTube. No outro phrases.